Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Becomes Ultimate Sonic Ninja Part 3. Before we start, please go support King Sora 3 for writing that awesome fanfic. Now let's begin. Chapter 9. Music. Angel Island's own Act 1 Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Hey Tails, I think I see the island, Naruto exclaimed from on the tornado's wings. 4 days passed since the fight on the Death Egg, 2 days passed since the adventure on Little Planet, and right now the dynamic duo were on their to the floating island in the sky. When Naruto came back from his adventures on Little Planet, Tails has been working on an invention called the Jewel Radar at a workshop the two founded on the island and fixed it up. Once he finished it, it immediately picked up a chaos energy signature coming from the across the shores. Thinking it might had something to do with the tidal waves from days before, Tails went to find Naruto to tell him. At the same as Tails left to go get him, Naruto took a break from training while at the beach. As he sat down on the sand, enjoying the breeze and hearing the ocean, he saw a strange ring washed up on shore. Running over to it, Naruto picked up the ring, noticing the characters of an ancient language carved onto its surface, much to his confusion. After seeing that language, Naruto was reminded of a legend that he had heard from Amy after she literally dragged him to her home after the Little Planet adventure. This legend was about an ancient civilization that lived upon an island. Creating a society of peace and harmony, the people who lived within attributed their great prosperity to the Stone of Power, a sacred gem whose energy guided them. One day, as these stories often go, a sect of wise men decided that they wanted to take the power of the stone for their own selfish gain and tried to seize the energy. Unable to control it, their foolishness caused the great civilization to disappear in the blink of an eye, their way of life forgotten with time. In its wake, the gods took the land, rebuilt it, and sent it, along with the Stone of Power, into the sky. Naruto, knowing that this Stone of Power might have been some sort of Chaos Emerald, quickly ran to Tails and told him about the situation, while the Fox Genius told him about the Chaos Energy signature he got from his radar. So the two of them set off on the tornado and followed the signature to where the Jewel Radar was taking them. My Jewel Radar is saying we're getting closer. It must be the island where the Chaos Energy is coming from, Tails said happily, making Naruto smirk. His smirk vanished as he saw something huge and metallic on the side of the island. He squinted his eyes to see what it was before his eyes widened. Oh no, what's wrong, Naruto? Tails asked. It's the Death Egg, Naruto answered, making Tails' eyes widen from behind his goggles. Seeing how they were getting closer to the island, Naruto grins. I'll meet you up ahead, Tails. Naruto jumps off the tornado and fell backwards. However, the Chaos Emeralds appeared and entered his body. He then transformed into Super Naruto and flew past the tornado. Music. Knuckles' theme Sonic the Hedgehog 3. As he traveled across the shoreline, he made it to the beach. Once he entered the jungle, a lone knuckle fist came out from underground, knocking Super Naruto back comically as the Chaos Emeralds fell out of him, reverting him back to normal. Ow 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 ow, Naruto landed on the ground and rolled all over the place as he held his chin. A large vein appeared on his head as he stood up, a comical angry look on his face as he glared at the person, seeing it was a retarded boy around his age. Seeing the boy made Naruto have a brief flash of echidna standing in the spot the boy is and was chuckling at him. He ignored that and continued to glare at him. What's the big idea with that cheap shot? The boy laughed at him. Serves you right, you thieving punk. He quickly grabbed the Chaos Emeralds, laughing once more as he ran off to the jungle and beyond. Hey, give those back, Naruto yelled. He heard Tails flying down to him, now in his human form, making him look at him. Did you see the Tails? Not only did that guy literally punch the Chaos Emeralds out of me, he stole them and ran off, and he called me a thief. Who was that exactly? Tails asked. I don't know. Naruto shook his head. But I feel like Naga might have something to do with it. Come on, let's go after him. Right, Tails nodded. Music. Angel Island's own Act 1 Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Naruto and Tails took off following the mysterious boy, grabbing a few rings that were in front of them. They soon found some badniks in their path. It's the badniks, Tails exclaimed. Naruto grit his teeth. I should have known Naga might have come back here for the Death Egg. He did a spin attack on the badniks. It must also mean that he already picked up that signature which brought us here in the first place. The two jumped over 2 spikes. As they did, Naruto's feet had already touched the ground, making it crumble and fall off, taking them along with it. Why? Naruto and Tails screamed in surprise. Naruto quickly grabbed Tails and flipped in the air before he landed on the ground. Thanks, Naruto. Tails thanked him. No prob, little bro. Naruto grinned as he sat him down. He saw a yellow spring in front of him, making him look back to see a bunch of rocks. He tilted his head to the side curiously before he looked back at the spring. What is it? Tails asked, looking at the rocks curiously as well. I wonder, Naruto whispered as he turned to the rocks. He didn't know why, but something was telling him that there was something behind those rocks. Stand back, Tails. He did his spin dash technique and charged at the rocks. Tails' eyes widened in shock as Naruto discovered a secret passageway. Whoa, Tails, get in here. Tails quickly ran to the passageway and entered. He stopped as his eyes widened as there was a giant ring in front of him. Naruto was on the other side of it, staring at it wide-eyed. "Naruto, you don't think Tails trailed off?" "Only one way to find out," Naruto said. The two entered the giant ring as it vanished. Music. Special stage Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Naruto and Tails opened their eyes and saw that they were on a gigantic globe. There were red spheres all around them along with blue spheres. There were also white spheres with stars on them. "So cool," Tails said in awe. "Another different special zone," Naruto said. He frowned in confusion, wondering what they should do here. He looks around then noticed a mass of red spheres and only a little of blue spheres. He looks up and saw a monitor which showed the amount of blue spheres that were there, which were 102, and the ring monitor which were 000. There was also a message underneath it. "At the blue spheres." "That's it," he exclaimed, getting Tails' attention. "We gotta collect the blue spheres, come on." "Okay," Tails nodded. The two went ahead and grabbed the blue spheres, but Naruto quickly noticed how they turn red after they touched them. "If I were to guess, the red sphere would more than likely kick us out the zone," Naruto thought as he and Tails went around an army of red spheres and touched the blue spheres. "Gotta be careful not to grab those." He gained a curious look on his face. "But what does the white ones do?" He got his answer when he ran into one and it bounced the dynamic duo back, making them stop running for a moment. "Seriously?" Naruto deadpanned before they continued running and went around them and grabbed the remaining blue spheres. Once they got the last one, all the spheres on the globe flew off and vanished. Naruto and Tails looked ahead and saw a green Chaos Emerald as they ran to it. "Yes," they shouted as Naruto grabbed it and they were surrounded in a flash of light. Music. Angel Island's own Act 1 Sonic the Hedgehog 3. The two were back in the secret entrance before they ran out. They jumped over a yellow spring before they ran to a ramp as it flew them across the river below and past the waterfall. "I still can't believe it," Naruto exclaimed as he attacked a Rhino Badnik before the two went through a loop and were running up a slope as they made it above the upper level and into another loop. "That guy sent the Chaos Emeralds in the special zones, how did he even do that? You think there might be a connection between him and the Chaos Emeralds?" Tails asked. "There might be," Naruto admitted. "After all, he knocked the hell out of me when I was Super Naruto and the Chaos Emeralds, which not even Nega was able to do. And I'm willing to bet that guy and that energy source is connected as well." Naruto and Tails were now running into a giant circular tree as they were running around it while moving up. They then exited the tree and continued to move forward before they saw something flying down from the sky, making them stop and look up in confusion. Music. Sub-Boss Sonic the Hedgehog 3. It was a dark blue robot armed with a flamethrower and missile launchers. "What the?" Naruto asked before he and Tails jumped out of the robot. It shot fire at them. "Hey," he heard something and looks up in the sky, seeing that there was more of those robots, much to his surprise. "Sheesh, Nega, how many of these?" "Naruto, watch out," Tails exclaimed as he saw the robot launched missiles. Music ends. The robot soon flew off just as the missiles landed and multiple explosions were heard before a large amount of fire is seen, making Naruto and Tails cover their eyes. Once they opened their eyes, they went wide with horror, while Naruto's eyes also had anger in them as he clenched his fists. What was once a peaceful-looking zone now turned into an inferno. Even the calm blue sky was orange. "Nega," Naruto growled in anger. "That slimy rotten egg, there were animals here in this zone and he's burning it to the ground." He looks up and saw one of those robots flying away. "There's no way he's gonna let one of those things get away. Let's go, Tails." "Right," Tails nodded, a serious frown on his face. Music. Angel Island's own Act 1 Sonic the Hedgehog 3. The two took off running, intent on finding Nega and make him pay. As they did, they quickly spin dashed to avoid a spike that came from above in the yellow springs. They jumped over a gap, which got destroyed, and landed on another one as it crumbled before continuing on. They went through a loop and reached a dead end before they saw a hidden red spring. They jumped on it as they landed on a big rock. They looked up, seeing there were two platforms. They jumped up on one before they jumped to the next and continued on running. They stopped as they saw the robot again in front of them. "It looks like it's been waiting for us," Tails said as Naruto grinned. "Then let's not keep it waiting, get it?" Music. Sub-Boss Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Naruto and Tails did their spin attack on the robot before moving out of the way as it launched flames at them. It soon starts to spin around really fast, turning into spinning fireball as it charged at them. "What?" Tails screamed as he jumped out of the spinning fireball's way and charged at Naruto, who smirks. "Please, I know girls who's better at doing fire tricks than you." Naruto charges at the robot and does his newly developed insta-shield technique, damaging the robot and making it stop spinning as though it was dazed. Well, Naruto does a spin dash and went through the robot, making a big hole appear right where the flamethrower was at. One anyway. Music ends. The robot soon exploded and its parts flew all over area. "That's cool," Naruto, Tails exclaimed as he ran up to him. "What was that move you used?" "I call it the insta-shield. It allows me to gather enough energy to create a shield, though only for a split second," Naruto replied as he rubbed his thumb across his nose. Believe it or not, the idea just came to me when I was training. Well, it was kind of true. The truth was that he had a vision of Sonic using that technique before and copied it. Now he can come up with his own variation of the attack. So cool, Tails continued in awe. The two soon heard something loud coming from above them. They looked up and saw what looked like a flying fortress. Even though it was covered by the clouds, the two could still see its massive shadow. What was that? Tails asked a bit fearfully. Trouble. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the flying warship as it flew past their sight. Let's go, it couldn't have gotten far. Okay, Tails nodded as they looked ahead, seeing a bunch of rocks blocking their way. Music. Angel Island's own Act 2 Sonic the Hedgehog 3. They did the spin dash and charged forward, destroying the rocks and entered a winding tunnel. They left the tunnel but still kept going as they went past the grumbling rocks and entered a room that had a giant ring appear. However, since Naruto was up front, he entered it first as it vanished, leaving Tails behind as he looked around in confusion. Naruto. Where'd you a giant ring appeared and Naruto came out, a yellow chaos emerald in his hand. Well, that was fun. Naruto said as he turns to Tails. There you are, Tails, hope you haven't waited long. Actually, you only vanished for like a couple of seconds. Tails replied, making Naruto slowly blink as he stared at the emerald. Huh. I guess time really does move differently in the special zone. He said before it vanished. The two left the room and jumped down as they did a spin dash. They jumped up and went over a platform that had rotating spikes on it. They jumped over it and continued on ahead as they crossed a bridge, only for it to crumble and fall down in the waters below. They jumped a platform as it took them to the upper level. They saw a zip line going down, so Tails got on Naruto's back while said Genin himself took the zip line. However, the line got caught on fire and it burned, making the two fell, with Naruto throwing the zip away. He then used his Spanish pesetas to continue on flying to their path. Naruto's Spanish pesetas died and the two landed on a red tree. Tails jumped off Naruto's back and the two ran off. They destroyed a flower like badnik and spin dashed downwards to go through two loops before they jumped off a ramp as it flew them to the other side of the waterfall. They jumped up between multiple edges, destroying a Rinabit before they went back to jump back over the other side. The duo jumped to the higher level before they jumped to where a half-destroyed bridge was waiting for them. They jumped to the bridge and made it across before it got destroyed, and they spin dashed through some rocks as they got through a winding tunnel before they got launched out of it. They landed on the ground and continued to run before they heard something flying above them, making them look up in confusion before their eyes widened comically as a large warship appeared over their heads. Oh my god, they both cried out as the warship began to drop bombs on them, making them scream out comically. Why? Naruto quickly grabbed Tails' hand, began to run faster as explosions were heard behind them. But since this was a very large warship that was literally above their heads, it dropped many more bombs at them, but amazing enough, Naruto managed to avoid them. This is insane, you know, Naruto exclaimed comically as he continued to dodge the assault. Where does someone get the time to make something like this? I don't know, Tails cried out as he continued to hold onto Naruto's hand as his legs turned into a figure eight. Thankfully, the warship stopped sending bombs at them as it began to fly up to the sky, making them sigh in relief, while Naruto kept running. That was close. Tails said. You said it. Naruto agreed as he let go Tails, and the young fox boy began to fly beside him. They went through a bunch of trees before they heard something. They looked to the side, Naga riding a vehicle that has two arm cannons. Naga. Naruto growled, watching as he vanished behind a waterfall. The two crossed the bridge and were in front of a waterfall. They looked around for any sign of Naga before he appeared out of the waterfall. Music. Boss Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Surprised, Naga yelled out as he destroyed the bridge with a fireball before he launched them at the duo. Heads up, Tails, here they come, Naruto told him as he dodged out of the way of a fireball. Tails flew up in the air, easily avoiding them as the two charged at Naga, but saw he had vanished again. Huh. Where did he's hiding in the waterfalls again, Naruto exclaimed as he saw Naga's shadow behind the waterfall. Take this, Naga quickly came out and launched his fireballs once more as Naruto and Tails charged at him while avoiding the fireballs. They jumps up and quickly does a mid-air spin dash on Naga, pushing his machine back. Hey, cut that out, this was a new paint job. Who cares? Naruto exclaimed as he did his famous hand signature. Shadow clone jutsu. Poof. Four Naruto clones appeared behind the original and they, along with Tails, charged at Naga, who gave a comical scream as he disappeared inside the waterfall. Naga reappeared again, except this time instead of launching fireballs, he launched flamethrowers at the clones as they vanished in puffs of smoke. Once the flames died down, Naruto and Tails were nowhere to be seen. What? Where did they go? Naga asked, looking around. We're here. Naga looked up and his eyes widened comically as he saw a large yellow and orange spin attack falling down towards him. The spin attack slammed down on Naga, destroying his precious machine. The duo got out of their new combo spin attack and landed on the ground as Naga's machine exploded behind them. You'll pay for this, Naga screamed as he got sent flying in the sky. Yeah, we did it, Naruto and Tails cheered as they gave each other high fives. They ran forward before they stopped on a bridge, seeing it was a dead end. So now what? Naruto asked. Naruto, look up there, Tails pointed up, making the genin look up, and his eyes widened in comical anger as he saw the same boy from before, standing on a cliff, looking down at them. Music. Knuckles theme Sonic the Hedgehog 3. So you finally showed yourself. Naruto said, cracking his neck. I got a bone to pick with you, Chuckles. Why the hell did you attack me? Like you don't already know why I attacked you, you thieves, the boy growled. We aren't thieves, Naruto growled back, only to be ignored. And the name's Knuckles. I'm the guardian of this island and the Master Emerald, remember it. Knuckles jumped on a switch right in front of him and chuckled as the bridge below Naruto and Tails got destroyed. The two screamed as they fell down. Heh. Chumps. Knuckles ran off. Music. Hydro City's own Act 1 Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Naruto and Tails were still screaming as they now entered a large blue underground stone-built reservoir which was spacious and had deep water. They fell in the deep water before landing on the ground. Oh hell no, not this again, Naruto thought to himself as he was reminded about the labyrinth zone. He turns to Tails, seeing him stare at him before he grabbed his hand and began to run forward before seeing there was a dead end. Naruto groaned in annoyance before he unknowingly stepped on a switch. A hatch door opened up in front of them before it sucked them and the water inside, forcing Naruto to let go of Tails' hand. They saw a pole in front of them as they quickly grabbed hold of it. But due to the pressure of the water, the pole broke and they were continuing down the path. They grabbed onto another pole before the same thing happened and they continued on the path of wherever the tunnel was taking them. The wall at the end eventually broke down and a torrent of water came out along with Naruto and Tails as they gasped for breath. Naruto, seeing that there was more underwater pathways below him, quickly grabbed Tails using his telekinesis and was floating to the nearest platform, which thankfully was right in front of them. They landed on the platform, all soaked and wet, as it took them to the upper level, where there was sweet ground. I have a feeling we're gonna be doing that a lot here. Naruto quickly spun around, making his entire being dry. No kidding. Tails agreed as he shook his fur clean of the water. The two stepped off the platform and Naruto did his hand signature. Shadow Clone Jutsu 3 Naruto appeared as the original turns to them. Alright guys, spread out and search for any giant rings in this zone. Yes sir, the clones saluted as they dashed off. From now on, the shadow clones will grab the emeralds for us. Naruto nods as he turned to Tails. Thanks to Tails, he learned that since the shadow clones are basically a part of him, then that means whatever they learned will be transferred to the original, meaning that if they disappear then he will automatically learn everything. Plus it makes things easier for the two to continue their journey. Again Tails, thanks so much about the shadow clones. It makes things so much easier, Naruto said, patting Tails on the back. Aw, you're welcome, Naruto. Tails giggled. Naruto puts his arms behind his head and looks around, whistling in amazement. This place definitely reminds me of the labyrinth from South Island. Except this seems more well ancient than the labyrinth. He frowns. Now as for Knuckles. Tails nods. He said that he's the guardian of this island and the Master Emerald. I think the Master Emerald is the energy source I've been tracking. And since Knuckles is the guardian, Dr. Naga is using him as a means to distract him so that he can locate it. Naruto said. Let's hurry up and find a way out of here. We got a knucklehead to find and an evil scientist's butt to kick. Tails smirks and nodded. The two took off as they started to explore the place, intent on finding their way out of this underground zone. They traveled through loops and destroyed any badniks that were in their way. Eventually they found themselves back underwater as their movements got slower. Thankfully they found a water shield and it became easier for them to travel and breath underwater. Now where the hell was this thing when I was in the labyrinth? Naruto grumbled in annoyance. You okay? Tails asked in a worried tone. Yeah. Just irked. Naruto replied, not paying attention that he used a new slang. The two looked up and saw there was surface. Naruto quickly grabbed Tails using his Spanish pesetas and the two floated out of the water and up on land with the water shields still around their being. These shields really come in handy. Naruto said. I wonder if there are any others on this zone. His eyes widened as he put a hand on his forehead. He shook his head and smiled brightly as he turns to Tails. Dude, one of the clones got a Chaos Emerald. Just as he said that, a bright red glow appeared in Naruto's hand, showing a red Chaos Emerald. Alright, Tails cheered. Thank you, Shadow Clones, Naruto said happily as the emerald vanished in flash. Well, one of you guys at least. He deadpanned as two of the clones lost. He shrugged his shoulders. There's always next time. The two looked ahead and saw a downward shuttle loop. They both did a spin dash and charged forward, destroying the badnik before going through the loop and went down, also destroying the weak floor. Music end. The duo were now in a U-shaped pit that was nearly filled with water. Thank God they still have the water shields on them. What the heck? Naruto asked as he looked around. He face-palmed. Oh great, we fell into a pit. Hey Naruto, look. Tails called him, getting his attention. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. What's that? It looks like a turbine. Tails said, poking at the contraption. A turbine for what? Naruto asked in confusion. He got his answer when he heard something floating above them. The two looked up and saw a round-shaped robot with thruster missiles functioning as shield. Music. Sub-boss Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Oh great. Another one of Nega's toys. Naruto rolled his eyes as he and took fighting stances. They watched as the thruster spun around the robot before it went up. It then charged down on one side of the arena, making the duo jump out of the way. They turned back to it and saw it charge down again, this time landing a hit on them, making them lose their water shields. Shit, Naruto thought to himself as he and Tails held their breaths. They looked up at the robot, seeing it sit on the turbine. It was at that moment when they realized what the turbine was for. A vein appears on his head. I hate Nega so much. The robot activated the turbine, making a whirlpool in the water, making the two unable to do anything and only making them lose air faster. Naruto turns to Tails, seeing him trying to tell him something before he did a familiar hand sign making the Uzumaki grin. Shadow Clone Jutsu multiple Naruto appeared as they used one another to jump off each other and out of the water, using chakra to stick to the surface. Tails got out as well as he and the other Narutos jumped in the air. They all soon did a spin charge in mid-air before spin dashing at the robot just as it was about to get off the turbine. Take this super spin dash barrage, Naruto called out as the multiple spin dash landed together on the robot, making it have a very large dent. Ignoring the puffs of smoke from the clones, Naruto and Tails landed back in the water and watched as both the robot and turbine exploded. Naruto and Tails both did a mini victory dance underwater before they jumped and gave each other high fives. We did it, they thought to themselves before they heard rumbling from below them. Music. Hydro City's own Act 2 Sonic the Hedgehog 3. They looked down and were sucked into the floor, taking them deeper into the depths of the zone. As they reached the bottom floor, there were weak structures blocking their path, so Naruto used the spin dash to destroy them with Tails following after him. However, they noticed the area around them begin to shake as they got out of the passageway. Tails gave a comical shocked expression as he pulled Naruto's jacket, getting his attention. Tails pointed behind the two, making Naruto look back before he gave a comical scream underwater as he saw the wall began to close in on them. The ultimate ninja quickly grabbed Tails and runs forward as a Chaos Emerald appeared in his hand. Chaos control. The two vanished and were back on the surface again, gasping for air and spitting out the water. I know I said this before. But I really hate Nega. Naruto repeated as he and Tails shook their bodies dry. Well, at least we made it out safe. Tails reassured as he felt his nose tingle. Achoo, he turns back into a human. Except now, we're much deeper in the Hydro City zone. Naruto said as he looked around, seeing many water slides all over the place. Whoa, Tails said in awe. This place almost looks like an underground water park. Something tells me this place was a water park. Naruto said as he and Tails took off, this time taking a shortcut by flying. It makes me wonder what happened on this island a long time ago. Maybe if we find Knuckles, he might be able to tell us. Tails said. Or if he finds us. Naruto said as he cracked his knuckles. I got a score to settle with that knucklehead, believe it. Right? Tails' sweat dropped as he laughed sheepishly. Of course, Naruto would still be sore about that sneak attack. You know, Naruto spoke. Those water slides does like a lot of fun, and Hydro City's own is the first water park I've been to. Tails blinks before an excited smile appeared on his face. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Naruto grins as the two landed on a water slide. They saw a waterfall on the side, making them think that's where the fun starts. They did a spin dash and went down, the slide making them go faster and faster as they cheered happily. The slide sent the two to a wall as they began to fall. Tails quickly grabbed on Naruto's back as he moved faster and faster on the water, making it splash everywhere. They made it on the surface, with Naruto skidding to a stop as sparks came out from his shoes. Awesome, Naruto and Tails cheered. We should do that again, Tails exclaimed. Yeah, after we take down Nega, of course. Naruto said as he and Tails crossed a bridge. They looked and saw weak blocks up ahead. They both did a spin dash and destroyed them before they fell into a pit. They landed on a bridge only to come into a dead end. Well, that sucks. Naruto deadpanned. So now what? Tails asked. Now you, a familiar voice called out. Knuckles. Naruto called back. Where the hell? The bridge collapsed and the duo fell down into the deep water once more. But as soon as they touched the floor, large fans came out and they were going through another tunnel. They got out of the tunnel as the water levels were lowered to their feet. Tails. Yeah? I'm gonna kill Knuckles. Naruto growled as he stood up. Let's go get that. Ho 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 ho, Tails jumped from the sudden laughter while Naruto had a half-lidded expression. The ultimate ninja groaned and face-palmed in annoyance. And of course, he would be here. Music. Boss Sonic the Hedgehog 3. The duo ran ahead and saw Nega riding in his Eggmobile, equipped with an orange propeller spinning attachment and depth charge dispenser behind the mobile that dropped small pipe bombs. And judging from the grin on his face, he was waiting on them. "Welcome Naruto and Tails, I've been waiting for you." "Oh?" Naruto raised a brow as a grin formed on his face. "Sorry to keep you waiting, we had to deal with one of your boss robots again. And you call yourself a man? How do you sleep at night?" "Like a baby," Nega's voice replied. "Well, an evil genius baby that is. Now time to get rid of you brats." The Eggmobile descend into the water with the propeller spinning which will whip up the water into a vortex. The vortex dragged Naruto and Tails into it as the Eggmobile began to rise up. Naruto's eyes widened, seeing they were about to hit the propeller, but then inwardly sighed in relief as he saw the vortex was going down. He stood on top of the vortex and spin jump on the Eggmobile, making it shake. How you like that?" Naruto asked. He blinked as he saw those small bombs drop in front of him before they exploded, making him fly back as rings came out him. "Hey, how do you like that?" Nega laughed but then widened his eyes as he felt his Eggmobile shake. "What?" He looks forward and saw Tails blowing raspberry at him. "Why you?" The Eggmobile quickly descended to the water as the propeller began to create the vortex. "Oh no, you don't." Naruto jumped in the air and does a homing attack at the back of the Eggmobile, releasing several bombs in the water as they got sucked into the vortex. He quickly got Tails and jumped away. "What?" "No wait." Nega tried to move the Eggmobile out of the way from the bombs, but due to their small size and the speed of the vortex they came faster. "No." A large explosion erupted from the small bombs. Naruto and Tails stared in amazement at the display as smoke surrounded the Eggmobile. The smoke eventually disappeared as it showed the destroyed Eggmobile, and a smoke-covered Nega. Nega glares at the two in annoyance as he coughed out smoke. "You'll pay for." He was interrupted as Naruto and Tails did a spin dash and launched him away, making him scream. Music end. "Yeah, I already heard that line before." Naruto called out. "Hey Naruto, look." Tails said, getting his attention. "I see a capsule." "Right." Naruto nodded and jumped on the button as it released the captured animals. The ground soon began to shake, making the boys stumble for balance. "Hey what's going on?" Tails asked. "I don't know." Naruto exclaimed. Cracks were formed below to where they stood, making them look down with comical shocked expressions before they looked at each other with looks that said oh. Water was shot out from the ground, launching the dynamic duo in the air as they screamed comically. Music. Marble Garden's own Act 1 Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Bye. Naruto and Tails screamed as they were now falling down towards hill. The two turned into spinballs before they landed on the hill as they down it faster and faster. They got launched off a slope and going over moving rotating platforms before landing on soft green grass, groaning. "Boy, I feel dizzy." Tails said as comical swirls were in his eyes. He sneezed and returned to his human form. Naruto shook his head and rubbed it. "Man, that was crazy." He and Tails sits up and were looking around. They were now in another ancient ruin-like place full of marble and steep hills. "Whoa, what's this place?" Tails asked in awe. "Looks like those blasts of water sent us in a whole new place," Naruto said with a sweat drop. "Which is really strange for some reason." He stood up and stretched his limbs out with Tails doing the same thing. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 clones appeared and quickly went their separate ways as they already knew their objective. Once they were gone, Naruto and Tails ran off, intent on exploring the place. "So Tails, any idea about this place?" Naruto asked. Tails scratched his head. "Well, from the looks of it, I would say we're in some ancient city." "Ancient city? This place?" Naruto asked as they slid down a steep hill before sliding down another one. He put his hands behind his head. "Well, the last place did have an ancient underground water park, so I can't be surprised. Of course the island has been around for centuries, so who knows what else we might see." Tails said happily as they made it on the ground and continued to run ahead. "True." Naruto nodded. The two felt a mini earthquake all of a sudden. "Oh come on, again." They looked down and saw a long robot with 2 drill engines come out from underground. The duo watched as the robot fly up and drilled its way into the ceiling, making the temple that they were in shake some more. "That must have been Dr. Nega," Tails exclaimed. "Meaning that he's here somewhere," Naruto said. "Along with Knuckles." He groaned as he felt a headache. He smiles happily as he held out 2 hands. In flashes of lights, both blue and turquoise Chaos Emeralds appeared. "Alright," Tails cheered. "We got 2 Chaos Emeralds, that means we have 5 of the emeralds, which also means that we have 2 more left to find," Naruto said in excitement as he danced. "Ha, how you like that, Chuckles?" Naruto and Tails soon ran out of the temple, avoiding the very large spiky ball that was by the exit and made it outside. They jumped on moving platforms that seems to be sticking in some oil-like substance. "Whoa, watch out Naruto, I think that's tar down there," Tails warned. "Got it," Naruto said as the two jumped ahead and were running on the grass again. They saw some new incoming badniks that were heading their way as they destroyed them. Though they had to be careful because these badniks had spikes covering their whole body. The duo eventually made their to a shuttle loop that had a pillar at the end, making them spin around it before jumping off it to the right side as they entered a temple. Music. Sub-boss Sonic the Hedgehog 3. The moment they did, however, they felt the temple shake uncontrollably before they saw the tunnel bot come out from underground again. Quick, Tails attack it while it's out in the open, Naruto told the fox boy as he nodded. Yeah, the two did a spin jump at tunnel bot and attacked it together just as it fly upwards, drilling through the ceiling. The duo looked up and saw rocks falling from above, along with sharp spiky stalactites, making them move around. That's playing dirty, Tails exclaimed before he squeaked as he jumped forward, dodging the spiky stalactites. That's a badnik, Tails. Naruto held his hand out as he grabbed the spiky stalactites using his Spanish pesetas and gathering them together to take down the badnik in one shot. They always play dirty. A few seconds later, the temple shook again and the tunnel bot came out from the ceiling. And it was aiming towards Naruto with its drills pointing downward. Naruto screamed as he broke his concentration, dropping the rocks and dodged the incoming tunnel bot, forcing its drill to get stuck on the ground. Like I said, they always play dirty. Tails did a spin dash and charged at the badnik, landing a direct hit before Naruto when gathered up the stalactites together once more. He looks and saw it, the tunnel bot was about to go up. Don't think so. Naruto launched the large stalactite. The badnik got struck by the stalactite through its center. But due to its large size, it got stuck in the badnik and embedded itself into the wall. Music ends. Yeah, you did it, Naruto. Tails cheered, high-fiving his best friend. We did it, Tails. Naruto corrected him. The two felt a powerful earthquake shake the temple that they're in. For some reason, they began to feel that the temple started to sink. As in literally sinking to the ground. Music. Marble Garden's own Act 2 Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Let's get out of here, Naruto and Tails said at the same time as they ran forward, before doing a spin dash to destroy a breakable wall that helped them get out the temple. Heads up, Tails. Naruto said, seeing a slope. There's a steep slope up ahead and there's something else. Tails looked to where Naruto was looking and saw the something else. Hey, I think that's a pulley. What's a pulley doing on this island? Naruto asked himself before he shrugged his shoulders. Meh, whatever, let's use it to climb up. The dynamic duo grabbed on the pulley as it took them all the way the slope. They looked behind them and saw a platform and another steep slope that has a pulley. They jumped on the platform and grabbed hold of the pulley as it pulled them up. They jumped on the other side and continued their path, dodging a spike. They soon saw a breakable path and did a spin dash to destroy it, entering another temple. They stopped as they felt the temple shake of all sudden. Oh, come on now, what? Naruto asked. Ho 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 ho. The ground suddenly burst open and out came Dr. Nega. His eggmobile is now connected to a wide flying machine that has two motors set on both sides and a drill attached to the top. Curses, I missed. Dr. Nega yelled. Eggman, Naruto and Tails shouted. The two charged at him at the same time before doing a simultaneous rolling attack on it, making it shake. Why, you little! Dr. Nega flew upwards and out of the small temple. Whoa, let's get out of here. Naruto quickly grabbed Tails' hand and ran out of the small temple. Once they were out, Naruto released Tails and kicked a grasshopper-like badnik away, instantly destroying it and releasing the animal. As they continued, they made it to a blocked road. Oh great, now how are we going to? Naruto, the ground. With widened eyes, Naruto looks down and saw the terrain was shifting and it was going down. Naruto suddenly did a spin dash with Tails following his lead and the two were sent going down a slope before launching off via Yellow Spring. They got into a spinball again as they saw another steep slope. As they traveled down the slope, they got launched off and landed on floating blue disc. However, once they did, the blue disc fell to the ground and was traveling along the path, with Naruto and Tails running in place. What the heck is up with this thing? Naruto asked with a shocked expression. I don't know, Tails replied. But whatever it is, it's leading us somewhere. The blue disc went down a slope and destroyed a blocked entrance before it began to float, with the duo still running in place. Jump, Naruto said as they jumped off the blue disc. They looked ahead and saw another entrance to one of the temple, though the entrance had spikes on it and was stomping up and down. Once it started going up, the duo charged forward before instantly jumping out of the way of a large spiked ball and destroyed a mantis badnik. Sheesh, it's like we're traveling deeper and deeper into the ruins and groves of this place. Naruto said as he and Tails jumped on a platform before jumping again and got out of the temple. I know. It's amazing, right? Tails asked, smiling. It's like we're learning more and more about this island in the ruins. I wouldn't say the, Tails. Naruto said. Sure, I wouldn't mind exploring the place more, it's just with Nega running around causing trouble, I wanna hurry and find him before he could cause any more serious damage here. Yeah. I know what you mean. Tails nodded in understanding. A half-lidded look appeared on Naruto's face. Then there's that knucklehead. He said. We haven't seen him around here, so he's gotta be somewhere else. Yeah. I just can't believe that we haven't run into people yet. Tails said before he looked down. do you think Knuckles is? Naruto didn't answer the unasked question. It does make sense. Like Tails said, they haven't run into any people around just like on the other islands, and Knuckles did say he's the guardian of the island. A floating island to be exact. An island that hasn't seen civilization for who knows how long. Naruto's been so focused on wanting to pay Knuckles for that earlier attack and for stealing the Chaos Emeralds from him, he never once paid attention to what Knuckles said when he introduced himself to them earlier. Knuckles lives alone on this island. Meaning that he doesn't have any friends, human friends to be exact. He probably doesn't even have a family. Naruto looked down further, a sad look on his face. Oh man. Being the only human here, all alone on an island, guarding some emerald to keep the bad guys from getting it. To be honest, that's both sad and scary. It's no wonder Knuckles listened to Eggman's lies. That fat slime ball is the first person he ever met in who knows how long. It also didn't help that Naruto feels like he's known Knuckles for a long time when they only met a few hours ago. Just like what happened with Tails and Amy. He also couldn't help but be very happy he's never been this happy since the day he met Blaze and became best friends. Tails, Amy and Knuckles too, despite not knowing them and not caring anymore, he's happy that he has them back. He has his 3 best pals back again. He doesn't realize it, but it made him smile so much that it appeared on his face. Alright Knuckles, once I knock some sense into that thick head of yours, we are gonna be great friends. Then I'm gonna prank you for that stunt you pulled. A devious grin appears on his face as he thought that, many ideas forming in his head. And Naruto? Tails asked, seeing the look on his best friend's face, which made him sweat drop. He heard something and he looks up before his eyes widened. Naruto, it's Drive. Nega. Naruto blinks and shakes his head. He looked up and saw Dr. Nega slowly descending to the ground. Yo, Nega finally decided to face us. Naruto asked as he and Tails stopped. Why of course, but first allow me to thank you. Dr. Nega smirked, seeing the confused looks on their faces. Thank us for what? For dropping by. Dr. Nega slammed his machine down to the terrain, making it shake uncontrollably. Music. Boss Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Oh, now what did you do? Naruto asked as Tails heard something fall, making him look around in shock. Naruto, the terrain is collapsing. What? Naruto cried out as they started to fall, causing Dr. Nega laughed while the genin glare at him. Playing dirty again, Haddock. Well, 2 can play that game. He did a hand sign, and 2 clones appeared. They each did a homing attack at Dr. Nega's machine before they, along with Tails, fell, causing them to scream. Ah, so long boys. Dr. Nega waved before he began to fly away. Now that those brats are finally out of the way, he smirks as he rubbed his hands in excitement. I need to find that moronic guardian so I can learn the location of that mysterious emerald. Which you won't get your dirty little hands on, Fatman. Right? Dr. Nega nodded happily. Which I won't get my dirty little hands on. Hey, wait a minute. He was about to turn around but instead got attacked multiple times. The evil genius groans and looks back only to see a flying Tails carrying Naruto, both of them glaring at him. Oh come now, what does it take to get rid of you brats? Honey, I was gonna ask you the same thing. Naruto's hand starts to glow in cyan aura. Take this. He swipes his hand down, launching a sharp blade made of pure psychic energy. Dr. Nega's eyes comically popped out as he tried to turn away, only to have half of his eggmobile destroyed. It soon started to exploded and it launched Dr. Nega to the sky as he turned into a twinkle. Music ends. Tails was awestruck at the attack before looking down at Naruto. That's amazing Naruto, I didn't know you could do that. And Naruto smirks, rubbing his thumb across his nose. All part of my amazing psychic abilities, little bud. There's some things that even I didn't know I could with it. Tails was about to say something, but then noticed how it slowly started to get dark. Is it me or is it starting to get darker? It's not just you, Tails. Naruto said wide-eyed as he pointed ahead. Take a look. Tails did what he was told and his eyes widened in awe. Music. Carnival Night Zone Act 1 Sonic the Hedgehog 3. The two were now in a place that's similar to Casino Night Zone from West Side Island, but completely different. The zone is a playful carnival filled with balloons, pinball bumpers and cannons to launch from, although unlike Casino Night Zone, there are no slot machines. Wow, Naruto and Tails said at the same time. Naruto released Tails as he landed on the ground while Tails landed next to him. What is this place? It's a carnival, Tails cried out in excitement as stars appeared in his eyes. I can't believe there's a carnival here, I always wanted to go to one. While Tails busy looking around the place, Naruto made 2 shadow clones and ordered them to go and search for the giant rings. Once they left, Naruto turns to Tails curious. What exactly is a carnival? Tails blinked at Naruto and a shocked gasp escaped his lips. You don't know what a carnival is, Naruto? A deadpan expression was sent his way, making Tails blush and rub his head sheepishly. Oh right. You're a ninja, so of course you don't know what a carnival is. Gee, you think. Tails coughed and walked ahead with Naruto following behind him. To make it simple, a carnival is basically a public celebration or parade, combining some elements of a circus, masks and public street party. Naruto went wide-eyed. Whoa, seriously? He's definitely heard of a circus before, seeing how he snuck into one and fell in love with it. But to hear about this carnival thing that not only combines a public street party but also a circus is getting him pretty excited to learn something new. So what does the carnival celebrate? Naruto couldn't help but ask. Well, it's a public celebration. So I guess anything. Tails said. Man, I wish the guys could see this. Naruto thought, looking around the place more. He stopped and felt another headache, but that didn't stop the increasing smile on his face. Alright, we got all of the Chaos Emeralds. The moment he said that, 7 glowing lights appeared around Naruto before the lights revealed themselves to be the 7 Chaos Emeralds. Yeah, we got them. High five. Tails and Naruto cheered as they jumped and gave each other high fives. After that was done, the emeralds went back into Naruto's being as he gave off a rainbow-like aura. Come on Tails, we may have the emeralds, but the adventure's not over yet, Naruto said as dashed forward, with Tails following close behind. Meanwhile, hidden Leaf Village. Back in the Leaf Village, at Ramen Ichiraku, Iruka couldn't help but stare at his bowl of ramen with a worried look on his face. It's been nearly 2 weeks since Naruto vanished, and we started have heard anything from him yet. What on earth is happening to him out there? Where are you, Naruto? A week. That's how long Naruto has been gone. And they haven't heard nothing. They expected to get a letter from him or hell, even the other villages that at least had him, but no. Not only that, but there were rumors going around that Naruto had deserted the village since he hasn't done his usual pranking. There are also rumors where he may have been. No, Iruka shook his head. There's no way Naruto would desert the village or die out there after all. He's too stubborn to die. He really wants to go out there and search for his former student, but he has no idea where to start. There isn't any clues to tell him where he's disappeared to. But then again, there's also that friend of his. Like Kakashi said, Naruto might just be using this chance to try and find her. Naruto's probably been too focused on that he doesn't even realize that he got people here in the village that's worried about him. Either that or he has no way to communicate with them. Iruka-sensei. Iruka blinked and turns around, seeing Sakura, Sasuke and Kakashi enter the ramen stand. They all took a seat and ordered their ramen. So, what are you doing here, Iruka-sensei? Sakura asked. This is actually the first time I've seen you here by yourself. Just Iruka looked down. Just thinking about Naruto. That made Squad 7 look at Iruka before Sasuke and Sakura frowned and looked down as well. Believe it or not, those two actually missed that annoying showboating idiot. Nearly 2 weeks passed and no word from him greatly worried them, especially Kakashi. Kakashi sighed as he looked next to him, imagining Naruto sitting there with him grinning at them with his signature thumbs up. Wonder what you're doing right now, Naruto. Carnival Night Zone. Hum the buck on Naruto roared in annoyance as he tried to move the barrel that's blocking his and Tails' only way out of the locked room by jumping on it. Tails was on the sideline as he was observing Naruto, sweat dropping as he saw Naruto punching it, kicking it, and trying to move it with his telekinesis. Why won't you move? RRAAH. Naruto sent a barrage of chaos spears at the barrel, but Thaw didn't do nothing. Hidden Leaf Village. So, how are things going? Iruka asked, wanting to change the subject. Oh, things are going well actually. Kakashi said, waving his hand up and down. Doing missions, training, you know the usual. He reached into his pocket, taking out a gold ring. Ever since Naruto told us about these gold rings, they've been incredibly useful. His eye moved to his 2 students. Especially when it comes to taking damage. That made Sasuke deadpan and Sakura to flinch comically as they recalled the training Kakashi put them through. Ever since they found some gold rings, Kakashi has been using this chance to test how well they can protect you when it comes to taking damage. They learned that no matter how much you get stabbed, punched, or even got powerful jutsu used on you, these rings will always protect you. Even if you fall into a pit full of spikes. However, if you lose those rings, you only get a few seconds to pick them up before they disappear. Yet, if you manage to get only 1 ring, it's still enough to protect you. Plus, the power boost you receive when you use the rings are amazing. Whatever this ring energy is, it's definitely different from your average chakra, and the results from using them are astonishing. No wonder Naruto kept these rings on him. But the main question is, where exactly did they come from? And how does Naruto know so much about them when they haven't been recorded in history? Kakashi should know, because he looked them into the library and he hasn't found anything on these gold rings. It's like they just popped into existence. Iruka saw the reactions on both Sasuke and Sakura's face, making him sweat drop. I see. He looks at the gold ring. I gotta be honest, it does make wonder where those things came from and how Naruto knows about them. It makes me wonder that as well. Sakura said. I still can't believe these things exist. Now that I think about it, I think we're the only ones in the village to know about them. Or better yet, Sasuke spoke up, looking at his gold ring. We're the only village in the shinobi world who have them. He remembered how Zabuza looked confused when he saw the gold ring and was shocked when Naruto used it on him. That's right. Kakashi nodded. I tried to look them up in the local library, but there was no records of them. At all. It makes me wonder if Naruto really knows where they come from. But sensei, Naruto said they just started to pop up out of nowhere. Sakura reminded him. True. But how does Naruto know so much about them if they started to pop up? Kakashi asked. Even the part about the ring energy that's inside these things. That made Sasuke and Sakura look at their sensei before looking thoughtful. Iruka however narrowed his eyes at Kakashi from what he was implying. What exactly are you trying to say, Kakashi? Oh, nothing. Kakashi shrugged. Just saying that Naruto is certainly smart when it comes to knowing the unknown. Iruka's eyes were still narrowed before he turns away and begins to eat his ramen. Still, I hope Naruto is okay. Sakura frowned. And that he finds his friend. Well, the world is a big place. Kakashi remarked. Naruto's friend could be anywhere. Or better yet, if anything she's probably out there searching for him too. Unknown to any of them, the girl that they were talking about sneezed again, waking her up from her slumber. All we can do now is just hope Naruto finds his way back home. Kakashi said, looking up. Wherever he is. Angel Island, music. Launch base zone Act 2 Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Oh no, the Death Egg is about to start launching, Tails cried out, feeling the area around them shake. Alright, get ready Tails, we're almost near the Death Egg, Naruto said. The duo are now inside the launch base zone. The zone, being the launch side of the Death Egg, features many defenses designed to keep out intruders. The surface of the zone is primarily yellow bricks. There are also many pipes that seem to be used for transporting water, which they were running on now, hinting that it's in a lake. After escaping the Barrel of Doom, which Naruto called after realizing the damn thing had to move up and down with him on it to get out, the duo continued on their journey through the carnival. Along the way they ran into Knuckles, who turned out the lights to try and throw them off course, making them go through the underwater section of the zone. They soon ran into Dr. Nega inside his energy ship and fought him on, mostly thanks to Tails for using his helicopter tails to land a hit from the bottom. After defeating him and releasing the captured animals, the duo got launched out of a cannon and into the ice cap zone. Upon entering this zone, Naruto had a blast. Because the moment he entered and spin jump on a snowboard and found him boarding down the snowy mountains with Tails holding onto his back. After snowboarding the mountain and landing inside an icy cavern, much to Naruto's disappointment as he had a ton of fun. They explored the caverns before fighting against a robot called Iceball. Once they destroyed it, they found themselves outside and continued on, going through loop-de-loops, destroying badniks and avoiding the icy spikes or other hazardous things. They eventually ran into Dr. Nega once again inside his freeze-o-matic and of course, took him down. They released the animals and continued on their way, finding themselves at the launch base zone. Right now, the duo were running along some pipes near a lake. Huh? Tails' ears twitched as he heard something. It sounded almost like a whistle. He looks up and his eyes widened comically as he saw a cannonball heading towards them. Wah. Naruto cannonball. Huh? Naruto looks up and the cannonball landed on his face, making him fly backwards in a comical manner as rings came out of him. And then Naruto, are you okay? Tails cried out, wailing his arms comically as he flew towards his best friend. He removed the heavy cannonball out of Naruto's face and his eyes widened comically. While Naruto's eyes became swirls while small rings circled around his head. He shook his head coming to his senses and hissed. God damn, if I didn't have any rings on me, that would have hurt like hell. Who did that? Hobbles I drive. Nega's voice was heard throughout the area, making the duo look ahead. His eggmobile was connected to two cannons set below the hill they were on. And from the looks of it, there was door set between the two. Music. Boss Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Take this fools, Dr. Nega yelled as he shot out multiple cannonballs at the duo. While Naruto and Tails screamed as they comically dodged the cannonballs. Oh, you are so gonna get it for that stunt you pulled, Nega, Naruto shouted comically. He squeaked as he bent his upper body back to dodge an incoming cannonball. And how do you plan on doing that, Uzumaki? Dr. Nega asked smugly, watching the duo dodge his cannonballs. He closed his eyes and began to stroke his mustache. In case you haven't noticed, I got you and the fox brat right where I want you. And unless you want me to stop, you better hand over those chaos emeralds. How about I hand you these instead? Music ends. Dr. Nega opened one eye before they were both snapped open comically. He saw Naruto floating in the air, with Tails on his back, and he had gathered a large amount of cannonballs together to form a large one. He sweated nervously at seeing the smug grins on the duo's faces. Oh no. Oh, Tails started, his grin growing bigger. Yes, Naruto finished as he threw the large mass of cannonballs. Dr. Nega screamed comically as he tried to get out of his machine, but was too late, as the large cannonball knocked both him and the machine into the lake, resulting in the machine to explode. Music. Launch base zone Act 2 Sonic the Hedgehog 3. That was amazing, Naruto, Tails complimented, turning to his big brother figure before his expression turns into concern as Naruto's nose was leaking blood and he was holding his head. Oh my gosh, Naruto, are you okay? Don't worry. I'm fine. Naruto wiped his nose. It was the first time I ever gathered so many things with my Spanish pesetas. Guess I need to get used to it more. He shook his head and rubbed his brow, feeling his headache calming down. Alright, we're almost done Tails. Naga won't stay down after that. Come on, let's destroy this death egg once and for all. Naruto ran ahead, going down the steps before seeing the eggmobile floating there. He and Tails blinks and turns to each other in confusion. They turned back to the eggmobile. Huh. Must have been his escape route. Naruto shrugged before he and Tails jumped in. The moment they did, the eggmobile moved on its own accord. If he was honest, Naruto would have used his Spanish pesetas, but he was still feeling slight pain after gathering so much of those cannonballs. Besides, he can relax this way. Naruto chuckles. Hey, this is like flying the tornado, huh Tails? You know it. Tails smiled. Hold it right there. Music. Knuckles theme Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Naruto and Tails looks ahead and saw Knuckles standing on one of the beams, arms crossed and a glare on his face. An annoyed look appeared on Naruto's face as he stops the eggmobile. Oh come on, Naruto groaned. Where do you think you're going? Knuckles asked. We don't have time for this, listen Knuckle jackass. Naruto ignores the growl that escaped Knuckles' lips. We're not here to steal the Master Emerald Drive. Naga is the one after it. Tails nodded. He's going to use it to power up his death egg and we're trying to stop him before that happens. But how can we when you're in the way? Naruto pushed a button on the eggmobile as it continued its way. Now move it, we'll settle this later. You ain't going anywhere. Knuckles punched the eggmobile as it moved back. And do you really expect me to believe that? You guys are just gonna take the emeralds for your own selfish needs? Well, I won't let that happen, not when I'm around. He crossed his arms and chuckles. That's really annoying. Naruto deadpanned. Just before a retort could be made from Knuckles, the whole area suddenly starts to shake. Knuckles was trying to balance himself on the beam, but both ended up falling into the lake as Knuckles screams comically. Whoa, what's going on? Naruto asked. It's the death egg, it's launching, Tails exclaimed. Oh no, it's not, Naruto exclaimed as he grabbed Tails and flies to the death egg. The two watched as the rocket starts to fly off the water. It wasn't really fast, just slow, which is good as it gives them time to get on board. They landed on the platform below the death egg and looks around. Alright, we're on, Tails said happily. Yeah. Naruto nodded. Now let's hurry up and stop this thing. Sorry, but that's not going to happen. Music. Boss Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Tails jumps in alarm and looks around while Naruto face-palmed before dragging his face. He always comes back. He muttered to himself. Not if my beam rocket has anything to say about it, Dr. Naga exclaimed as he up from below, making the two look up at the machine, with Tails have a scared expression, while Naruto looked tired. Beam rocket is a tall rocket craft powered by two pairs of rocket engines. It is composed of 3 sections with a hawkpit set on top. The hawkpit is guarded with a sparkling, possibly electric spiked ball that changes shape while hovering above it. The top and center sections have 2 laser beam cannons rotating around the sides. Beam rocket. Is that really the best name you could come up with? Naruto asked, making a vein pop out of Dr. Naga's head while Tails giggled. Cause if it is, I'm not impressed. He runs at beam rocket and does a spin attack at the hawkpit. But before he could make contact, a spike ball appeared and hit Naruto in the butt, making him cry out as he jumped back, holding his rear. Ow 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 ow. Huh? Tails looked wide at Naruto. He was going to help him, but he screamed as he felt a laser beam scorch one of his tails. Oh wee. Dr. Naga laughed as he watched the two dance around while holding their rears. Are you impressed, now? The beam rocket soon fired more lasers at the duo as they avoided them. Ha ha ha, that's it, dance away, keep on dancing you fools. The beam rocket flew upwards. Naruto and Tails glared up at Dr. Naga as they rubbed their butts and tail respectively. The two looked at each other just as the Chaos Emeralds appeared around Naruto. Devilish grins appeared on their faces. Ha ha ha, here I come. Dr. Naga laughed as the beam rocket came back down, this time on the other side of the platform. And I hope you put on another good show. The mad scientist's eyes widened and his mustache went limp. He gulped nervously and shrunk back in his seat. Oh no. Music. Supersonic theme Sonic the Hedgehog 3. There floating in front of him, with his arms crossed and a glare on his face, was Naruto Uzumaki. Only problem is he's Super Naruto. Dr. Naga sweated once more as his eyes looked back and forth between Super Naruto and Tails. He smiles nervously. I surrender. Super Naruto glares at Dr. Naga for a moment before a smile forms on his face. In an instant flash of light, he reappeared on the platform, his arms still crossed and eyes not leaving Naga, with Tails doing the same. Dr. Naga looks at Naruto before looking around nervously. Seeing nothing happened, he sighed in relief. However, Super Naruto and Tails watched as fist-shaped holes appeared all over the beam rocket, making Dr. Naga's eyes widen. His mustache fell flat once he saw yellow lights appearing. If possible, it fell more when he saw Super Naruto and Tails wave at him. Oh, eggs. Boom, beam rocket exploded and its pieces along with Hawkpit descends to the ground with Dr. Nega's screams echoing. Super Naruto and Tails watched it all happen with smirks on their faces. They gave each other fist bumps as Super Naruto reverts to normal. They heard more explosions, making them look up and saw the platform was falling off the death egg. Oh, the duo said at the same time. They heard an even large explosion, making them turn to the sky. They saw the death egg falling from its launch and could see the explosions that appeared around it. It's not over yet, is it? Tails asked, though he knew the answer. No way, Tails. We may have stopped the launch, but Nega will be back for the death egg and fix it up again. Naruto said seriously. That's why we're gonna destroy it this time. Tails looked at Naruto before nodding his head and returning his sight to the falling death egg. A smirk appears on Naruto's face. First South Island, West Side Island, then Little Planet and now Angel Island. Places from Sonic's world are now in his world and here he is exploring them. It's official. Best adventure ever. Chapter 10 Music Mushroom Hill Act 1 Sonic and Knuckles. After watching the death egg fall down somewhere else and the platform they were on landing elsewhere as well, Naruto and the humanized Tails were falling through the trees, screaming before landing on a giant mushroom. They looked at each other before the mushroom bounced them into another mushroom as they screamed in surprise. The mushroom bounced them in the air before they landed on the ground. Oh man, that was crazy, Naruto cheered. Tails laughed as he clapped his hands. No kidding, it was kind of scary at first, but when we bounced on those mushrooms it was fun. He looks around the new location they were in. A forest that's filled to the brim with giant mushrooms. Wow, Naruto said in awe as he looks at the giant mushrooms. He walks ahead of the path with Tails flying ahead of him as he jumped on one of the mushrooms. I never seen so many large mushrooms before. Yeah, Tails agreed as he bounced off the mushroom. This must be some sort of mushroom valley or something. More like Mushroom Hill to me. Naruto stated. That name actually fits, Tails said happily as Naruto chuckled sheepishly. If he was completely honest with himself, the name of this place just suddenly popped into his head. Ever since coming here, he's been knowing the names of the location of the island. Like each time he enters a new place, he would automatically know its name. He noticed they were walking to a cliff. He looks down curiously before his eyes widen. Hold up, Naruto grabbed a surprised Tails by his twin tails, stopping him from walking, and pulled him down with him. What is it? Tails asked. SHH. Naruto hushed him. He points down to the cliff. They look down and saw Knuckles looking around. He runs ahead before he jumps on a switch that closed a door. He nods to himself and runs off somewhere. What was that about? Tails asked. I don't know. But it seems that all Knucklehead is hiding something. A fox-like smirk appears on Naruto's face. Let's check it out, it's probably something embarrassing. The duo jumped off the cliff with Naruto landing on the switch. The door opened up once more and the two entered. Their eyes widened at what they saw. Is that a giant ring? Tails asked. I think so, Naruto trailed off, an eyebrow raised in confusion. But why is it flashing in multiple colors? Matter of fact, why is it even here? We got all the Chaos Emeralds. Let's check it out. Tails said. The two jumped inside the giant ring as it disappeared. Music. Hidden Palace owns Sonic and Knuckles. You know how you enter a giant ring and it automatically takes you to a secret zone? Well, that flashy giant ring didn't take our heroes to the secret zone. Instead, in the flash of an orange light, they found themselves standing in front of an emerald shrine. Huh? Naruto and Tails asked as they looked around before something caught Tails' attention. Hey look, Naruto looks to Tails and saw him pointing at something before he looks up also and his jaw dropped in comical shock. What the hell? Is that a giant Chaos Emerald? There above their heads is giant green Chaos Emerald. Around the large emerald were empty pedestals. Amazing, this must be the Master Emerald Knuckles was talking about. Tails said in awe. I think you're right, Tails, Naruto muttered, staring at the emerald in a daze. Where are we? Is this a secret zone? Tails asked. No, Naruto said as images of Sonic entering this place flashed in his head. This place as he felt the Chaos Emeralds leave his person, much to his and Tails' surprise. They watched as the emeralds began to circle in place before they split off. The emeralds landed on the empty pedestals in a flash of orange light. What? What just happened to the emeralds? Tails asked, eyes widened. When the Chaos Emeralds landed on the pedestals, they grew larger and were completely colorless. They evolved, Naruto said in a trance as more images of Sonic in this place flashed in his head. An excited smile soon appears on his face. The Chaos Emeralds evolved and became Super Emeralds. Super Emeralds? So cool, Tails' eyes shined like stars as he looks at the newly evolved emeralds. It must have been the Master Emerald that triggered their evolution, but looking at them now, it looks like the Super Emeralds needs to have power. Then let's power them up, Naruto grins as he does his signature hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu 6 clones appears and the original grabs Tails. Alright guys, let's do it to it. Yes sir, everyone, including Tails, saluted. They all jumped on each individual Super Emeralds and they vanished in a flash of light. Minutes later, small white stars started to gather to each of the super emeralds. As they touch them, each emerald begins to light up in their original colors. The Master Emerald itself begins to glow, unknowingly triggering an awesome transformation between Naruto, Tails and Knuckles. Mushroom Hill's own music. Mushroom Hill's own Act 1 Sonic and Knuckles. Naruto and Tails exited the giant ring and were running out through the mushroom-filled forest. Awesome, Naruto cheered as he did a small victory jump. We did it. Yeah, we charged up all of the super emeralds, Tails cheered also. We're the ultimate team. Damn straight, little dude, Naruto said in excitement. They entered a cave, and Naruto jumped from wall to wall to reach the higher level and doing a spin dash to destroy a badnik, while Tails flew behind him to catch up, exiting the cave. The two were now jumping on the giant mushrooms as they reached a higher platform before jumping on a yellow spring, sending them flying through the air. Once they saw they were going to a slope, they got into their spinball. They rolled down the slope, going through a loop, and got launched in the air. Once they landed, they continued to run ahead. They saw a pole up ahead as they grabbed it and spun around in place before going back the same way, this time going to a lower level. They grabbed a bunch of rings and jumped out of the way to avoid the spikes. They went through a loop again and entered an area that was filled with tall trees. Naruto noticed a shadow was looming over them. He looks up and his eyes widened as he saw something was thrown at them. His eyes widened as he saw it was 3 golden axes. Holy shit, Naruto yells as he stops running and held his hands out, grabbing the axes with his telekinesis. Whoa, Tails jumped in surprise at seeing the axes. Where did those come from? Him. Naruto said as he pointed in the air. They saw the super badnik, Hi-Hu, floating down towards them holding an axe. Oh great. A badnik with an axe to grind. Hi-Hu swung his axe at Naruto, only for him to roll out of the way. Hey, watch where you're swinging that thing, Tin Man. Hi-Hu then launched a chunk of woods at Naruto. Oz, you know what they say, right? Naruto asked as he spin dashed through the woods and got around Hi-Hu. What goes around his hands was covered in a cyan aura. Comes around. He sent a wave of telekinesis that cut Hi-Hu in half and explode upon impact. Yeah, you sure showed him who's boss, Naruto. Tails cheered. Please. Please hold your applause. Naruto said, waving his hand up and down. He runs ahead with Tails following after him. I feel like this getting easier and easier by the minute we are in the zone today, Tails. Now let's just hope nothing stops. Music. Knuckles theme, Sonic and Knuckles. Naruto stops talking as he and Tails saw something blocking their way. They also heard chuckling coming from the blocked wall. The two immediately knew who it was behind the chuckling. Knuckles, come out here so I can blow you away personally for being a jackass, Naruto called out. The only ones who are gonna get blown away are you two clowns, Knuckles' voice was heard. Literally. The duo heard a clicking sound and felt the wind blowing underneath them. Huh? Tails asked. His eyes widened as he felt the wind getting stronger and stronger, making him grip the ground along with Naruto, who only had an annoyed expression. Oh great. The wind got so strong they lost their grips and were blown upwards. Tails was screaming comically, while Naruto just remained neutral. Once they were high enough, the wind suddenly died down, and two fell on their feet. Music. Mushroom Hill's own Act 2 Sonic and Knuckles. What the hell? Naruto asked, taking a look around. They were still in Mushroom Hill, but something was different. All of the leaves were orange, and the mushrooms were blue. Orange leaves? Tails asked. It's fall. But that's impossible. We're in the beginning of summer. This has Eggman written all over it. Naruto said as he looked at the falling leaves. He walks forward, making Tails follow after him. It does make sense. Tails said, looking thoughtful. He must have made a machine to control the seasons. But why? Who knows? Naruto shrugs. Probably just to mess with us. Still, all the same, we're gonna find it and destroy it. Come on. The two instantly ran off, going down a slope in a loop, and were sent flying into the air. They destroyed a few badnik that spotted them and gathered some rings. They jumped on a mushroom and landed on a platform, which had a box of gold rings. Cool, Naruto spin jumps it, collecting the rings. The two fell down and landed on a large vine as they grinded. Yahoo! Tails cheered. Yeah? Naruto shouted happily. The two jumped off the large vine and landed on a mushroom platform. They quickly jumped off it once they felt it shake and it fell. They entered a mini cave where they saw a bunch of gold rings in circular motion. They gathered the rings and exited the cave. They quickly noticed the season has once again changed. The season changed, Tails asked as he looked back at the cave they exited. Which season is this? Naruto asked curiously. Everything looked gray and the mushrooms were green. When we first came here, it was summer. Tails explained. The season we just left was autumn, so this must be winter. Winter? Naruto released a breath and he could see it. Something tells me we might be getting close to Eggman's machine. I can feel it. Tails' fox ears twitched. Right. In fact, we're so close, I can hear it. His ears twitched again. I think I hear it too. Naruto said in a surprised tone. Wow, guess great minds think a lot, huh? Tails smiled. No, I mean I really hear it. listen. Naruto told him. They were quiet as they listened, and sure enough they did hear something. It was an engine running. Eggman's machine, Naruto and Tails said at the same time. They both ran off, going through a loop before heading down a slope. They jumped on a platform and destroyed the badniks that was there. The two jumped on a yellow spring as they soared across the sky. They did a spin dash and landed back on the ground. They got trapped on some vines from the ground. But the Naruto was about to swear before he saw two Butterdroids coming to them. He grabs the using his Spanish pesetas and smashed them. He grabs Tails' hand and ran forwards to get out the sticky vine. They got out and continued on to their destination. They were getting closer now. They could hear the machine and it was coming from above them. They looked up and saw something which made Naruto raise a brow. What is that? That's a pendulum. Tails replied. Pendulum? What's it for? Naruto asked. Looks like our way of going up. Tails said, looking up and seeing there's upper level where the machine is located. Meh, let's take the easy way up. Naruto grabs Tails and flies up, going through a tunnel and got out of it, prompting Naruto to stop using his Spanish pesetas on them. The two continued to follow the path before their eyes widened as they saw the very device they were looking for. Booyah, Naruto and Tails said happily. They both spin jumps the weather machine and destroyed it, making the season return to summer once again. Before they could celebrate, they felt and heard the ground rumbling below them. Music. Boss Sonic and Knuckles. Ho ho ho, Dr. Nega came out of the ground, his Eggmobile now heavily armored and with jets on it. Surprise. Dr. Nega Tails glared. Not that surprised. Naruto said. He does a homing attack on the Eggmobile. How dare you do that to my Jetmobile drive? Nega flew backwards, prompting Naruto and Tails to chase after him. Trying to run away? I won't let you, Dr. Negi. Naruto smirks as he does a spin attack on the Jetmobile. Stop it, the Jetmobile boosted backwards again. But that only caused the duo to run faster after him. Tails saw something up ahead and it made his eyes widen frantically. Incoming Naruto. Naruto looks at the path before his eyes widen as well. He saw spiked ball hurdles ahead of them. Whoa, the two quickly jumped the hurdles while also ducking them. Ha 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 ha, Dr. Nega laughed at them. Try and get me as you avoid them. So that's his game, huh? He's trying to use the hurdles to get us. Naruto thought to himself. He smirks to himself. Well, two can play that game. Grab on Tails. He reached his hand out to Tails, who instantly grabbed it. He used his Spanish pesetas to fly in the air just above the Jetmobile. But that's cheating, Dr. Nega exclaimed. Again, you have no room to talk about cheating. I told you that back at Stardust Speedway. Naruto said as a smirk appears on his face. Besides, we want to get a better view of the fireworks. Dr. Nega raised a brow while Tails tilted his head to the side in confusion. What fireworks? The mad scientist asked. Naruto grins evilly at him, which made the scientist nervous all of a sudden. He began to sniff something in the air. What's that smell? If he didn't know any better, he would say it smells like a piece of paper was burning. So then what was making that whistling sound? That sounds like a dynamite coming from underneath his. The mustache on Dr. Nega's face dropped as his face went comically pale. Oh no. Oh yes. Boom, music end. A large explosion came from underneath the Jetmobile, which in turn made multiple explosions around it as Dr. Nega screams comically. The Jetmobile then crashed into a tree while Naruto and Tails were running on the ground as they entered said tree through a hole and exited. Yeah, that was awesome, Tails said happily. He turns to Naruto, who jumped on a capsule that held the captured animals, releasing them from their prison as they ran off. When did you put your tag bombs on Dr. Eggman? Simple little buddy. Naruto said in a hockey manner as he rubbed his finger under his nose. When I used my Spanish pesetas to carry us, I also took and placed them underneath him when he wasn't paying attention. A flicky landed on Naruto's shoulder and chirps happily at them, making him turn to it slightly, while Tails giggled in amusement. The three then heard something coming from the sky, which scared the flicky as it flew away. What the hell? Naruto asked in surprise. A large shadow looms over them, making them up and saw a flying battleship with a badnik piloting it. He groans as he hung his head. Oh come on. He's got another one of those airships. Their eyes widened as they heard Dr. Nega's laughter. They looked up and saw him in his regular Eggmobile flying above them. How do you like my flying battery, boys? Nega asked as he enters the airship through a secret hatch door as it closed behind him. Oh no you don't. Naruto said as he and Tails quickly flew after him before the airship gets further up to the clouds. Naruto honestly looked impressed at the flying battery. Sheesh, first the wing fortress, and now this. Well, it is slightly bigger, but I'll give it a 5 out of 10. Tails narrowed his eyes in thought as he examined the aircraft. Hey, doesn't this warship seem familiar? What do you mean? Naruto asked. Don't you remember when Angel Island was set on fire and we were being chased by a warship that dropped bombs on us? Tails asked back. Now that you mention it, Naruto looks down for a moment before memories of that event crossed his mind. He was right. When they were running across the jungle, they were being chased by an airship. But then that airship just left after they went through some trees where Eggman suddenly appeared. A blank look appeared on Naruto's face as he looks at the flying battery. It looked exactly like the same warship that bombed them, despite the color change from it being green and now metallic gray. Then again, the jungle was covered in flames which changed the color of the environment and the warship which made it look green. There's no doubt about it. The flying battery is that very same warship that dropped the bombs on them. Naruto and Tails landed on the foothold of the warship, the blank look still present on Naruto's face. Tails. Yeah? I'm going to enjoy destroying this airship. Naruto said, a dangerous glint in his eye as a savage grin appears on his face, and he chuckled darkly, which made his little partner to sweat drop nervously. Let's go. Music. Flying Battery's own Act 1 Sonic and Knuckles. Naruto and Tails did a spin charge before spin, dashing their way inside the flying battery. Once they did, they were immediately assaulted by a bunch of badniks that were waiting for them, though Naruto put an end to them quickly. As they continued their way throughout the gigantic blimp, they noticed a bunch of capsules were around. But whenever they jumped on them, the capsules didn't have any animal inside. In fact, half were used as springs while the other half released some badniks as though they were a trap. They also had to avoid some flame jets which nearly cooked Naruto's butt for a brief moment. The flame jets also acted as well, which they learned when they stood on it for some time, which put a lot of pressure on it. They even acted as hidden switches. After going through that, they found themselves outside the flying battery, where they had to avoid large propeller wings and the missiles that were sent their way. But Naruto used those missiles as an advantage as he grabbed them using his Spanish pesetas, made an entrance back inside the flying battery. They went through a bunch of rotating gates which Naruto and Tails used to go down a level or across a large gap. They went back outside, this time below the giant flying fortress. They jumped across many platforms before going through the rotating machines once more. They landed on a foothold and spin dashed upwards, heading back inside before going through a loop and used a red spring to jump on a platform. However, Naruto used his chakra to jump off the platform and land on the wall, running up it, with Tails flying in front of him. When they made it up top, they saw another capsule by itself. The two looked at each other with raised brows. Okay, something was not right with this. Even though this blimp is full of those fake empty capsules, just seeing one by itself all alone with no other dangerous hazards near it just told them that something was off with this one. Naruto made a shadow clone appear next to him. Check that capsule out. Naruto ordered the clone. Got it. The two watched as Clone Naruto walked up to the capsule, examining it. Clone Naruto even kicked it a bunch of times, a suspicious expression on his face. He looks up at the switch on top before jumps and landed on it. Music. Sub-boss, Sonic and Knuckles. The moment he landed, two huge ball and chain arms came out from its sides, shocking the clone and the onlookers. Naruto and Tails even saw the capsule had eyes and was glaring up at Clone Naruto. What the hell? Clone Naruto shouted in surprise. He heard Chain moving behind him and looks up to see the huge ball heading to him. Aw crap. The clone got destroyed by the huge ball, but at the same the capsule damaged itself, which Tails quickly noticed. Somehow I knew that was gonna happen. Naruto said, crossing his arms. But I didn't think this thing was going to be a sub-boss. It looks like we can't damage it head on. Tails told him. Which means we have to make it. The eyes of the capsule looked their way before its eyes flashed. It raised its ball and slams it their way with Tails jumping away with a scream, while Naruto casually avoided it with his hands behind his back. The ball retreated back to where it belonged. Attack itself? Naruto asked. Tails nodded his head. PFFT. This'll be over in a second. He jumps on top of the switch, the capsule's eyes locked on him. He saw the ball on the right getting ready to hit him. He smirks as he dashed upwards, making the ball hit the switch. He held his hand out and used his Spanish pesetas to hold the spiked ball in place. He smirks as he forced the ball up and hit the switch multiple times, making Capsule's eyes pop out in comical pain. Haha, stop hitting yourself, Naruto laughed along with Tails. A large vein appeared on Capsule's as it glared at Naruto comically with tears swelling in its eyes. It used its right side to try and get hit at Naruto, which is what he wanted. The moment Naruto saw the ball heading towards, he stepped to the side while releasing his hold on the other ball, causing both of them to slam into Capsule, making its eyes go wide in shock. Music ends. Many explosions erupted from Capsule as the ball and chain arms fell off it. Before it exploded into pieces. Naruto and Tails were then surprised when they saw animals escape the capsule. Huh. Who knew there were animals inside? Naruto said as he landed next to Tails. Well, it was a capsule and a super badnik. Tails pointed out as Naruto shrugs. In any case, let's find Dr. Mustache and try to blow this airship out of the sky. Naruto said. Music. Flying Battery's own Act 2 Sonic and Knuckles. The duo went off once again to find Dr. Nega in this aircraft. They went up the wall and find the going up the rotating machines before spin dashing up on the ceiling and landed on the floor. They saw some mouse badniks and destroyed them. They jumped on some hangers which brought them downwards before they jumped and spin-dashed across the way. They avoided many hazards that were in their way, which included spikes on the floor and walls. Since there was so many passageways inside this blimp, Naruto decided which way would get them closer to Dr. Nega, with Tails following him. The only reason why Naruto knows where he's going because he's seen flashes of Sonic running through this place and right now he's just going along with it. They found some rotating drills going down and used the screws as an elevator. When they reached the bottom, they quickly left to avoid getting squished like a bug. They avoided some flame jets and along with the chained metal platforms that has spikes on their bottoms. They destroyed the badniks in their way and avoided more hazards. They then got another drill, this one taking them upwards. They got off and did a spin dash while also touching a dash pad, making them go faster as they went through the rotating machines and landed on the foothold on top of it. They ran ahead and saw Dr. Nega standing in front of a computer. "Found you, Doc." Naruto grins as he does a homing attack only for Negative to grin as he pushed a button and a barrier appeared. It ricocheted Naruto back on the floor. "Again with this barrier?" Naruto asked, raising a brow and a smirk present on his face. "Come on, Doc, I expected you to learn your lesson from last time you did this." "Oh, but I did." Dr. Nega pushed a button and a barrier appeared behind them, blocking the entrance which they came from. "He blocked us," Tails exclaimed. "So how are you going to do this barrier thing this time?" Naruto asked, casually leaning on the barrier in front of Nega. He heard noises coming from above him, making him and Tails look up in confusion. "Oh no," they said at the same time as their eyes widened. They gave out screams before diving out of the way as a laser fired at them, shaking the whole fortress. "Hey, watch where you're pointing that thing," Naruto exclaims as he turns to glare at Dr. Nega. His eyes widen as the laser cannon moved along the roof to where he and Tails are at. I'm pointing at you." Dr. Nega laughed as he continued to push the button that fired the laser. The two split into as the cannon fired once again. It was then Tails noticed the other barrier that blocked their entrance had moved a little closer than where it was before. He looks up at the laser cannon that was following Naruto. Once it fired and the flying battery shook again, the barrier got closer. "Naruto, the barrier over here is moving closer to us," Tails told Naruto, much to his disbelief. "If this keeps up we won't have any room to avoid the laser." "Say what?" Dr. Nega laughed once again victoriously. "That's right, Tails, and since you can't attack my laser eye directly, you both are doomed to be vaporized." Naruto and Tails ran around in random directions, avoiding the laser cannon as it tried to follow their movements. Once it was fully charged and was ready to fire, Naruto took out a kunai and threw it at the laser cannon, making electricity dance around it. It fired once more, this time with different results. The laser cannon didn't stop and because of it, the whole warship kept shaking until loud explosions was heard. The explosion damaged the computer in front of Dr. Nega, much to his comical shock, while the laser cannon exploded as well, ceasing it to fire any more laser. "Well, I'm outta here," Dr. Nega cried out as he ran off just as the barriers went off. "Hey, get back here," Naruto and Tails chased after him. They stopped as the flying battery continued to rumble and break apart. "Well, we better get out of here quick," Tails exclaimed. "Yeah," Naruto agreed. The two started their escape as they avoided many objects that fell to them. They also had to avoid getting crushed due to the ship literally falling apart on them. Once they finally escaped they were out in the open, still on the foothold. "That was close," Tails said as Naruto smiled a little bit. "At least we took down the flying battery." Naruto looks around the area. "We're out in the open and there's sign of Eggman. Now where the hell is he?" "Here." Music. Boss Sonic and Knuckles. Naruto and Tails looked up and screamed before moving out of the way as something latched on the foothold. They looked up and their eyes widened. Dr. Nega is in a lanky armed machine that has spikes covering both arms. He glares comically at the two of them, fire coming out of his mouth. "And you brats owe me a new aircraft charge hang mobile," he charged at them while his machine spun around in place before hiding below them. Heads up, Naruto and Tails quickly flew over to the other side of the foothold before Dr. Nega could get back up. But then Naruto screamed in comical pain as his butt got caught by a flamethrower which made him fall and caused Tails to cry out in shock. He grabbed his adoptive brother by the foot and quickly landed. While Naruto shot up and frantically patted his burning butt as he ran back and forth. "My butt is on fire, my butt is on fire, help." Tails quickly went to the rescue as he too patted Naruto's butt. Dr. Nega, who moved his mobile out in the open, watched the comical scene as he laughed and pointed at Naruto. In fact, he was laughing so much he fell back in his chair, shaking his legs wildly. After a couple of seconds, the fire dies down making Naruto and Tails sigh in relief. They both glared at Dr. Nega, who continued to laugh and not pay attention to them. They glanced at each other before Naruto turned away and teleports in front of the mobile. However, both of his fists were covered in violet and purple pulsating spheres. Chaos Nightmare. Music ends. Naruto punched Nega's mobile, using both of his fists, causing it to explode off of its spiked clamps. Dr. Nega screamed as his mobile spun around and disappeared from sight becoming a star. Laugh at that fattest, Naruto shouted, a large vein hovering above his head. He took a deep breath and released it before flying back to Tails, who jumped on a capsule and released the animals. You all better? Tails asked. Yes. Yes, I am. Naruto nodded, he held his hand out. Shall we? Let's. Naruto and Tails ran forward along the foothold. They entered a room before they did a spin dash at a door. But by doing so, they both began to descend to the ground. Ah, the two screamed as they held each other. They went through a bunch of clouds, not paying attention to the fact that the color of the sky began to change from sunny to midday. Music. Sandopolis' own Act 1 Sonic and Knuckles. They looked down to see where they were landing, but only saw darkness. They landed in something soft and it sunk them to it. They did a spin jump out of wherever they landed in and sat on the ground. Naruto spat out whatever was in his mouth, while Tails shook his head and tilted his head to the side, making sand come out of his ears. Not the kind of landing I was expecting. Naruto said, spitting more stuff out of his mouth. He looks down, saw there was sand everywhere, making him stand up in surprise. Sand. Whoa, where is this? A beach or something? No. Tails said, wiping the sand off his clothes. He got a good look around the sandy area, he could see palm trees and some pyramids in the distance. I think we're in a desert. A desert? Naruto asked in shock but groans. Aw man, we're seriously in a desert. This is the first time I've been to a desert, I hope that we aren't already. Don't worry, Naruto. Tails smiled. I'm sure we'll find a way out of here. All we gotta do is follow the path. Naruto's eyes went flat from what Tails just said. He turns to look at him. What path? He asked in a deadpan tone. Tails blinks a couple of times as he saw the look his best friend gave him. He looks around again. Well, he sweat drops. That's right. They're in a desert. People get lost in a desert. He laughs sheepishly as he turns to Naruto. Yeah. Good point. Thanks to their enhanced hearing, the duo started to hear something from behind them. They looked back and saw badniks heading towards them. They blinked at them before turning to each other and smiled at each other. Pounded, they said at the same time before smirking at the badniks, which made them sweat drop fearfully. They destroyed the badniks by spin jumping them before running off towards their destination. As they journey across the shifty desert sands, the duo encountered many dangerous pits of quicksand. There were times when the duo had to use the sandfalls which allowed them move go upwards or made them follow the path. They even had to go through a loop twice before it made them go upwards a path. They had to move some blocks out of their path and use them to travel. They even bungee jumped down long ravines to progress further into their destination. Once they went down one last ravine, the duo jumped off the wall and flips down into the center of Sandfall. Naruto wiped the sweat off his head while Tails used his twin tails to fan himself. I can't believe we finally made it through the Sandopolis. I'll say. We haven't even found a single oasis out here. Tails said. Yeah. Now let's try and find a way out of this. Naruto stops talking as he felt the ground below them shake. Oh, what now? He asked in shock. I don't know, Tails exclaimed. He looks behind Naruto and his eyes widen in awe. Look, Naruto turns back and his eyes widen while his jaw dropped in shock. A pyramid was rising out of the ground. This was just crazy, not only is he having his first adventure going through a desert of places, but now he's actually about to going to explore a pyramid. How awesome is that? All true, he never heard of pyramids before, basically because they don't even exist in his world and learned about them through Tails. In fact, while he and Tails were always together, Tails would often teach many things he never heard of before, like Little Planet for example. It just goes to show how big Naruto's world truly is and is all the more reason for him to want to explore it. And again, South Island, West Side Island and Angel Island, along with Little Planet, were from the Hedgehog's world that he knew for sure. But over time during his adventures, Naruto felt like he was experiencing what Sonic experienced when he traveled through those places, if those visions he keeps having mean anything to him. It also made him wonder something: if the 3 islands and Little Planet are in this world now, then what about the other places from the Hedgehog's world? Could they also be here as well? Naruto shook his head. What the hell was he thinking at a time like this? He looks up just as the pyramid reached the top. Cool, he said in awe. So this what a pyramid looks like. The old man is going to flip when I tell him about this. Hey look, Naruto. There's a door. Tails said, pointing at the door. He jumped and hid behind Naruto, who narrowed his eyes as the door opened by itself. They saw something emerge from inside the pyramid and was in front of them. And much to their confusion and surprise, it was large rock. Eh? Before either of them could say anything else, legs began to appear from under the rock. Arms then appeared, and a second after, a head took form. Wahhh, Tails screamed as he wailed his arms around. It's a rock monster. Rock monster? No problem, Naruto said as he jumped and did a homing attack on the rock monster's head, making it slid backwards as its parts got destroyed. See, Tails? That thing is just too easy. Naruto saw the rock monster reforms itself again and was now glaring at the two boys. The ultimate ninja sweat drops from that. Okay. Really didn't know it could do that. The rock monster, the guardian, jumps at the duo making them jump back in surprise. Naruto runs forwards and attacks the guardian again with a spin jump, only to get caught by its large hands and thrown away, earning a scream from him. Naruto Tails yelled watching Naruto about to fall into the quicksand. He sighed in relief when he used his Spanish pesetas to float. He heard the ground tremble, making him jump in the air slightly. He stiffly looks behind him and saw the guardian standing behind him. Hi. Tails waved his hand nervously at the guardian. He runs away from the only to stop as he was near the edge of the foothold, with quicksand below him. He turns to the guardian and saw it was jumping towards him and he began to get nervous. What could he do? If a spin attack won't hurt the guardian, then what will? How could he beat if it'll just reform again? The fox genius looks at the quicksand pit before turning back to the guardian. An idea formed in his head, a smirk forms on his face. Hey you giant rock, is that really all you got? Tails made goofy faces at the rock golem. The guardian jumps once again with Tails running out of the way as the guardian landed. The rock golem turns to Tails only for the fox boy to spin attack it. By doing so, the guardian's body got sent into the quicksand. Surprisingly, the guardian actually exploded while it sunk into the quicksand. Tails and Naruto, who landed next to him, watched on in surprise as the guardian disappeared into the quicksand. Way to go Tails. Naruto smirks at his little partner in crime as he pats his back, earning a laugh from him. I knew you had it in you. Aw shucks. It was nothing. Tails rubbed his head sheepishly. The two heard something opening. They turned around and saw the door to the pyramid opened up. They walked towards it and stared into the pitch-black darkness of the pyramid. Naruto. Yeah, Tails. I got a bad feeling about this. Me too, bud. The two glanced at each other nervously before they nodded, turning back to the inside of the pyramid. They walked inside it, with Tails holding Naruto's pants for comfort, just as the door closed behind them. Music. Sandopolis' own Act 2 Sonic and Knuckles. Now inside the dark pyramid, the duo continued on their path to now try and find their way out of it. What's up with this place? Are all pyramids this dark and spooky? Naruto asked as he and Tails went under a platform that was moving up and down. Where the hell is a light switch when you wait a second? He saw a chain hanging from a ceiling. He jumps and hangs from it causing the lights to switch on. Much better. Cool, Tails said, looking around the lighted pyramid. If we see more of those chains, we should pull on them just in case it gets dark. You bet. Naruto dropped to the ground and the two of them continued on their way, jumping across the large pit sand with Tails hanging. Say, why do you think there are light switches in here? Tails asked. Naruto tilted his head to the side. What do you mean? Don't all pyramids have light switches? No. Well, sort of. Tails answered as he released the switch. In pyramids, most switches are well hidden and are used for deadly traps. Plus, pyramids use torches as means for light since they were made a million years ago. Naruto had a surprised look on his face. Whoa, really? So then why does this pyramid have light switches? You think Dr. Nega had something to do with it? I don't think so. Not even Dr. Nega would install light switches in here. Maybe the people who once lived on the island installed them. Tails thought, placing a hand under his chin. But why though? Naruto narrowed his eyes in thought. He don't know why, but he gets the feeling the light switches were put in to keep something away, as it only appears in the dark. And for the first time since the start of his adventures, whatever it is these people were trying to keep away, Naruto definitely doesn't want to know what it is. Naruto also noticed the room lit up again. He looks up in confusion and saw Tails hanging on the chain again. It was starting to get dark again. Tails said sheepishly with a hint of nervousness. Damn, so the light switches have a time limit. Naruto snapped his fingers. Well, let's hurry up and get out of here. This place is giving me the creeps. Me too. Tails said, letting go of the chain. The two ran off, jumping on a spring which launched them up a level as they flew past more footholds before they landed on a path. They saw a loop ahead and they grinned at each other. They did a spin dash as they went around it twice before they were sent upwards, only to hit a red spring as it launched them downwards. They then landed on a capsule, much to their surprise to actually find one this early. They expected to see animals come out of the pyramid, but instead they saw these white floating orb things fly out of the capsule and vanished. That made Naruto and Tails to blink in confusion. They turned to each other. What was that? They asked at the same time before they shrugged their shoulders. Naruto was going to turn forward but stopped when something caught his attention. It looked like a black movable switch. His eyes widened as he had a vision of Sonic being in here and pushed it before leaving the room. Something wrong? Tails asked, noticing Naruto in a trance before he shook his head. Nope. Not at all. Naruto used his Spanish pesetas and had the black switch covered in cyan aura, which got Tails' attention. He moved it forward just as they heard a door opening. The ultimate ninja quickly grabbed Tails' hand and ran past the closing door. Naruto continued to run before his feet slipped on some sand and they were riding down a sand slope. Whoa, the two screamed in excitement as they rode down the slope. Yahoo! Naruto puts his hands up in the air. This is awesome, Tails yelled. They landed on another slope which took them in the opposite direction. The fox boy also noticed that it was starting to get dark again as the lights got lower and dimmer. Hey, the pyramid is gonna get dark again. The moment he said that, the lights went out, making the fox boy squeak in fear. Naruto grabs the frightened Tails and leaps off the slide, jumping off a platform and landed on the sandy stone floor. Ahaha, now that's what I call a ride, Naruto laughed. He turns to the scared Tails as he held his pants leg tightly and smirks in a teasing manner. Scared of the dark, Tails? Then no way, Tails cried out, releasing Naruto's leg and glared at him, though it looked like an adorable pout. HMPH, he turns away from him. Naruto rolled his eyes playfully before turning forward and looked around in the dark. Now where's that light switch? Tails still looked away from his best friend. He felt a tap on his shoulder, making him go stiff for a moment. Stop it, Naruto, that isn't funny. Naruto blinks and looks to where he heard Tails' voice. What's not funny? You tapping my shoulder from behind me, Tails exclaimed. He flinched as he felt the tap again. Cut it out. Tails. I'm right in front of you. Naruto stated. Tails froze in place before his eyes widened in fear, trembling very weakly. Well, if that's not you, then what is it? Naruto's eyes widened. He quickly raised his hand and chaos energy was gathered, emitting a light that drove away the darkness surrounding them. He lifted his hand, where Tails' voice was coming from. And what he saw made him go chalk white. Details, Naruto said in a hushed whisper, but the fear in his voice was as clear as day. Come close to me and don't turn around. Tails saw Naruto's expression and heard the obvious fear in his voice. He wanted to follow Naruto's orders, but he couldn't do it. He also couldn't help but turn around. And what he saw sent chills of fear shooting down his body. Floating in front of him, a few inches away from his face was what looked like a white sheet with horns. Its black sharp eyes stared emotionlessly at Tails. It let out a high-pitched giggle, scaring the fox boy silly as he instantly went behind Naruto. GG ghost. Oh okay. It's just one G ghost after all. Naruto tries to smirk, trying to act tough in front of Tails. He definitely doesn't want to Tails know his fear of ghosts, despite his whole body shaking fearfully. I can take him. The ghost let out another high-pitched giggle as three more appeared next to it. Naruto and Tails went stiff, staring at them with wide eyes. Their eyes widened further as they saw them grow 3 times their size, making them nearly as tall as Tails in his fox form. Those what wide orbs that were in the capsule earlier. Naruto said as he pointed at the Hyodoro. I think we found them. The high-pitched giggle from the Hyodoro turned into terrifying growls as they charged at Naruto. BBB, back off, Jack. He does a spin dash and charges at one of them. But just before he connected with them, they disappeared. Naruto uncurled, looking around for them. Looks like I scared them off, you guys better run away from me. The ghosts then reappeared above and behind Naruto, making him sweat drop fearfully. Okay. Plan B, run away. The Leaf Genin spin dashed to the ghost behind him, making it disappear, and uncurled himself as he grabbed Tails' hand. The Hyodoro blinked from the sudden action before they let out a loud growl as they chased after them. Who the hell is up with these guys? Naruto asked fearfully. Hearing a loud growl, he looks up and he let out a high-pitched squeak as he saw the Hyodoro hovering above them. One of them charges at Naruto, making him kick it away as it disappeared. Another one popped out a second or two later. Shit, how do we get rid of them? Tails watched the ghosts as they repeatedly tried to attack Naruto. When they first came in here, it was so dark they could barely see, and then they found that's it. The light switch, Tails exclaimed. That's why there are switches in here, to keep the ghosts away. Naruto looked at Tails with wide eyes before he grins. He looks up ahead, and his grin widened further as he found what he was looking for. He looks at the ghosts, and their eyes showed a hint of nervousness. Eat like bastards. Naruto grabbed hold on the handlebar, and a sudden brightness filled the whole pyramid, making the two heroes close their eyes tightly as they heard an ear-piercing screech come from the ghosts. Once their eyes adjusted to the light, they noticed the ghosts have disappeared. The heroes sighed in relief. That was close. What were those things? Tails asked. Don't know. Don't care. Naruto deadpanned, still holding onto the bar. Let's just find a way out of this haunted pyramid. He let of the handle and ran off at high speed. Wait for me. Tails quickly followed after him. The duo continued their way in the hopes of finding a way out of the haunted pyramid. While doing so, they kept finding more switches that leads to a door opening to a room. They also made very sure to be on the lookout for any light switch that comes their way, making sure to activate it and not let Hyodoro come out again. They even tried to find a shortcut, only to run into sand flows, which raises the ground level in a room, which in turn made them also get crushed. The duo made it outside a room and saw a loop. They spin dashed through the loop twice before they went through the ground, landing on a sand slide. They instantly jumped off of it and fell through a pit. They landed at a switch for the entrance to a lower level. They pushed it just enough for when there's space for them to enter at the same time. The duo landed on the sandy floor and saw they were in a large room where there was light. Not torches mind you, but actual lights. Yes, full lights. We made it, we made it, we made it. Naruto and Tails cheered as they danced happily. Now let's get out of here. Naruto said happily. He turns to exit but blinked in confusion. Hey, check it out. The tall, stone sphinx stood in front of the exit. It is about 7 times Naruto's height. It is clad in stone armor and has spikes on the front of its feet as well as on its torso. At the top, there is a green gem resembling an eye. What's up with the statue? Tails asked. I don't know. Naruto shook his head and ran towards it. Come on. Help me move it. The young heroes went to the statue to try and move it, but due to its massive size it wouldn't budge. Come on. Move, you stupid. Naruto punched it to try and destroy, only to hear a metallic sound. He looks at his fist then to the statue in confusion. Rock. Tails stopped trying to move it when he heard the clank sound. He looks at Naruto then to the statue, a thoughtful look on his face. He used the back of his knuckle to knock on the statue, hearing more metallic clank. He looks at Naruto over his shoulder. Naruto? I don't think this is a statue. Before Naruto could say anything, the duo heard something from above them. They look up and saw the green gem glowing. But they also the statue starting to move as well. Tails backed away from it in fright, while Naruto looked surprised but still back away. The statue slammed its hands to the ground where the duo were, making them leap backwards. It's a robot. Naruto asked. Music. Boss Sonic and Knuckles. The statue then moved towards them, making them taking their fighting stance. The green gem on its head glowed before it fired a green laser at them. Naruto does a spin dash and launched himself at the statue. The moment he landed a direct hit, he got the rings knocked out of him, along with a large comical bump on his head. Ouch. Naruto's eyes widen as he rolled out of the way from the large hand that was going to squish him like a bug. Yoza, he jumps to avoid the laser. Tails watched on as Naruto tried to figure out a way to stop the moving large statue. He looks behind him and saw a wall behind him. At the rate this is going, we might get crushed. He turns to the statue and say the gem glowing again. The light bulb appears above his head. Naruto attacked the head. Got it. Naruto jumps on the hand of the statue and spin attacks it. The moment he did, the stone tiles receded and revealed Dr. Nega inside the golem. Music stopped. Naruto blinked. Dr. Nega blinked. Naruto's eyes narrowed into a glare as a grin forms on his face. The mad scientist sweated in fear. Hello. Goodbye. Naruto spin dashed through the eggmobile and through to the parts connected to it. No, my precious egg golem drive. Nega wailed comically as he flew away. Of all the rotten luck, I thought those ghosts would have taken care of them. And I spent forever trying to get them inside the capsule. Naruto and Tails chased after him and made it out of the room. They saw a capsule sitting there by its lonesome. There better not be ghosts in this one. Naruto said. He jumps on the capsule and much to his and Tails' joy, the capsule had animal sweet. Hooray, Tails jumps in joy. The animals cheered around them before they left to escape the haunted pyramid. See you later, guys. Naruto waved goodbye to them. Be careful, everyone. Tails waved as well. He turns to Naruto. Bought time for us to get to, right? Oh, you have no idea. Naruto said, jogging to a room with his sidekick behind. Tails then smirks at him. So you're scared of ghosts too, huh? No, I wasn't, Naruto exclaimed, glaring at Tails. He turns away with a huff. I was just caught by surprise by them. Sure you were. Tails said, not believing him in the slightest. He saw the look of fear on his face when he first saw them. He was as white as a ghost himself. And as they traveled through the pyramid, he heard him muttering, keep the lights on over and over again. Oh, whatever, Tails. You were scared, Tia. The moment Naruto entered the room, he fell through a large hole. Naruto. Tails screams also as he fell through the hole as well. Why does this always happen to us? Naruto shouted. Land of Fire. Selene Town. Blaze sighed as she sat down on a roof and looks around the town she was in. She's been traveling throughout the Land of Fire for days now, though it feels like it's been almost weeks at most. Since then, whenever she needed a break, she would always make a quick stop at a local town around the area. She was also running out of food. The food themselves were gifts from local townspeople since she was a foreigner to them and they wanted to make sure that she stayed healthy out there. There were even times when they would try to give her a weapon or two to make sure she defended herself from any bandits she might come across. Though the truth is, during her journey she ran into some bandits who were either trying to rob her, kidnap her, enslave her or worst. The Fire Princess immediately put an end to those disgusting vermin as she gave each of them severe burns that would take forever to heal properly. She doesn't regret her action one bit. After all, her father has taught her many things when it comes to outside world and when dealing with men like them. Do not hesitate against enemies that threaten you, your loved ones and others, my child. Make them regret it severely, is what he told her. And she did. She made sure to teach those bandits a good lesson when it comes to underestimating someone, especially a 12-year-old princess who has the powers of flame. She looks around Celine Town once again. This town is one of the most average town in the whole Land of Fire. There were shops, homes, stores, and along with a small gambling house. But the one thing that makes this town special is the legend of an extremely rare flower that has special power. From what she heard, this flower has the power to heal any sickness, rather it's known or unknown. Rumors also said that the flower can grant the user an incredible power the likes of which has never been seen before. The town was once filled with dozens of these incredible flowers, and the people used them to heal the sickness away from their loved ones. But when word has spread about the flowers, many people, both shinobi and civilians, wanted to take the flowers and use them for their own selfish needs. The shinobi wanted to use the flower as a weapon to use against their enemies, while everyone else just wanted to have the power that it held. And because of that, the flowers became extinct and were never seen from again. Blaze eyes softly. What am I doing? Thinking about some legend. She'll stay here for one more day, and after that it's back to her journey to the Leaf Village. She stood up and was about to jump off the roof, but a noise caught her attention. Where is she? Where the hell did that woman go? Blaze blinked at the shouting and looks down. She sees a group of 4 men running around looking for someone, each one of them looking quite angry. One of them noticed her sitting on the roof. Hey kid, did you happen to see a woman around? A woman? Blaze asked. Yeah, another nodded. She has light blonde hair, brown eyes, a purple mark on her forehead, and has a huge rack I've ever seen before. That last comment made Blaze's eyebrow twitch in annoyance. Yeah, that damn woman ran off on her debt. She owe us a lot of money which she never had to begin with, the third one said, who held an empty briefcase, showing it to Blaze. She also came with a woman with short black hair and carried a pig, the fourth man said. Blaze had half-lidded gaze on her face. Debt collectors, huh? And from the sound of it, it looks like this woman owes them a lot of money, meaning she's a gambler. She sighs and shook her head. My apologies, but I have never seen such woman. Damn it, she probably left town already. Split up and keep finding her, the legendary sucker can't hide forever. The group of men separated and ran off in different directions. Blaze raised an eyebrow at the bizarre title. Legendary sucker? She asked in confusion. Was this woman so bad at gambler that she got her own title as result? The Soul Princess simply sighed and shook her head. I know you're here. Come out of hiding. So you were able to sense us. That's not bad, kid. A feminine voice spoke up. Blaze gained a stoic expression. Who are you? She turns to the person who appeared behind her before she did a large spit-taken shock. There stood a fair-skinned, slender woman of curvaceous frame with above-average height and noticeably large breasts. She has brown eyes and straight blonde hair that parts above her forehead. Her hair has shoulder-length bangs that frame her face, and the rest reaches her lower back. She wore a grass-green haori. Underneath she wears a grey kimono-style blouse with no sleeves, held closed by a broad dark bluish-grey obi that matches her pants. Her blouse is closed quite low, revealing her sizable cleavage. She wears open-toed, strappy black sandals with high heels. She has red nail polish on both her fingernails and toenails and uses a soft pink lipstick. She wore a necklace. In Blaze's eyes, this woman was definitely beautiful, but she didn't care about that. No, she cared about the very large breasts this woman has, which the princess become very jealous and angry as she hugged her own chest. She watched as every time the woman moved, her breasts would jiggle, making her glare at them in slight envy. You know, kid, the woman's voice snapped Blaze out of her thoughts, getting her attention. Only few people can send someone like me. And I'm considered a pro at hiding my signature. So either I'm getting rusty or you're just that good. It's the latter. Blaze said in a stoic tone. She stood up and turns around to face the woman, trying her hardest not to stare at the woman's chest in jealousy. Now, who are you? The woman blinked in surprise. You never heard of me? Am I supposed to? But point. The woman shrugged, uncaring. Lady Tsunade, there you are. Blaze and the woman, Tsunade, looked to the left and saw another woman land in front of them. She is fair-skinned, of average height and slender build with onyx eyes and jet black hair. Her hair is straight and shoulder-length with bangs that cover her ears and frame her face. She wears a long bluish-black kimono with white trimmings, held closed by a wide obi, and open-toed sandals with low heels. In her arms she held a pig. It is of a light pinkish color, much like any other ordinary pig. Its cheeks blush in a darker shade of the same tint as her skin. She is wearing a pearl collar and a dark red jacket. Oh hey Shizune, Taunton. Tsunade said. Don't just say hey, Shizune cried out comically before she shut her mouth with her hand. She looks down and saw no one was paying attention and the men weren't in the area. She turns to her master. We've been looking everywhere for you, Lady Tsunade. I can't believe you left us again. Oink, Taunton agreed. Oh relax, you two. We got out of there fine, didn't we? Tsunade asked, waving her hand up and down. Are you kidding me? After you ran away, they chased us all through town. We had to hide in someone's bathroom, Shizune exclaimed comically as she stomped her foot, with Taunton nodding in agreement. Blaze watched the interaction between the two, 3 if you count the pig, with a small sweat drop running down her head. Is that Tsunade woman really the one those men were looking for? Just who exactly were they? Shizune was about to go off again until she noticed Blaze staring at the two with a stoic expression. Oh. Who's this? Well, that's what I wanted to know until you showed up and interrupted her. Tsunade said, which made Shizune sputter comically. She turns and smiles slightly. Anyway, name's Tsunade kid. The woman over there is my apprentice Shizune, and the little pig is Taunton. Hello, nice to meet you. Shizune said as he rubbed her head sheepishly. And sorry about what you witnessed just now. Oink oink, Taunton greeted. Well, aren't you going to introduce yourself? Tsunade asked. My name is Blaze. The Fire Princess replied. Blaze. That's a pretty unique name. Shizune commented. I'll say. Thanks for not ratting me out, Blaze, guess I owe ya. Tsunade thanked her. Don't worry about it. Blaze said. Excuse me for asking, but are you new around here, Blaze? Shizune asked curiously. You look like a foreigner. It was true. Blaze gave off this feeling that she wasn't from around here or in any other lands in the shinobi world. It was also her appearance that told her that she was foreigner, as she never seen clothes or footwear like that. You could say that. Blaze admitted. She doesn't know why, but something in her heart told her to trust these women. Right now, I'm trying to find this village in the Land of Fire. That caught the two women's attention. Blaze noted that Tsunade had a cold look on her face as she turns away slightly, while Shizune looked surprised. A village? You must mean the Hidden Leaf village, right? Blaze nodded. Why you going there? Blaze was silent as she looked to the side slightly, which got their attention more on her more. Oink. Blaze. There's someone in the village, Blaze said as her cheeks turned red slightly. Who I want to see again. Oh ho, Tsunade laughed a little. I see. Your boyfriend is there right now, huh? Blaze did another spit take as she turns to Tsunade. No, he is not my boyfriend, he's just I mean she turns away and played with her hair. Seeing the cute reaction made Tsunade and Shizune laugh at her. Blaze turns around and glares at them in annoyance, her face still heated. Shouldn't you still be hiding? Those men are still after you. She told them. Meh, I wouldn't worry about them. Tsunade said back. Even if they did try to catch me, they'll just be sent to the hospital. Blaze raised a brow at that. But then she sighed and shook her head. She didn't have time to deal with this. If you say so. I wish you three the best of luck then. Whoa, hold on a sec, Tsunade exclaimed. You leaving already? Yes. It's been so long since I've seen him and I miss him dearly. It's very important to me that I see him again. The princess said, which surprised Tsunade and Shizune at the sincere tone in her voice. You must really care about him. Shizune said. Blaze nods and a small smile forms on her face as she thought about the young Naruto smiling happily at her. HMPH, Tsunade smirks. Alright then kid, as thanks for not ratting, I have decided to show you the right way to the Leaf Village. Really? Blaze and Shizune asked at the same time. Of course, Tsunade said happily. After all, it's important for a young maiden to meet her one true love. He's not my. Aha, there you are. The three females and Pig looks down from the roof and saw one of the men glaring at Tsunade comically. He looks down. Hey guys, I found her, she's up here. The moment he said those words, the group of men appeared and surrounded them, though this time, there were more of them. Blaze and Tsunade remained unfazed by this, but Shizune and Taunton looked comically scared and nervous. Oh no, we've been caught, Shizune called out. Alright Miss Legendary Sucker, you have a debt to pay, the leader of the group said. Hey guys. Let's all just calm down before things get out of hand. Tsunade said in a carefree tone. A large vein appeared over the leader's head. Things already got out of hand when you tricked us with that fake money you had on you. Oh that's all just in the past, can't you just let it go? It happened 15 minutes ago, the group of men yelled comically with large heads, blowing the woman's hair back. Blaze. Shizune whispered in Blaze's ear, getting her attention. We better step back. Blaze didn't comment but listened to her regardless. Enough of this crap, teach her a lesson boys, the leader ordered as they surrounded Tsunade. He grinned in a comical evil manner as he cracked his knuckles. Now get that hag. Shizune and Taunton paled in fear at what the leader said. Oh no, she turns to Tsunade and sweated when she saw her head down. She grabbed Blaze's hand, using her free hand while she still held onto Taunton. Run away. Before Blaze could ask, Shizune instantly ran away while still holding onto her. The men gave battle cries as they charged at Tsunade, who remained where she was. She looked up as veins were pulsing all over her face. What did you call me? Hearing the loud explosion made Blaze turn back in shock. Her jaw instantly dropped in a comical manner as she saw the building they were on was completely destroyed. She heard the cries of the men falling from the sky and noted that they landed in the lake not too far from the town. Oh why? Oh why? Oh why? Oh why did they have to call her the H word? Shizune cried out in complete fear, still running and holding on to Blaze, ignoring the comical looks on the townspeople's faces. Anyone who calls her that will suffer her wrath. Oink, Taunton cried out in agreement. Blaze still looked at the destroyed building in complete shock. Did that woman Tsunade actually do that? She couldn't believe such raw power the woman had in her person. Wait, Tsunade introduced Shizune as her apprentice. Blaze thought as she remembered their introduction. Does that mean these two are shinobi? If that's true, then Tsunade must be a very powerful shinobi with such incredible power. Yet she's here in this town gambling and running off on her debts. It would be best if I keep my money out of her sight. Blaze deadpans. She hoped this will be a short journey with these two women along with the pig. Angel Island. Lava Reef Zone. Music. Boss theme Sonic and Knuckles. Let's see you try and avoid me now, Naruto drive. Naga laughed evilly, watching as Naruto and Tails were jumping on rocks to them from falling into the lava. This is a dirty trick, Naga, Naruto exclaimed. Naruto and Tails were facing against Dr. Naga's Hotmobile. They were avoiding the Hotmobile and keep themselves from falling into the lava. Damn it, Naruto cursed as Dr. Naga laughed again, vanishing into the lava. At the rate this is going, we're gonna be here all day, he glares comically at the small spiky balls in the lava. And those landmines Naga keeps on launching at us is doing little damage to him. What do we do? Tails asked. Naruto could sense Naga was getting ready to come out again on the other side. He looks at the landmines and an idea forms in his head. Using his Spanish pesetas, he gathered up the landmines together and held them above his head. Gotta time this just right. He muttered to himself. He saw a ripple in the lava. Wait for it, here I. Chaos control. All of time stopped when those words were said. Naruto could see the Hotmobile out in the open. Naruto grins as he sent the mines at the exposed mobile. He snaps his finger as time returns to normal. And a large explosion erupted from the Hotmobile as the landmines exploded on it. This isn't the end, Dr. Naga exclaimed as the Hotmobile sunk into the lava. Music end. The duo watched as the lava suddenly began to cool down and get hardened. Huh. That's weird. Tails commented. You know what's not weird? Me kicking Knuckles' moronic ass for that earlier stunt. Naruto said flatly. Flashback. Music. Lava Reef Zone Act 2 Sonic and Knuckles. What the hell is up with this underground cavern? Naruto asked in comical anger. When is this going to end? As the duo traveled through the lava reef by falling from the Sandopolis, they've been traveling non-stop throughout the boiling hot network of mines, trying to escape it before they die because of the heat. While doing so, they came across a pair of bullet-shooting tentacles, which they immediately destroyed, and a giant metal hand near the end of the mine. At first, they were confused about the hand and wondered what it was even doing here. After the lava cooled down and hardened, they continued onwards and were now in a massive crystal cavern filled with dangerous obstacles. Only to end up getting lost. Right now, the duo were resting on a platform. Naruto sighs tiredly as he wiped the sweat off his brow. We need to get out of here. Now. Yeah, Tails agreed as he used his twin tails to fan himself. He sighs tiredly as well. They've been traveling in this cavern for a while now and it's like getting lost in a maze. He lied down and looks up, a dazed look on his face. And we're still not close enough to find the death egg. Naruto nods, lying down as well, looking up at the cavern. I wonder where that thing could have landed. Something caught his attention. He narrowed his eyes in confusion as he saw a face. He sat up, his eyes still on the face. Say Tails. Tails hums, signaling he heard him. Am I going crazy? Or do I see a face sticking out from above the cavern? Naruto asked, making sure he wasn't the only one to see the face. Tails blinked in confusion before he sits up and looks around. What face? Naruto grabbed Tails by his head and made him turn to where he was facing. Tails narrowed his eyes as he got a closer look. That is a face. His eyes widen for a split second before he turns to his older brother figure. Say, didn't the death egg land on top of a volcano? That made Naruto's eyes to slowly widen in shock. He looks at the face and narrowed his eyes closer to look at the face. Now that he saw it looked an awful lot like Dr. Naga. Yes, we found it, Naruto cheered as he jumped in joy. We actually found the death egg. The Tails jumped in joy. Follow the death egg. So, with newfound energy in their system, the duo traveled to where the death egg was at. They could see they were getting closer and closer to it as they jumped off the grumbling platforms. Yes, they were almost there, just a little closer. They jumped on the steps before they saw a large boulder in their path. You guys aren't going any further than that, a voice said behind the boulder. Knuckles wahhh, Naruto screams as the boulder fell off the steps and he got caught in it. Tails jumped in comical shock as he turns and ran away only to get caught by the boulder as well. The boulder rolled for a couple of seconds before it dropped due to a crumbling platform. Flashback end. After that event, the death egg activated itself and it got extremely hot in the area they were at. Then Dr. Naga showed up and launched missiles at them, destroying the platforms they were on, and that's how they got into the situation they were in with the Hotmobile. Alright, let's get out of here and beat the shit out of Knuckles. Naruto said as he cracked his knuckles, communal veins popping out of his face, the more he kept thinking about the boulder. Something's telling me he's up ahead. Right. The duo ran across the cool hardened lava and onto the next area. They now found themselves in secret chamber. Wow, where are we now? Tails asked. It's like we're in some hidden palace. Naruto said. Music. Hidden palace owns Sonic and Knuckles. It's funny. It feels like we've been here before. Tails said, looking around the chamber. I think we have been here before. Naruto stated. Let's take a closer look. Okay. Tails nodded. They sped forwards across the zone. So far, they haven't seen any badniks, meaning that this was definitely a hidden chamber that not even Dr. Nega knows about. The only dangerous hazards were the spikes. Naruto suddenly stopped as he sensed something nearby. Tails seeing this stopped as well and looked at Naruto, seeing him staring up at something. What are you looking at? Tails asked, looking at something. Do you see something? I think so, Naruto said as he got covered in a cyan aura. Stay here real quick, I'll be right back. He flew upwards, leaving Tails behind, who only looked confused. Once he made it, he saw there was higher level in this zone, and there was something there. It was glowing white ball of light being surrounded by a rainbow aura. No way, Naruto whispered as he looked at the light speed shoes before looking back at the ball of light. He instantly flew towards it and landed in front of it. He walks past the rainbow aura as it erupted, and the ball of light entered Naruto's being as faint sparkles are seen around him. He suddenly had a vision of Sonic and Shadow finding these lights as well, and once they absorbed them, they attacked their enemies so fast, he couldn't see them. This is the ancient light. With this power, you'll be able to perform the light speed attack. Naruto looks at his body. He could feel the power of this ancient light flowing through him. Awesome, he jumps off the higher level and dived down to Tails, landing in front of him, which also startled him. I'm back, I'll say. What were you doing up there? Tails asked curiously, which made Naruto chuckle. I'll tell you later. Naruto said. Aw, now I really wanna know. Tails pouted. Again, I'll tell you later. Naruto repeated, walking in front of Tails. They entered a room with the only thing was a big glowing crimson marble orb with a small ring-shaped structure around it. What's this thing? Naruto asked curiously, touching the orb. It must do something if it's the only thing in this world. Tails said. He jumps on the orb to sit on it, but by doing so the orb began to emit a pillar of light that made the young fox boy disappear. Tails, Naruto yelled in surprise. The weird glowing orb thing just teleported his buddy somewhere else. Hang on buddy, I'm coming. He jumps on the pillar and he found himself going upwards and into another area. He steps off the orb and looks around for him. Tails, where are you? I'm here. Naruto turns to Tails and saw him looking up at something. He walks up to Tails and turns to what he was looking at, only for his eyes to widen in surprise. What? Oh no, the death egg is beginning to fly out of the volcano. The death egg is starting to fly off, we gotta hurry, Tails said in a rush. Right, let's go. Naruto and Tails followed the path to where the death egg was at. As they did, they entered a room and noticed a mural on the wall. The mural depicted of a giant man with a mustache and large arms, holding the Master Emerald, while the other showed a blue hedgehog surrounded by a yellow aura. Is that Sonic? Naruto. Naruto got punched back, making him let go of Tails. Again he glares at ahead and saw Knuckles glaring at the two as he bumps his fists together. Since Eggman hasn't taken care of you clowns yet, and seeing how you haven't left, it looks like I'm gonna have to care of you thieves myself. Knuckles said. Okay, you know what? I've had it, Naruto exclaimed, standing up. We aren't the bad guys here. Eggman has been using you the whole entire time to distract you so that he can take the Master Emerald from under your nose. Like I would listen to the words of a ninja. Knuckles shot back, making Naruto look surprised. Yeah, I know who you are, Mr. Future Hokage of the Village Leaves or whatever it's called. It's obvious you're here to take the Master Emerald for your village. What does Hokage even mean? Oh, for the love of no, you know what? I'm not even gonna explain it to you, Naruto exclaimed. I'm just gonna do what I should have done since you punched me. And what's that? Knuckles asked. He got his answer when Naruto's spin dashed into his stomach, knocking him back. Battle music. Knuckles theme. Sonic and Knuckles. Oh, it's on. Knuckles roared as he charged at Naruto, who charged in as well and roared. Bring it on, Chuckles. Their fists clashed with each other before Naruto went in for a roundhouse kick. Knuckles dodged the kick and went in for the punch, but Naruto back away. The red-haired youth wasn't finished yet as he sent a bunch of fast jabs at Naruto, who continued to back away from him. Naruto jumps backwards to avoid another fast jab. He then flips and does an axe kick to Knuckles, who caught it and grabbed Naruto to spin him around. He then threw him against the wall, but he flips and got covered by a cyan aura. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 6 clones of Naruto appeared and surrounded Knuckles, who could only gape in comical shock. What the hell? Knuckles yelled. Since when can ninjas make clones of themselves? Eggman never told him about this. Let him, the real Naruto ordered as the clones gave battle cries and charged at the shell-shocked Knuckles, who immediately snapped out of it. Knuckles punched Naruto in the face, only for it to disappear in a cloud of smoke. A fake, so that's it. While the clone felt real, it could only take one hit and it'll disappear. A Naruto clone attempts to punch Knuckles across the face, only for him to dodge it, only to get hit by another clone's homing attack as he got pushed back. The rest of the clones attempts to attack Knuckles by dogpiling him. The Guardian however grins as he punched the ground, sending a shockwave that blew the clones away and made them disappear. However, after punching the last clone, the real Naruto appeared within the smoke and punched Knuckles across the face before kicking him away. "That all you got, Chuckles?" Naruto asked, running after him. "I'm just getting started, fish cakes," Knuckles roared, charging at Naruto. "Stop calling me fish cakes, bastard." Naruto punched Knuckles' stomach. "Then stop calling me Chuckles, asshole." Knuckles gave a right hook to Naruto's face. "Moron, idiot, jackass, loser." Nearby Tails watched the two fight with a sweat drop running down his face. What turned into a serious fight earlier suddenly turned comical as the two were in a cloud of dirt and calling each other names. They were also rolling around on the ground. The two suddenly did a spin dash at each other and got knocked back. Naruto then grabbed Knuckles using his Spanish pesetas and threw him into a pillar. Naruto and Knuckles suddenly gave out battle cries as they charged at each other, their fists pulled back. Once they were close enough, they punched each other at the same time on their cheeks, making them fly back away from each other. Naruto stood up from his spot and glared at Knuckles, who stood up as well and glared right back. Before they could say or do anything however, an explosion shook the room they were in. "Whoa, what's going on?" Tails asked. "I don't know," Naruto said. Music. Boss theme Sonic and Knuckles. An alarmed look came on Knuckles' face. "No, the Master Emerald." He ran past Naruto and left them in the room. "Come on," Naruto told Tails as he followed Knuckles, with his best friend following after him. Knuckles ran into the entrance of the shrine and skids to a stop as a shocked look appeared on his face. "Eggman? What do you think you're doing?" Naruto and Tails entered soon after and saw both the Super Emeralds and Master Emerald. They looked up and saw Dr. Nega in his Eggmobile holding the Master Emerald. "I'm here to claim my prize, of course," Dr. Nega said happily. "And I couldn't have done without you distracting those two brats from me, so thank you very much, you gullible fool." Knuckles was now beyond angry. So those two were telling the truth after all. Nega was only using him so that he keep them busy while he went after his Master Emerald and he fell right into that bastard's slimy little hands. "Put that back now," Knuckles roared out as he grabs hold of the Master Emerald. I don't have time for this." Dr. Nega pushed a button and two mechanical lines came out. They went towards Knuckles and they electrocuted him. Knuckles, Naruto and Tails called out as the Guardian fell off the Master Emerald. They ran towards him, not paying to the fact that Eggman launched too many missiles at them. "So long, boys." Music end. The missiles hit the floor beneath them, making a hole large enough for three of them to fall into at same time. Before they landed on the floor, Naruto stood up and shook his head, glaring upwards. "Damn it, he got the Master Emerald." Tails looks up worriedly. "Oh man. With its power, Eggman will be able to launch the Death Egg. And without the Master Emerald, this whole island will stay down to the surface and won't be able to fly." Knuckles added in, punching the ground in frustration. "Shit, I can't believe I got myself tricked like that. I should have listened to you guys, and because of me." He bowed his head in shame. "The Master Emerald is." Naruto and Tails looked at Knuckles sadly. They honestly couldn't blame him. After all, from what they've been hearing, Knuckles takes his job as a guardian very seriously and will do whatever it takes to protect the Master Emerald. And from the looks of it, this looks like it's the first time since the Master Emerald was taken under his watch. "So that's it? You gonna give up? Just like that?" Naruto asked, bringing attention to himself. "Eggman may have the Master Emerald now, but that doesn't mean he's won. We're going to get back that emerald and stop him from taking over our planet." Naruto walks up to the kneeling Knuckles and held his hand towards him, making him look up at him in confusion. "But we can't do it without your help. So are you gonna stay here and wallow in self-pity for failing, or are you gonna fight and take back your emerald?" Knuckles stares at the offered hand, then to Naruto. He closed his eyes and smirks to himself. The ninja's right. He can't just stay here because he failed his duty. He's the guardian of the Master Emerald. His job is to protect the Master Emerald at all costs, no matter what. And that's exactly what he's planning to do. I think the answer is obvious. Knuckles opens his eyes and grabs the offered hand, making Naruto grin at him as he helped pull him up. "So how do we get out of here?" Tails asked. Knuckles walks up to a wall and looks over his shoulder at them. "Follow me." He punched the wall to make a large hole and enters the room with Naruto and Tails following him. They watched as Knuckles jumps into another one of those glowing orbs and got sent upwards. Naruto jumps in a second later with Tails jumping in after them. The trio appeared out of the orb and landed on the ground. Naruto and Tails looked around in amazement. "Awesome, where is this place?" Tails asked in awe. "We're in Sky Sanctuary." Knuckles said in exhaustion. Music. Sky Sanctuary. Sonic and Knuckles, Naruto and Tails stared off into the great Sky Sanctuary. There were a whole collection of ancient ruins surrounding the sky and somehow they were floating. "Cool," Naruto said. "This place seems more like a sky palace, but yeah, sanctuary sounds better." He heard something loud and was coming from nearby. He and the others turned to the sound and saw something moving in the clouds. His eyes widened when he saw what it was. "It's the death egg," Tails exclaimed. Seeing it rise up from the clouds was not a good sign, even more so when they saw red dots flying out of it and heading towards them. "We have to hurry before it gets further to the edge of space, otherwise we won't make it." Hang on. Knuckles ran ahead and jumped across a large gap. He steps on a switch, which made a bridge appear. Naruto and Tails crossed the bridge and ran past the exhausted Knuckles, which made them stop and turn to him. "What are you doing?" "Come on, Knuckles," Naruto said. "Don't worry about me, just hurry up and stop Eggman," Knuckles told them. "Now go before it's too late." Naruto stared at Knuckles for a moment before he nodded his head and ran forward, with Tails following, though he looked back at Knuckles. "Do you think he's alright?" Tails asked worriedly. "Don't worry. He can take care of himself," Naruto said, a smirk very similar to Sonic's appearing on his face. He is Knuckles after all. Tails wasn't sure if it was the sun or not, but he could have sworn he saw a blue hedgehog overlapping Naruto. The blue hedgehog looked back at him and gave him a thumbs up and wink. "Now let's take care of Eggman once and for all," Naruto and the blue hedgehog said at the same time. That made the fox boy blink his eyes and shake his head, seeing the hedgehog was gone and only Naruto remained. Alright, weird. Very weird indeed. And so, the duo traveled far into the sanctuary. As they did, they encountered large bounceable clouds, which made Tails laugh a little when he saw Naruto was startled by them. They ran into a new type of badniks called egg robos, as they saw one chasing some animals before they destroyed it. They seemed to be the only type of badnik in the sanctuary, which honestly made sense because they came from the death egg. It was actually difficult as the duo had to jump from platform to platform while at the same making sure not to fall off the ruins. It also didn't help with that some of the ruins were also getting destroyed in the process. They climbed further and further to the zone as they destroyed many egg robos that got in their way. They continued on before seeing the death egg in all its glory. "Look, it's the death egg, we're almost there," Tails said happily. He looks ahead and his smile grew. "And another one of those teleportation orbs. Sweet time to end this segment." Naruto grins as he and Tails went to the orb, only to skid to a stop as they saw Bull coming in and destroy the orb. "What the hell?" Naruto looks up at the ball, wore deadpan expression as he stared at a checkered ball. "You gotta be kidding me." He looks up and saw Egg Mobile H floating there. He couldn't see who it was because of the sun's light reflecting off of the glass. "Seriously, Nega? Didn't you use this thing in our first battle back on South Island?" Egg Mobile H suddenly swing its ball at them, but together using a spin attack, they knocked the Egg Mobile H back and destroyed the chain that held the ball, making it fall off of the sanctuary. "That all you got?" Naruto asked as he and Tails took a fighting stance. Instead of answering, 7 ball pods came out and circling around the Egg Mobile. "Those things again?" Tails asked. "Looks like Egghead forgot what happened last time he fought using those things," Naruto said as he and Tails grins at each other. "Let's help remind him." They charged at the flying Eggman as it charged to them as well. Tails destroyed the 7 ball pods, while Naruto did a mid-air spin dash, sending it crashing to the ground, making it explode. "Eggman," Naruto called out in shock. He honestly expected Eggman to get out of there before it was too late. "What?" he asked in confusion as something metallic stepped out of the destroyed Egg Mobile. The hero's eyes widened in shock at what stood before them. "Metal Naruto?" Naruto asked with his brows furrowed. Now getting a closer look, this robot wasn't Metal Naruto. In fact, it looked like a fusion between Robo Naruto and Metal Naruto, being closer to the former in size, but more like the latter in terms of appearance, such as longer legs and arms, along with the spiky quills of his hair. "Nope. That is so not metal," Naruto said. Tails backed up slightly, looking a little fearful at this robotic Naruto. "This guy look a little tough, don't you think, Naruto?" Naruto scoffed. "How are you kidding? He doesn't look all that." He and Tails quickly jumped out of the way as the new robot Naruto did a spin dash at them and took a stance. "Tough." The robot Naruto then dashed backwards towards them, making the heroes move out of the way again. Naruto took this chance and used the homing attack, knocking the new Metal Naruto back slightly, but it hardly did anything. "Sheesh, this guy looks like Robo Naruto, but with Metal's abilities. I wonder what I should call this one." Naruto looked thoughtful, but then rolled out of the way when the new look-alike turned into a spin ball and bounced all over the place. "Is now really the best time to be asking that?" Tails asked frantically as he flew away from the spinning buzzsaw of death. "Of course, since this guy is different from the other 2 robot me, we have to call him something to differentiate between them," Naruto said before he jumps to avoid the spin dash of death from his evil counterpart. "I got it, let's call him Mecha Naruto." "Great, now do something about Mecha Naruto," Tails exclaimed. He turns to the death egg, seeing it continue to fly up. The death egg is starting to get away. Right, Naruto dodged Mecha Naruto while crossing his fingers. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Multiple Naruto clones surrounded Mecha Naruto. The clones charged at the badnik as it remained where it was. Once they got close enough, Mecha Naruto did a spin attack as it bounced and spun around the clones, destroying them in the process. Just as it got out of its spin attack, while in midair, Mecha Naruto got hit by multiple pillars that sent it flying off the island, taking the pillars with it. Tails looked surprised before he saw Naruto fly down and landed next to him. He also looked disappointed. Man, that was way past too easy. Naruto sighed in a slight disappointment before he shrugs. Ah well. Come on Tails. Okay. Naruto and Tails ran to the tallest tower that was close to the death egg. They ran up the corkscrew ramp before noticing that the ramp was crumbling beneath them, making Tails fly next to Naruto instead of being behind him. Once they made it to the top, they leap off the tower and went on board the death egg. Yes, we made it, Tails cheered. We're getting close to the edge of space. Let's hurry up inside. Naruto told Tails as they both nodded and went to find a way inside the death egg. Why do I get the strangest feeling that we're gonna get lost in there? Land of Fire, with Blaze and company. Right now, Blaze and her companions were walking down the road, with Tsunade taking the lead of course. It's been an hour or two since they left town. As they traveled together, Shizune began to hold a conversation with Blaze, wanting to know more about her, while Blaze herself only answered in short sentences. The princess of the Soul Kingdom had to admit these two women were nice traveling companions, despite the two's constant arguing about Tsunade's gambling problem and her increase in debt. She found herself having a nice chat with Shizune with Tsunade throwing her 2 cents in during the conversation. But there were times when Blaze would twitch in annoyance as she watched Tsunade's breasts keep bouncing every time she either walks or cross her arms underneath them. Whenever that happens, she would always put her hands to where her chest was. Like honestly, what on earth did she eat to get a chest that big? Blaze asked herself in anger and jealousy. Shizune herself was quite curious about Blaze. It's not every day that a foreigner would come to the shinobi nations. It also made her all the more curious to know where she came from and what's it like. So she asked her some stuff and was surprised to learn that her home is in fact another continent much like the shinobi nations, and that continent has a kingdom ruled by a royal family. But what made this continent special was that it had no shinobi. At all. This world is supposed to be filled with shinobi. After all, there are islands around the shinobi nations that have their own shinobi as well. To hear that there is a continent out there that doesn't have shinobi made Shizune want to go there someday and learn more about it. Plus, from what Blaze told her, there are also smaller islands around the continent that weren't even on their map. Tsunade herself had been listening on the conversation the two were having about Blaze's home. She won't lie, she's now curious as well. To learn that there's a continent without shinobi makes her want to go out and find it. She wonders if the place has any decent gambling places. She also wanted to know what their currency is. After all, this is an unknown continent, so of course they should have their own currency, right? Not only that, there's also something different about Blaze. It's not just because she's a foreigner, it's just she feels different from ordinary people. People who haven't used chakra. Hey, we're here, Shizune's voice called out, interrupting Tsunade from her thoughts. They were now standing in a crossroad split into 2 paths. They looked back and forth between the left path and the right path. Well, it looks like this is it, Shizune said, a little sadly. The way to the Leaf Village is to the left. Though it might take a couple more days for you to get there. Oink, Taunton said sadly. Where will you 3 be going? Blaze asked curiously. To wherever the wind takes us, of course, Tsunade said happily. Of course, Blaze sighed and shook her head, not knowing she wore a small smile on her face. Well, it's been pleasure to meet you, Tsunade, Shizune and Taunton. May you have a safe travel. That made the 2 women and Pig smile at Blaze and nod their heads. Same to you, kid. Tsunade said, placing a hand on her hip as comical teasing look appeared on her face. Good luck in finding your boyfriend. We'll be rooting for you. Shizune giggled at the massive blush on Blaze's face. Oink oink, Taunton added in happily. He's not my boyfriend, Blaze yelled in embarrassment as she stomps her foot down and turned away, arms crossed and a cute pout on her face. Goodbye. Fire erupted from Blaze's feet, shocking Shizune and Taunton, while Tsunade looked surprised and interested. They watched as Blaze took off very fast, leaving behind a trail of fire. Shizune and Taunton's jaw dropped at the display of power and speed as they stared at the trailer of fire. WWW, what just happened? Oink oink. Tsunade placed a hand under her chin as she looked towards the trail of fire. It looks like their new friend is more than just a foreigner. She has a power based on fire. Blaze, huh? She smirks in amusement. So that's why her parents gave her that unique name. I have a funny feeling we'll be seeing that kid again real soon. Lady Tsunade? Shizune asked. It's nothing. Tsunade said as she walks forward to their path. She also wants to meet the person who won Blaze's heart and wondered what the guy was doing right now. Meanwhile, the Death Egg, music. Death Egg Zone Act 2 Sonic and Knuckles. Ichu Naruto sneezed. Bless you. Tails chirps. Thanks. Naruto said as he looks up thoughtfully. I wonder who was talking about me. Naruto and Tails were now running across a platform as with the earth scene in the background. Earlier they were traveling inside the Death Egg, going past the dangerous obstacles and traps that were in their way. And by dangerous I mean they had to go through rocket launchers, anti-gravity chambers, electrical hazards, ring shooters, and some very mean badniks. After defeating the sub-boss Red Eye, the duo were now running outside the Death Egg, where they could see their planet. "Get ready, Tails, we're getting close to Dr. Nega," Naruto told him. "You got it," Tails exclaimed. Naruto and Tails had determined expressions on their faces as they ran faster and faster, going past the badniks that charged at them, destroying them in the process and releasing the animals. They saw a high-speed elevator in front of them. They entered the elevator and found themselves moving at top speed. They got out of the elevator and walk out only to see a badnik floating above them, which made them scream in surprise. It looked like a miniaturized Death Egg, only it was the shape of a floating ball that has eyes and a bumper around them. Aha! Dr. Nega's voice laughed out loud, making the duo look back to see him behind the elevator. "Welcome to the new and improved Death Egg, boys. I've been waiting for you both to show up, especially since I knew my mecha Naruto wouldn't be able to stop you, even though I had hoped he did." He deadpans at the end. Huh. So his name was really Mecha Naruto. Naruto and Tails thought as they glanced at each other. Ah well, like they always say, if you want something done right, you do it yourself. "Have fun with my Death Ball drive," Nega said. The duo looks up to the Death Ball as they heard something drop. They saw a small buggy-like object that has 3 spikes attached to it and was heading towards them. They watched as the buggy moved towards them, while the Death Ball was above them moving side to side, while it had its bumper aimed at them to protect them. Naruto had a look of boredom on his face, as though he wasn't at all worried about the badnik, while Tails looked a little nervous. "May I finish this quickly?" he asked Tails as he crossed his arms while also tapping his foot. "Be my guest." Tails bowed. Naruto gains a feral grin. Chaos control. As Naruto teleports away, Tails crossed his arms and smirks as the Death Ball had multiple dents and scorch marks appear before it crashed on the floor. Naruto teleports back next to Tails and clapped his hands as the Death Ball exploded. The explosion resulted in the elevator that they came out of to explode, revealing Dr. Nega, who had a dumbfounded expression on his face. He sweated when Tails glared at him, while Naruto had a cheeky grin on his face as he wagged his finger back and forth at him. Run away, drive." Nega gave up as he ran off. "No, you don't." Naruto and Tails quickly chased after him. Eventually, as they went further outside, getting closer to the escaping scientist, Dr. Nega quickly jumped into a hatchway that closed behind him, making the duo stop. "What the?" They heard something collapsing behind them and looks back to the ground was grumbling away. They quickly ran to the more stable ground on the right. "Dude, what was that?" Tails asked. "That big thing. Looks like the final boss," Naruto exclaimed. They heard something coming from behind them, making them go stiff as they turns around to see whatever it was behind them, and what they saw made their eyes go wide in shock and disbelief. Battle music. Final boss Sonic the Hedgehog 3. There before them is a massive battle mech. The mech resembles the Death Egg robot, only this robot is much bigger and it has a closer resemblance to the Egg Robo back in the sanctuary. "That's a pretty big robot." Naruto sweated a little bit while Tails hid behind his leg. "That's right," Dr. Nega laughed in excitement. "Say hello and goodbye to the great Eggman Robo." 2 groups of 3 massive fingers came out of hiding and were locked on them as they went to where the duo were. Naruto's eyes widened as he grabs Tails and moved out of the fingers' way as they crashed down at them. The fingers moved and went to where they were. "It looks like we'll have to take out those fingers," Tails said. "Right, you take one group, I'll take the other." Naruto nodded as he runs forward, getting the left hand's attention. "Let's do it to it." "You got it." Tails looked at the right hand and saw it was getting ready to hit him. He did a spin charge just as the hand slammed into him, only for the middle finger to be destroyed. Once he was in the middle between both fingers, he did a spin dash that ricocheted him between the fingers, destroying them both. He turns to Naruto and saw he had ripped the 3 fingers off the hand. "Is that all you got?" Naruto threw one of the fingers at the great Eggman Robo's face, making it bounce off of it. "I'm just getting started," Dr. Nega exclaimed. The great Eggman Robo drops below the platform but then reappeared on the left side of the platform. The mech slowly walks towards them, making the duo run back to avoid getting hit by the flames that shot out from the nose. "We'll have to find its weakness," Tails exclaimed. "What do we do, Naruto?" Naruto looks at the battle mech before he narrowed his eyes at the nose. "The nose, we have to attack the nose." He runs back to the mech and does a homing attack on it. By doing so, however, the chest opened up to reveal the Master Emerald in all its glory. "The Master Emerald," the duo said at the same time. From the looks of it, the Master Emerald seems to be inside a laser weapon as it seems to be charging. Oh. Naruto and Tails jumps up comically as the laser fired, grazing Tails' twin tail slightly and burning off Naruto's pants a little bit. Once the laser died down, the duo fell back and continued on just as the chest closed. "So that's it," Tails said, blowing on his tails slightly as he shook them. "Dr. Eggman must be using the Master Emerald to power that thing. Then I guess we better get it out of there." Naruto grins as he and Tails avoided the flamethrower. Shadow clone jutsu. 5 clones popped out of existence as they grinned at the great Eggman Robo. "Alright guys, get ready to attack together," the real Naruto ordered. Right, the clones and Tails said at the same time as they each did a spin charge. Naruto grins at them before turning back to the still charging mech as he took out 2 gold rings. He does a homing attack on the nose again, opening the chest. Now, the clones and Tails did the spin dash together on the exposed chest, landing a devastating attack on the mech as the laser stops charging. Once the clones vanished, Tails flew back as he noticed the glowing golden lights in Naruto's hands. "Do it, Naruto," the fox boy said happily. "You got it, Super Chaos Spear." Naruto continued to grin as he unleashed a more larger and powerful green-colored version of his Chaos Spear. The attack landed a direct hit at the weapon, which resulted in the mech to explode. "Yeah, bye-bye lame-o Robo." Naruto and Tails watched as the great Eggman Robo drops down into deep space, its explosion still being heard. Not to their surprise, the duo saw the escaped Dr. Nega in his Eggmobile, which held the Master Emerald on the end of its grabbing device. "No way, I can't believe this," Dr. Nega exclaimed in shock. "Believe it, Doc, now hand over that emerald," Naruto demanded. "I don't think so." Dr. Nega flies off to the ahead of them just as the platform began to crumble again. Whoa, the heroes quickly ran after Dr. Nega. Once they got close enough, Naruto did the shadow clone jutsu and 3 clones appeared. Naruto, Tails and the clones each did a homing attack at Dr. Nega. "You're finished, Nega," Naruto exclaimed. He jumps in the air and does one last homing attack. The result were expected as the Eggmobile exploded, making it drop the Master Emerald, while the platform stopped crumbling. "No," Dr. Nega cried out as he flew away. Music ends. "Yeah, we did it." Naruto and Tails did a mini victory dance and finished it with back-to-back pose. Before they could celebrate further, the whole Death Egg went up in a massive explosion, which made them jump in surprise as they looked at the massive space station. "Oh no," Tails cried out. The great Eggman Robo crashed into the Death Egg's power source and now it's starting to explode. Damn, Naruto grit his teeth as the explosions kept getting stronger and stronger. He turns to one of his clones, well, the only clone that didn't dispel itself. "Get Tails and send him back to the planet. I'm gonna get the Master Emerald." "No problem, clone." Naruto nodded as he grabbed Tails. "Huh?" the tech wizard asked in surprise. He turns to the real Naruto with widened eyes. Naruto, no, he reached his hand to his best friend, who gave him a thumbs up and wink, but then vanished. "See you later, bud," Naruto told him. He turns to the Master Emerald and picks it up. "As for what?" he screamed in comical shock as the explosion rocked the platform. He turns to the Death Egg and his eyes widen as he saw a shockwave heading his way. "Oh shit." Naruto quickly leaps off the platform to try and fly away. Sadly, he still got blown away by the shockwave, which separated him from the Master Emerald. Why, he spun around comically before he used his Spanish pesetas to stop, only for him to be upside down. He returned to his normal position. "Well, that's just great. The ultimate ninja deadpans. Meh, at least he made it away from the Death Egg." Speaking of, he turns to the now destroyed space station and saw the destroyed pieces of it floating around it. He smirks at his accomplishment, rubbing his fist across his nose. "Let's see you make another one of those now, Egghead," Naruto said before he face palms. "Aw man, the Master Emerald." He looks around for it and saw it right ahead of him. He smiles. "There you are." He flies to the emerald before he heard something behind him. He looks back in confusion before he quickly moved out of the way as something blue went past him and headed towards the Master Emerald in breakneck speed. He already knew who it was. Of course, he would be back. Naruto deadpans. He watched as the blue ship went through an asteroid field. A challenging grin appear on his face. "So that's your game, huh? Okay. Let's play." He closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Angel Island. Hidden Palace. A recovering Knuckles sighs as he looked at the empty spot of the Master Emerald. He looks up in the sky, a somewhat worried look on his face. A couple of minutes passed when he heard the Death Egg's loud explosion and saw it up in space. He'll never say it out loud, but he really hoped those guys were doing okay up there and made it out safely. He also hoped Dr. Nega died inside the Death Egg, if not then he's going to enjoy pounding his face in if he sees him. Knuckles sighs once again before his shot open. "I feel some strange energy." He turns around and saw a flash of green light, making him cover his eyes. He uncovers them and saw Naruto and Tails. "Huh? You made it out." He noticed the Master Emerald wasn't there. "Where's the Master Emerald?" "It's still in space." Naruto went to go get it, Tails answered as he looks up in the sky with a worried expression, not paying attention to the confused expression on Knuckles' face. "What?" The Guardian turns to Naruto in confusion. "I'm a clone, dude," the clone replied. He was to dispel himself but stopped himself as he and the others saw something glowing. They turned towards the source of the glowing and saw it was the Super Emeralds as they continued to glow brighter and brighter. "Hey, what's going on with the Super Emeralds?" Tails asked in confusion and slight surprise. He turns to Knuckles and saw the serious look on his face, along with clone Naruto. "It's happening," Knuckles said. "What's happening?" Tails asked. Tails, do you remember when we first collected the Chaos Emeralds and I told you what happened on board the Death Egg? Clone Naruto asked instead of answering. Yeah. You told me that you transformed into Super Naruto and beat the Death Egg robot. Tails replied, scratching his cheek. But what does that have to do with what's happening now? Think about it for a second. Knuckles replied this time, getting both Tails and the clone's attention. If 7 Chaos Emeralds can cause a super transformation, what do you think happens if someone used 7 of the Super Emeralds? Tails blinked, but then widened his eyes in surprise before he smiles in excitement. You mean Naruto, the real Naruto, is going to transform into his super form? Transform? Yup. Super. Not so much. Clone Naruto answered, smiling happily. Huh? Tails tilted his head. Remember, the Super Emeralds are enhanced forms of the Chaos Emeralds. Knuckles reminded him. With them, you can achieve a transformation that's way powerful than a regular super form. The form that's powerful than Super Naruto. Tails gasped in awe as his pupils turned into stars. He had no idea that there would be a form that's stronger and more powerful than Super Naruto if someone were to use the Super Emeralds. That's so awesome. Yup, so the boss won't be going super, Clone Naruto said as he closed his eyes and got ready to dispel. No, he's going. Naruto grins as he felt the clone he left Tails with dispel itself, which made him snap his eyes open, revealing them to purple. Hyper, he gave out a battle yell as a wide aura erupted from him, forming into a pillar, which also seems to be flashing in a rainbow-like multicolor. The pillar that covered Naruto then vanished, revealing his new form. Hyper Naruto. His form is quite similar to Super Naruto, but with notable obvious differences. One of which is his hair turned into a silverish blue, almost platinum color, with some added quills to his hair. Once again, the red stripes were gone and the 3 small tufts were there, just not in the same color as they were back when he was super. His eyes had gotten sharper and more narrowed to show that things were getting serious now. He also had a rainbow-like aura around his whole body. Hyper Naruto looks at his hands, seeing the markings were now multicolored, and clenched it into a fist. An awe look come on his face. Awesome, is this really the power of the hyper form? He feels ultra stronger than before when he was Super Naruto. Awesome. 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 Awesome, there's no other words to describe other than just awesome. Everything about this was awesome. Is this what Sonic felt like when he first transformed into his hyper form? How awesome. He looks ahead and could see the blue ship despite how far away it was. He can also sense the Master Emerald inside it. A grin appears on his face. Time to party, Eggman. Battle music. The Doomsday's own Sonic and Knuckles. Hyper Naruto instantly took a flying towards the blue ship in super no and hypersonic speed. As he went through the asteroid field, he avoided every single asteroid that were in his way, or he would just destroy them using his fist. He saw he was getting close to the ship, only for it to fire missiles at him. Hyper Naruto wasn't even worried as he held his hand out, used his newly advanced Spanish pesetas to create a large white shield of energy. He caught the missiles in the asteroids that were in his radius. He then launched them at the ship, only to see that they didn't do much damage. That thing's heavily armored. Hyper Naruto observed as he got closer to the ship. But everything has a weakness, including this thing. While doing so, the ship fired homing missiles at him. He knocked one away, making it hit an asteroid before he flew away from the other 2. He looks back at the missiles before charging at the ship, landing on it. He saw the face of the ship turn to him, which made Hyper Naruto grin as he pulled a middle finger out at it. He flies off the ship when he felt the 2 missiles get close, just as they explode on it. Hyper Naruto flew in front of the ship, flying backwards with his arms crossed and a smirk present on his face. And I think I found it. The ship fired more homing missiles at him, prompting Hyper Naruto to turn and fly normally. He flies around the asteroid field as the missiles jazzed him around. He used the asteroids as a way to destroy 2 of them, leaving only 4 missiles at him. He turns back to the missiles and turns to face the ship, flying directly at it with a grin present on his face. Let's see you handle this. Hyper Naruto said, looking back at the missiles one last time. Good. They were getting closer to him. He looks back at the ship and wagged his finger before teleporting away. The 4 missiles landed a direct hit on the face, making multiple explosions be heard. The damage done to the ship caused it to fall down as it caught fire. The ship stayed for a moment before it exploded, which resulted in a purple shockwave erupting from it. Music end. Hyper Naruto looks to where the ship erupted from before he began to look around for the Master Emerald. He closed his eyes and concentrated on sensing the emerald, only to find it behind him. Aha, he turns and saw the Master Emerald floating in space. He flies to the emerald and floated in front of it. Okay, time to take you back to Knuckles. I don't think so. Before he could grab it, a giant robot with a jetpack suddenly appeared from below him, surprising Hyper Naruto slightly. It looked exactly like the Death Egg robot in design, but with a more streamlined appearance and features similar to the Egg Robo. The robot smacked the still surprised Hyper Naruto away, making him land flatly on an asteroid. Hyper Naruto just had a flat expression on his face as he got off the asteroid and glared at the giant robot as it grabbed the Master Emerald. "I'm not finished yet, Naruto drive," Naga declared as the robot turns to him. "All I gotta do is keep you away as you run out of energy, farewell." The robot turns around and flies off. Hyper Naruto took a deep breath and released it into a big sigh. Okay, this is starting to get stupid. But the man doesn't give up, so he can at least respect that about him. Just a teeny tiny bit. Looking up at the escaping robot, Hyper Naruto saw he left some bombs that were heading his way. He shook his head and grins as he did a spin charge. While he did so, small flashing multicolored balls were gathering up and entering his being to show he was charging up for a special attack. Once he finished gathering up the energy he needed, he stopped spin charging, showing he was surrounded by small balls. Ready go, music. Invincibility Sonic and Knuckles. In a flash of white light, Hyper Naruto charged head on the retreating robot, not paying attention to the incredible damage he caused to the asteroid field as multiple asteroids got destroyed by a shockwave that he caused. He flashed past the homing bombs as they got destroyed, which resulted in an explosion that Dr. Nega's attention. He looks behind him, and the robot's eyes widened comically as he saw a multicolored torpedo speeding towards him, while also destroying the asteroids that were in its way. No please no, Dr. Nega pleaded to himself as he tried to fly faster. I should have won this time, me not that annoying ninja brat. Sadly for Dr. Nega, he felt his robot shake before it stopped flying. He looks and saw Hyper Naruto floating in front of him while holding the Master Emerald in his hand. He was also smirking at him. Aim over Doc. Hyper Naruto said as he looked down at the giant hole that he went through at the robot. He watched as the robot began to fall down. Impossible Nuru drive. Nega screamed as the robot began to erupt in small explosions before it blew up entirely. Music. Sky Sanctuary's own Sonic and Knuckles. Hyper Naruto watched on in satisfaction as the robot exploded. He looks up at the Master Emerald before he cheered in excitement. Alright, that was awesome, he said happily as he flies down to the planet in hyperspeed. Once he made it to see the clear blue sky, he slowed down his flight and was smoothly flying through the air, a giddy grin on his face. This was the greatest adventure ever, Hyper Naruto shouted happily. Oh man, now I can't wait to tell the others about this, they are seriously gonna flip. Naruto over here. Hyper Naruto's smile grew wider as he looks down and saw Happy Tails, still in his human form, flying the tornado, looking up at him and waving his hand. Tails he flies down to the wing of the tornado, landing on it while at the same time reverting back to his regular form. You did it Naruto, you won, Tails said happily. That was so cool on what you did. Of course little buddy, Naruto grins hockeyly. As if old Egghead would be able to beat me, he tossed the Master Emerald to the back of the tornado, which was caught by a handle. Now let's head back to Angel Island. We got a delivery to make. Roger, Tails said happily. Seeing said island up ahead, the tornado headed towards Angel Island full speed. Once they got close enough, Tails piloted the plane down, just above the jungle trees. Naruto meanwhile looked around for any sign of Knuckles and caught the sight of red spiky dreadlocks waiting in a clearing. He used his Spanish pesetas to get the Master Emerald from the handle. Hey Knuckles, Naruto called out, which made the Guardian jump in surprise. He looks up and his eyes widen. Here's your present, he gave the Master Emerald to Knuckles, which he caught by his hands. Knuckles examined the Master Emerald and sighed in relief, seeing that it wasn't damaged or anything. He set the emerald down as the whole island began to float, earning its namesake once again. Thank goodness. Hidden Leaf Village. On Hokage Mountain, the masked boy is seen on top of the fourth's head, looking down at the village. Is there a reason why you're here? He spoke to a figure in a red coat that appeared behind him. Hey now. Is that any way to talk to your elders? The figure spoke in a man's voice. You? My elder. Please. The masked boy said as he turned to the red coat figure. Now what is it? Just thought I dropped by to tell you that we found a new recruit. The man said. Oh yeah? Which one is this? The masked boy asked. The man walked up to him and whispered in his mask-covered ear. He stepped away as the masked boy looked down. I see. You know, I'm planning to go to the other side of that place to see what his other is like. The man said as a portal appeared behind him. Wanna come with? The masked boy looked at the man before looking up at the sky to see the tornado flying towards the village. Whatever he turns and enters the portal with the man following after him. Chapter 10.5. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the third Hokage stood on the roof of the mansion, looking up at the Hokage Mountain. He looks at each of the stone faces of his two predecessors, himself, and then his successor. He stopped and stared at the face of Minato. It has been weeks since Naruto's disappearance, and they still haven't heard word from him yet, and it's starting to worry him. He's been hearing rumors going around about Naruto's disappearance. One rumor say that he ran away from home and got killed, another said he abandoned the village and went somewhere else. Hiruzen scoffed at the rumors. Not a single one of those rumors are true. Naruto would never run away from home, nor would he abandon. Despite his sad childhood, he still loved the village very much and would do anything in his power to protect it. Plus his dream is to become Hokage someday just like how it was his parents' dream. If he knows Naruto by now, and he does, there's no doubt in his mind that Naruto is trying to find his home right now as we speak. Who knows? Wherever Naruto went, he probably found Blaze and is bringing her home right now. He turns to walk away but stopped as he heard something. Hiruzen blinked from the strange sound. It sounded like it came from the sky. He looks up at the sky and saw something flying. It sounded like a machine running on engine. Man, what? Hiruzen narrowed his eyes as he saw the flying object dive downwards to where he was. He also saw a figure waving his hands at him. Is that? Hey, the figure yelled happily. Old man, Naruto? Hiruzen asked as the flying object got lower. His eyes lit up happily as he saw Naruto standing on what appears to be wings of the machine. He was also still waving his hands. Naruto, music. Invincible theme Sonic Runners. Old man, I'm home, Naruto yelled happily. He jumps in the pilot seat of the tornado and steered upwards, flying past the roof of the Hokage mansion, making the third Hokage smile happily as he gave off a chuckle. Naruto laughed happily as he stared down at everyone in the village as they looked up at him in shock, surprise and confusion. I'm home everyone. Naruto Uzumaki has returned to the Hidden Leaf village. At Ichiraku ramen, Iruka sat by himself eating some ramen. He looks next to him at the empty seat where Naruto would sit. He sighs sadly as he finished his food. It's been weeks. Long agonizing weeks since Naruto disappeared and there's still no word from him. What in the world could he be doing right? I'm home everyone. Naruto Uzumaki has returned to the Hidden Leaf village. The sudden shout made Iruka spit his ramen out in comical shock. He quickly ran outside and looked around, seeing everyone look up in surprise. He looked up and his eyes widened in shock and happiness. Naruto. Hey Iruka, Naruto yelled back as he waved at his former instructor. Iruka couldn't believe it. He just couldn't contain the joy and relief that appeared on his face. Naruto finally came back home. He laughed in joy with tears of relief falling from his eyes as he watched the strange machine Naruto was controlling fly past him. He quickly ran after him. Sasuke is seen on the roof of his home, eating a tomato while tossing a gold ring in his hand. He couldn't stop thinking about Naruto. It's been weeks since he disappeared and they still haven't heard word from him. What the heck was that idiot loser doing right now? Hey Sasuke. Sasuke blinked at the sudden shout of his name. Wait a sec, that voice. That oddly familiar voice. He turns his head once he heard the sound of engine and fans heading his way. His eyes widened as he saw a flying machine flew past him. He looks up and saw Naruto waving at him before he stuck his tongue out. Naruto. Sasuke narrowed his eyes before he chased after the strange machine Naruto was flying. Sakura was in her bedroom playing with a gold ring. She sighed to herself as she sat up from her bed. It's been weeks since you vanished, Naruto. Where are you? She asked. If she were honest, she actually missed that knuckle-headed idiot. She missed how he would often tease her about her crush on Sasuke and miss his constant yelling. She sighed once again as she stood up. She was about to leave, but stopped when a sound reached her ears. Huh? What's that noise? She walks up to the window and opened it. Sakura screamed as she fell backwards when something flew past her window. She immediately got up and went to her window, looking at the flying machine. What in the world? Hey Sakura. Naruto stood up and waved at her from the flying machine before going back to control it, shocking Sakura. Naruto, she asked in a whisper before a happy smile appeared on her face. Naruto. I'm gonna clobber that idiot for worrying me, inner Sakura yelled. Sakura saw Sasuke jumping from roof to roof, apparently following Naruto. She looks down and saw many people watching Naruto. She even saw Iruka-sensei running after Naruto. Hey, wait up. Sakura jumped out her window and joined the chase. Naruto shouted happily as he spun the tornado around and did some tricks. He glanced behind him, seeing Tails in the backseat but in his fox form. Hey Tails, you okay? I'm feeling good, Tails said, giving his big brother a thumbs up while holding onto a big brown backpack. Great, remember the plan, right? Naruto asked. Of course, Tails nodded. Since he was in his fox form, the plan was for Tails to act like a plush doll in case anyone was nearby. Good. Naruto said. Well, welcome back home, Naruto. Hearing the voice made Tails jump before he quickly acted like a doll. Naruto looked at the wing of his plane, a happy smile present on his face. Hey, long time no see, Kakashi-sensei. There on his plane stood his sensei Kakashi Haddock, an eye smile present on his face. Yo. How have you been? Naruto asked. Worried sick about you, of course. Kakashi admitted. Where have you been? What exactly is this thing? He looks at Tails and blink in confusion. And is that a doll? Naruto gave a big grin. First question, long story. I'll tell you later. Second, this is the tornado, my pride and joy. Thirdly, yes. Yes, it is. He looks down and saw he was heading to the village gates, the spot of course being empty and clear. Hold on tight, sensei, we're about to land. The tornado dived down to the clear path. Once he was close to the ground, Naruto pulled the tornado up as its wheels touched the ground. It then slowed down to a stop. Music end. Safe, Naruto cheered. He took off his seatbelt and reached behind him, unstrapping Tails' seatbelt. He put him in the backpack, winking at him as he winked back. He put the backpack on and jumped out of the tornado, stretching his limbs out while Kakashi landed next to his student. Man, it's good to be back. Naruto turns his head and saw Iruka running towards him. Here, Iruka, what's, you moron, bonk, ow, what the hell? Naruto kneeled down and held his head as a large bump appeared on his head. The hell was that for? What do you mean the hell was that for? Iruka asked, a small vein on his head. Do you have any idea how worried everyone was about you? You haven't wrote a letter to anyone in weeks and we started to think something bad happened to you. Yeah, well, nothing happened to me, see? I'm fine, Naruto said. And the reason why I haven't wrote a letter yet is because I was busy doing something important. But what? What was so important that you haven't wrote to anyone? Like I told Kakashi, I'll tell you later, Naruto said. Tell me, later, now, later. Naruto and Iruka glared at each other before tears welled up in their eyes. I miss you, they both cried out as they hugged each other. Kakashi meanwhile watched the whole exchange with a sweat drop running down his head. Naruto, it's really you. Naruto and Iruka stopped hugging each other as they turned around and saw Sasuke and Sakura running to them. Naruto smiled happily as he instantly ran at them and brought them in a group hug, surprising them. Sasuke, Sakura, I missed you guys too, Naruto exclaimed happily. He stopped when he realized he was hugging Sasuke. He let them go and rubbed his shirt. Okay, dumb idea to hug Sasuke. I hope you didn't catch something while I was away. DCH. Shut up, you loser. Sasuke turned his head away while Naruto did the same thing. They both glanced at each other with small smirks present on their faces. Welcome back. He held his fist out. Good to be back, jerk face. Naruto brought his fist together with Sasuke, doing a fist bump. Sakura had tears well up in her eyes as she watched the interaction between. You idiot, you had us all scared and worried to death about you. Naruto rubbed her head softly, a soft grin present. Aw, relax. Iruka already explained it to me. It's still nice to remind you that people here have missed you. An old voice said. Nonetheless, it's good to have you back safe and sound, Naruto. Old man Naruto quickly ran to him, giving him a hug which Hiruzen returned as well. Welcome home, Naruto. Hiruzen smiled softly as they released each other. Naruto nodded as he quickly wiped the tears that began to gather in his eyes. So where have you been this whole time, Naruto? Sakura asked. She then turns to the tornado. And what is that thing? Again, I'll tell everyone the whole story later. Naruto said before a sheepish smile was present on his face. But first, can you tell me a safe place where I can put my tornado? It's very important to me. That made everyone look at him, then to the plane. Later, after taking the plane to training ground 7, everyone gathered up in the Hokage's office. The Hokage sat behind his desk, staring at Naruto with everyone else staring at him as well. So where to start at? Naruto asked. From the very beginning when you disappeared. Don't leave anything out. Hiruzen said in a serious tone fit for a cage. Right. Naruto took a deep breath and told everyone in the room everything that happened. From when the masked boy attacked him and sent him off to South Island all the way to his adventures. As he told them his journey, he also explained to them about the Chaos Emeralds, the Time Stones on Little Planet, the Master Emerald and the Badniks. He also explained to them about his Chaos powers, along with his super and hyper forms. For the story about West Side Island, he told them that he had a friend to help him out during his journey across there and on Angel Island. He even transformed into Dr. Eggman Nega to show everyone what he looked like. He also told them about the evil robot twins that Eggman had created based on his image, going even further as he transformed into each and every one of them. After my final battle with Dr. Nega out in space as Hyper Naruto and giving the Master Emerald back to Knuckles, I took the tornado and flew all the way here. Naruto finished his story as he took a deep breath and let it out. He looks around and sweat dropped as everyone stared wide-eyed at him. Hiruzen hummed as he closed his eyes, processing everything that Naruto told them. He opens his eyes and stared. Now, let me see if I got this right, Naruto. You say that Masked Boy sent you to an island that's not even located on our map and you met a mad scientist who not only tried to kidnap animals to place them inside these badniks as you call them, but to also search for the Chaos Emeralds, yes? Yes. Though I call the animals little critters to differentiate them from regular animals. Naruto replied as the old cage nods. The Chaos Emeralds, from what you told us, are 7 magical emeralds that has the ability to transform our thoughts into power. When all 7 are together, they also give you the power to access a super form. Yeah. This Dr. Eggman Nega wanted to use the power of those emeralds so he can power up the space station called the Death Egg and use it to take over our world. So you traveled across the South Island to locate the emeralds first before he could, but there were only 6 of them there, correct? Correct. Your second journey then took you to the west side island where you met your friend Miles Prower, who joined you on your quest to locate the emeralds, with the seventh emerald being there. Once you two gathered them all, you traveled out to space and went inside the Death Egg, where you fought a robotic clone of yourself called Robo Naruto and Dr. Eggman in his Death Egg robot. Using the power of the Chaos Emeralds you transformed into Super Naruto, beat Dr. Eggman and blew up the Death Egg. Oh yeah, and Naruto said with a smug grin. Eggman was definitely not expecting that. Hiruzen smirked a little before he continued. Your third journey took you to Little Planet, a satellite as you said, that appears above our planet. Yeah. It appears over Never Lake 1 month out of every year and vanish for the remaining 11 months. Naruto reminded everyone. Of course. Hiruzen nodded. But when you got there, Dr. Eggman chained it to a mountain and took over it. When you got there, you found Eggman and saw him searching for the time stones, 7 stones that allow someone to control time itself and let their wielder move through the passage of time. Naruto remained silent as he looked down, though he did nod his head. That's right. Hiruzen, Kakashi and Iruka noted the dead tone in Naruto's voice, as well as seeing the expression on his face, which concerned Iruka, though Hiruzen and Kakashi already knew what that meant but didn't say anything. Sasuke raised a brow at Naruto's behavior, which was unlike Naruto, and Sakura looked worried. Naruto? She asked. Are you okay? Huh? Oh yeah, fine. Just fine. Naruto said as he rubbed his head sheepishly. Just thought about something, that's all. Hiruzen stared at Naruto, watching as he glanced at the picture of his father on the wall, before turning back to him. I see now he'll have to talk to Naruto about that later. Anyway, after learning about the time stones and figured out Eggman's goal with them, you traveled back and forth through time using these time warp plates to destroy any of Eggman's factory that were in the past to create a good future for them. However, you met a girl named Amy Rose who followed you to Little Planet and got kidnapped by another robot twin that Dr. Eggman created. I believe this one was called Metal Naruto, am I right? Right. Once you collected the time stones, you beat Metal Naruto in a race, saving your friend in the process, and went to battle with Eggman. But in the middle of your fight, the masked boy appeared again, got rid of Eggman, and challenged you to fight, which is put on hold. Naruto said as he clenched his fists. He will most definitely pay that bastard back when he see him again. Right. After you and Amy left Little Planet, the chain that held it got destroyed, and the time stones went back to their home, with Little Planet vanishing once again as the legend said. Big time. Now we come down to your final journey, which took place on Angel Island. As you and your friend Miles got there by your tornado, you saw the Death Egg, which crash-landed there after your previous battle with Eggman. You two then met a boy named Knuckles, who took the Chaos Emeralds from you and hid them inside the secret zones. From what I can understand, Eggman appeared on the island first and tricked the poor boy into thinking you were after the Master Emerald. Yup. Now this Master Emerald, you say that this thing is a parent to the Chaos Emeralds? Hiruzen asked curiously. Naruto nodded. The Master Emerald, in a short version, basically controls the power of the Chaos Emeralds. It also what makes Angel Island float in the sky. Yes, with Knuckles being the guardian of said emerald, which Eggman took advantage of so he can take the emerald to power up the Death Egg. Hiruzen said. To think that there's a boy, around the same age as Naruto, guardian such an extremely powerful relic by himself. It made him sad that the lad was forced to carry such a heavy burden and not experience life as a child. After you collected the Chaos Emerald, you found Knuckles leaving a hit in a chamber, which led to where the Master Emerald was at. Yeah, when me and Miles got there, the Master Emerald took the Chaos Emeralds away and transformed them into Super Emeralds. Naruto replied. Giving you further access to a form more powerful than your super form. Hiruzen finished. Once you and Knuckles met each other again, the both of you fought to a standstill only for Eggman to take the Master Emerald and went to the Death Egg, powering it up with the Emerald's power. Before you could make there, Eggman created another robot clone to keep you from heading to the Death Egg. Please. If Metal Naruto couldn't beat me, what made him think Mecha Naruto would? Naruto said, crossing his arms and turning his head to the side, a hockey smirk present. Iruka's sweat dropped from Naruto's attitude. Either he became more arrogant during his journey, or that might be his ego talking. So after defeating this Mecha Naruto, you and Miles boarded the Death Egg before it could reach space. After going through the Death Egg's many traps, you both found Eggman and fought him out in space. While fighting his battle mech, he used the Master Emerald as a power source for this weapon. Hiruzen stated. After we destroyed it, Eggman tried to escape with the Master Emerald again, but we stopped him. Naruto continued, crossing his arms. Without its power, the Death Egg was about to blow up, so I sent Miles back to Earth. Here Naruto rolled his eyes. But of course, Eggman showed up and snatched the Master Emerald again, so I transformed into Hyper Naruto this time and fought him once again. And when you won the battle, you took the Master Emerald and brought it back to Angel Island, where it began to float once again. Hiruzen continued from there. And here I am now talking to you and telling you this wild crazy story. Naruto finished. More than that. Kakashi said with a wide-eyed expression. That has gotta be the craziest and wildest story I've ever heard. He placed a hand under his chin. 3 mysterious unknown islands that's not on the map and a small planet that appears above a lake. That's just too crazy to be true, Sakura agreed. So wait, you mean you actually went through all that? Of course I did, Naruto said, looking offended in a comical way. Ain't no way I would make this up, besides I got the tornado as proof. But still, Naruto Iruka spoke up, an excited smile appearing on his face. You've been to places and found objects that we didn't even know existed. Matter of fact, I don't think anyone throughout the shinobi world knows about them. That's right. Hiruzen spoke, getting everyone's attention. Remember what I told you, Iruka, our world is a big mysterious place. He stood up from his seat and looked out the window. South Island. West Side Island. Angel Island. Little Planet. Chaos Emeralds. Time Stones. The Master Emerald. These are places and objects no one in this world knows about, let alone know that they exist. It's almost as if they appeared out of thin air. If someone with evil intentions, like Dr. Eggman, were to discover these emeralds, then this world would be in grave danger. Sasuke looked at the Hokage before looking down and thought. Honestly, this was all too much for his brain to handle. 7 emeralds that grants you unlimited power, 7 stones that make someone travel through time, and a giant Chaos Emerald that controls the power of the Chaos Emeralds, meaning it's the most powerful relic that exists. He grit his teeth in jealousy. To think that Naruto would actually discover them and learn of their power, add to the fact that the Chaos Emeralds also allowed someone to transform into a super form. Then there was that kid Knuckles, who's the guardian of this Master Emerald that can control the Chaos Emeralds and allow them to transform into Super Emeralds, giving the user a form more powerful than the super form the regular emeralds grants. Adding to the fact that Naruto is the first and only person to experience that type of power. Not only that, they also helped him unlock a new type of power as Naruto called Chaos Powers, which allows him to manipulate chaos energy in various ways. It sounded like chakra, except way more powerful. Sasuke turns to Naruto. Do you still have them? He spoke for the first time, which caught everyone's attention. Have what? Naruto asked. The Chaos Emeralds. Do you have them now? Sasuke repeated the question. Naruto shook his head. Nope. Like I said, when all Chaos Emeralds come together in one place, they scatter and disappear all over again. After I changed back to my regular form, I felt the Super Emeralds change back into Chaos Emeralds and vanish. I get it. So that means the emeralds are out there somewhere. Sakura said as she nodded her head. Yup. You got it. Naruto said. Either that or they went back into the secret zone, and the only to get there is through the warp rings. Sasuke wasn't all that happy with the answer, but still accepted it. He will definitely have to be on the lookout for those warp rings. But no worries. Naruto grinned as he put his hands behind his head. Even though I already beat Egghead, I know that he might come back someday with some other scheme that involves the Chaos Emeralds. He smirks in confidence as he gives the old cage a thumbs up. When he does, I'll be ready for him along with any other bad guy out there, and I won't be alone. Me, Miles, Knuckles, Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi-sensei will be there to stop them. With all of us together, the sky's the limit. That made everyone look surprised. Hiruzen, however, smiled proudly at Naruto, with Kakashi eye smiling as well as he nodded too. Haruka looked somewhat worried, but he did have a smile. Sakura actually smiled, but it was nervous. Sasuke just closed his eyes, wearing a small smirk. You know, I guess this makes you a hero, Naruto. Kakashi said. Huh? Naruto asked. Well, you risked your life to stop a madman from taking over the world and even saved a small planet. Kakashi explained, staring proudly at his student as he rubbed his head. To me, that would make you a hero. Just like the 4th Hokage. He's right. Haruka agreed as he chuckled. I guess that'd make me your biggest fan. Naruto chuckled as he blushed in embarrassment. Oh come on. You're making me blush. But then again, I am the world's ultimate ninja after all. Sakura smiled and shook her head before she noticed Naruto's backpack move slightly. She also saw something white sticking out. She walks up to it, a curious look on her face. Hey Naruto. I saw something move in your bag. What's that in there? Naruto did a comical spit take before his eyes widened as he felt Sakura open his bag. Sakura, wait. Sakura gasped as her widened eyes were replaced by hearts. Oh my gosh, she reached into the bag and took out Tails, who had a smile frozen on his face. It's so adorable. She hugged Tails, rubbing her cheek against his. What the? Haruka's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the strange fox Sakura seems to be hugging. But what made him surprised was that the fox had 2 tails. The fox also seems to be wearing gloves and shoes. Haruka has to admit, this fox looked incredibly different from the foxes he's seen, even more different than the 9-tails fox. Is that a toy? Sasuke raised a brow at the doll. Yes, toy, definitely a toy, Naruto quickly answered, his eyes turned comical as he moved his arms up and down. Oh? Hiruzen asked, raising a brow at the supposed toy that Sakura seems to be hugging. Sasuke wore a deadpan expression on his face. Why do you have a toy with you? Oh well Tails, as Naruto tried to explain. Tails? You actually named it? Sasuke asked, a small teasing smirk on his face. You're such a dork. No, you see the name fits perfectly, Sakura exclaimed as she hugged Tails close to her chest, which also hid the increasing blush on his cheeks. He looks so real and fluffy. Where did you find him, Naruto? That made Naruto sweat nervously, but he still had a smile on his face. Oh right, well I found him on West Side Island. It didn't feel right for me to throw him away, so I kept him along for the ride. He's been really helpful to me. You mean you and Miles, right? Kakashi asked. Naruto flinched at the mistake he made. Yeah, that's what I meant. Hiruzen shook his head as he released a chuckle. Well anyway, I believe that's enough for one day. Now that Naruto has returned to us, I am proud to say that Squad 7 is back together again. You got that right, Naruto grinned. Also, thanks to Naruto, we are the only known village to know about the Chaos Emeralds and the man who's searching for them. Hiruzen spoke in his serious voice, which made everyone go serious as well. Squad 7, while you continue to do your regular missions, I'm going to give you a secret mission. This mission is to find the Chaos Emeralds before Dr. Eggman or anyone else does. It's very important that no one else in the shinobi world knows about the emeralds, for we already know what they might do with them. That made everyone nod their heads. For now, take this time to celebrate Naruto's return. Sasuke and Sakura, you are dismissed for the day. Naruto and Kakashi, please remain here for a little bit. There's still some stuff we must discuss, Hiruzen said, taking a quick glance at the doll. Sasuke and Sakura looked at each other in confusion before shrugging their shoulders. Sakura handed Naruto his doll back with a slight pout on her face. She still wanted to play with him. The two then left, leaving the room quiet. Now I believe it's time we talk about the elephant in the room. Hiruzen said with a knowing smirk. Wouldn't you agree, Naruto? Naruto sweats nervously as his eyes darted around the room. Elephant? What elephant? There's no elephant. I don't see an elephant, do you see one, Kakashi? Haruka. Kakashi looked away, but he had a knowing smile on his face. Haruka just sighed and shook his head. Naruto, I may be old, but I'm still Hokage first and foremost. Hiruzen said in amusement. So I know for a fact that toy in your arms is not a toy. Naruto's face went comically blank before he sighed as he looked down at Tails. Tails, the jig's up. You can stop acting. Aw, did I mess up? Tails asked as Naruto put him down. Nah, they're shinobi. We're just that sharp. Naruto replied. He and Tails turned to everyone in the room and saw their reactions. Haruka's eyes widened in utter amazement and in somewhat alarm, Kakashi's lone eye widened in surprise, and Hiruzen had an awe look on his face. They were all staring at Tails, which made him nervous and shy. Hello everyone. Tails waved to them. I'm Miles Prower, but everyone calls me Tails. It's nice to meet you. Amazing, Hiruzen whispered in amazement as he stared at the twin-tail fox cub. He's met and seen a lot of animals before, but definitely not one like this. So you're the famous Miles in Naruto's story. That's right, Naruto laughed, rubbing Tails' head affectionately. This little guy has been helping me throughout my adventures. Heck, there were times when he even saved me. He's the best partner in crime I could ever ask for, and I'm proud to have him by my side. Then Naruto Tails blushed at the compliment as he waved his arms up and down comically. See, come on. Don't say stuff like that. Why? It's the truth. After all, you're the world's smartest and greatest master engineer. I know. Naruto smiles happily, which made Tails rub his head sheepishly, a trait he seemed to have gained from Naruto. Hiruzen, Kakashi and Haruka smiled at the scene before them. It would seem that during their time together, the two have formed a special brotherly bond. Kakashi coughed into his fist, bringing attention to himself. In any case, I want to thank you for keeping an eye on one of my precious students, Tails. He can be quite a handful at times. That made Tails giggle. You have no idea. Hey, I'm right here, Naruto said with a pout as he turns away, which made Tails laugh. Anyway, I'm Kakashi Haddock, Naruto's teacher. Kakashi introduced himself. Naruto told me about all of you, Tails said happily as he used his twin tails to fly in front of him, which surprised the Jonin at the unique ability. You're Kakashi Haddock. The man who has a special eye that lets you copy a ninja's jutsu. He grabbed Kakashi's hand, shaking it up and down. It's so awesome to meet you. Likewise. Kakashi said, amazed at the cub's sudden enthusiasm and the unique ability of using his tails to fly. Tails then flew towards Haruka, surprising him. You're Haruka Yamino, Naruto's childhood teacher. Nice to meet you very much, sir. Sure, Tails. Haruka smiles at the fox cub. He reminded him so much of Naruto from when he was young. Nice to meet you as well. Tails then flew in front of Hiruzen's smiling face. And you're Hiruzen Saratobi the Hokage. He covered his mouth using his hands as he sneezed, causing a poof of smoke to appear around him. The Hokage, Jonin and Chunin eyes widened comically. The reason for this is because as the smoke cleared, they saw Tails in his human form. He looked around the same age as Konohamaru and his friends except younger. But what shocked them the most was the fox ears and twin tails he had on his being. Hokage. Tails said, looking like a deer that's been caught by headlights. Miles. Is that really you? Hiruzen asked as he helped the child up. Yes, it's me. Tails replied. Guess you're surprised, huh? More than you could think. Kakashi said. This is something you don't see every day. Iruka still had the same expression, but he did nod his head. I take it that this form you're in is your true form? Hiruzen asked curiously. Well yeah. Tails answered, looking down. See, when I was a baby, a nice old lady named Anna was the one who took care of me. She told me she found me in this form on her front doorstep along with a letter, which she assumed was from my mom. But when I got older I noticed I was smarter than any ordinary kids, as I loved to invent and fix stuff. Miss Anna knew this, but she kept supporting me, telling me there's nothing wrong with doing something that you love, despite what the other children or grown-ups might say. Tails smiled at the happy memories he had with Miss Anna, but then a sad look appeared. But one night after I went to the bathroom, I suddenly sneezed. I found out about my fox form. I didn't want Miss Anna to know about it, but believe it or not, she told me she already knew about it. And despite that, she still took care of me and loved me as if I was her own grandson. He smiled sadly. But everyone else, they treated me like I was a monster. Iruka's eyes widened before they narrowed into a glare. His story reminded him too much of Naruto's own childhood. Hiruzen and Kakashi thought the same thing as their eyes turned into a glare. Naruto, however, had his hair cover his eyes. But if one were to take a closer look, they would see him, gripping his jacket. After Miss Anna died and I was all alone, that's when everyone showed their true colors. Tails said sadly as memories of his life among humans flashed through his mind. Everyone would call me names like monster, freak, among many others. They would also throw things at me and vandalize our home. There were also times when I worked on an invention, the kids would destroy it and make me watch. They even tried to kill me one night when I was asleep. That made Hiruzen's eyes widen in anger, while Iruka gasped in absolute horror. Kakashi's lone eye narrowed further before he glanced at Naruto, hearing a growl coming from him. So I was chased out of town. I found myself drifting off into sea before finding an island. I called it Cocoa Island and I lived there for a while. Tails continued his story. I left Cocoa Island and began to explore the ocean. I found West Side Island along the way and lived there ever since. Of course, the critters didn't like me because of my forms, so they would often pick on me from time to time. He smiles happily as he turns to Naruto. That's when Naruto showed up on the island. Despite me being different, he still accepted me for who I am and let me come with him on his adventure. Since then, the two of us have always been together. He's the bestest best friend I could ever ask for. Tails said happily. Naruto gave a big grin. Aw, I love you too, little buddy. That made the grown-ups in the room smile warmly. Despite Tails' horrible past, he still remained a gentle and sweet-nurtured little soul. Naruto must have saw himself in Tails' place and took him along because he didn't want him to feel lonely anymore. And from they were told, they could tell that Naruto is very protective of Tails. Like a big brother acts towards his younger brother. Well then, Tails. It's very nice to have you with us and I would like to welcome you to your new home. Hiruzen said. But since you're different from everyone else, we'll have to cover some rules. Oh okay, Tails nodded. Rule 1. If you ever turn back into your fox form, you must and always remain a doll to fool everyone else. Though my more experienced shinobi wouldn't fall for it, I will still remind them to act natural. And Naruto, since I know that you will be taking Tails with you wherever you go, you will have to hide him inside your backpack. Yes sir. Naruto and Tails saluted to him. Rule 2. Tails, if you're ever in your human form, you must have your extra features remain hidden. After all, the village isn't ready to meet someone such as yourself, mainly due to a tragedy that happened a long time ago. Tragedy? Tails asked curiously, tilting his head slightly. Hiruzen saw Naruto moving, making him glance at him, only to see him shake his head and mouthing, he doesn't know. He nodded slightly, turning back to Tails. Don't worry. It happened long before you were born. Hiruzen said. Now for hiding your features. Way ahead of you, Naruto said, pulling out a cap and puts it on Tails' head, making his ears fold back. He then took out a white cloth and wrapped it around Tails' waist. It was long enough to cover his twin tails. Huh? Hewitt. Kakashi and Iruka sweat dropped at Naruto's disguise for Tails, if that's what he would call it. Naruto, that's a horrible disguise. Iruka deadpans. But it would work for now. Hiruzen sighed at Naruto's antics. Lastly, rule 3, and this is for you personally, Naruto. Since you will be taking Tails with you on your missions with your squad, he must and never come out of your bag unless something has happened to all of you and you find yourselves in a pickle. Yes. I understand. Naruto nodded as he spoke in his serious voice. That is all for today. You two may leave and join your friends. Hiruzen smiled softly. And Naruto blinks before the Hokage threw something at Naruto, making him catch it out of reflex. It's great to have you back home. Naruto looked down at his hand and his eyes widened happily and in relief. It was his lucky charm. He hugged it close to his chest, tears beginning to well up in his eyes. He looks up at Hiruzen smiling softly as he nods his head. Good to be back. He looks down at Tails, wiping the tears away. Come on buddy, I'm gonna give you the best grand tour of your life. Okay, Tails said happily as the two left the office. Naruto, he sure made some great friends while he left. Haruka said, smiling softly. He sure did. Kakashi said before he looked down thoughtfully. But Tails, though, he certainly is quite different from the rest us. A human form with fox-like features and a unique fox form I've never seen before. Add to the fact that he has twin tails. That made Hiruzen narrow his eyes while Haruka's eyes widened. What exactly are you trying to, Kakashi? The Chunin asked, a disbelief expression written on his face as he realized what Kakashi was implying. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Depends. What do you think I'm saying? Kakashi asked, even though it was clear to Haruka what he was trying to say. But that's impossible, Haruka exclaimed. There's no way Tails could be. Do you even know how crazy or impossible that sounds? Believe me, after listening to Naruto's story, I can't think of anything else that's crazier. Kakashi answered honestly with a shrug of his shoulders. Haruka looked down, a shocked look present on his face. How could that even be possible? Tails is around my student's age, and the 9 tails has been sealed inside of Naruto this whole time, there's no way he could be. But the possibilities still stand to reason. A new voice interrupted from within the shadows, getting everyone's attention. Somehow, I knew you would be here as well, Danzo Shimura. Hiruzen spoke to the shadows in a deadly tone as he glared at the shadows. Out from the shadows appeared a frail old man who walked with a cane. He had black shaggy hair and his right eye was bandaged. He has an X-shaped scar on his chin. He wore a white shirt with a black or dark gray robe over the top of it covering from his feet to just over his right shoulder. The robe conceals his right arm. Hiruzen and Kakashi narrowed their eyes slightly at seeing the shinobi of darkness. Lord Danzo. Haruka said in a surprise. I had no idea you were in here. I assume you heard everything? Hiruzen asked. Every word. I've already sent word to the clan heads and the rest of the council for a meeting to discuss this matter. Danzo said as he turns to Haruka. That child is someone the likes of which this world has never seen before. The fox features his human form has, and the fox form itself. No matter how much you deny it, the proof is there, Haruka. Miles Prower is the 9-tailed fox's child. Later, hey old man, another bowl over here. Haha, come and ride up kid. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura, who was holding Tails, were at Ichiraku eating a bowl of ramen, together with Naruto being at his 7th bowl. While they left the mansion, Tails suddenly sneezed again, turning back into his fox form again. Naruto quickly snatched Tails up and put him in his backpack before anyone could come out and see him. When he left, he immediately ran around the village at supersonic speed, giving Tails a quick tour around the village. However, before he could finish, he ran into Sasuke and Sakura, which made him skid to a stop, startling Sakura slightly and making Sasuke loom surprised for a moment. Instead of clobbering him, Sakura immediately ran to him, taking Tails out of the backpack and hugged the life out of him. She just couldn't help it. To her, Tails is the most adorable doll she has ever seen. She was also jealous that he basically belonged to Naruto and that he wouldn't let her have him. The 3 of them, 4 counting Tails, left, with Naruto taking the lead. They stopped by Ichiraku's ramen joint. The moment Naruto entered, AM jumped over the counter and hugged the life out of him, while Teuchi laughed in joy and hugged him as well. After eating final bowl, Naruto cried comical tears of joy. Oh old man, how I miss you and your ramen. Are you kidding me? I missed you the most, kid. Teuchi laughed. Thanks to your spicy chili ramen recipe, business has been packed since you left. By the way, where have you been the whole time? Oh, just out saving the world from an evil scientist who wants to take over it. Naruto answered with a shrug. Is that so? Teuchi asked with a laugh as he walked back to the kitchen. Well, I hoped you kicked that scientist's butt for us. Believe me, I did. Naruto said. He turns to his teammates. So what's been going on with you guys since I left? Well, all we did was just the usual. Missions, training and wondering where you were. Sakura said, turning to Naruto and not seeing Tails blink his eyes. So about this secret zone you told us about earlier. What are they like? It's weird to be honest. Naruto answered. The secret zone are like these pocket dimensions with many shapes and colors in the sky, it's crazy. Sakura's eyes sparkled in awe. And you said the Chaos Emeralds are in that place. How did you even get them? Sasuke glanced at them, listening in on the conversation. He too wanted to know more about this secret zone. The secret zone makes you do all these challenges. Naruto replied. Once you beat them, you'll get a Chaos Emerald. But each secret zone has a different challenge. Sakura looked confused while Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Different how? The Uchiha asked, wanting to know more. Naruto looked up thoughtfully. Back on South Island, the secret zones there had me go through a rotating diamond maze and destroy these barriers that covered the Chaos Emeralds. I had to watch out for the flashing red balls there, otherwise I would get kicked out. West Side Island secret zone had me and Miles run through a half-pipe tube while collecting the right amount of rings. We just had to watch out for the bombs. Little Planet Zone had me run around a track to destroy these UFOs within a time limit. Angel Island Zone had me and Miles run around this planet-like sphere to collect these blue spheres. If we touch the red ones we get kicked out. Whoa, those challenges sound tough. Sakura said with a wide-eye expression as she imagined what they would look like. Believe me, you have no idea. Naruto said, remembering the close calls he had in the secret zones. HN. Sasuke grunted as he looked down in thought. So not only do you have to find a warp ring to get into the secret zone, you also had to do whatever challenge it makes you have to do in order to get a Chaos Emerald. But each challenge might be different from the last. If we're going to find these warp rings that leads to the secret zones, we need to be ready for whatever challenge they might have for us. We know what the challenges Naruto went through are like, but there's still a possibility that we might get something different or at least similar. Sasuke's thoughts were interrupted at the sound of rings hitting the counter. He turns to see Naruto had just dropped a bunch of gold rings. Hey old man, keep the change, Naruto called out. He walks outside and noted the sun turned orange. Wow, the sun is starting to set already. Days really do move fast when you have the most fun. No, it's because your story was just that long. Sakura deadpans at him. She smiles softly. Well anyway, I better head on home. She handed Tails back to Naruto. See you tomorrow guys. She grabbed Tails' cheek and rubbed her nose against his. And I'll see you tomorrow Tails. She walked away just in time to not see Tails' blushing face as his eyes turned into comical swirls. Hey Sasuke, Naruto turns to him, only to see him jumping from roof to roof, apparently heading. Oh whatever you jackass, he huffed and turns to walk away before he stops. He did a hand sign and summoned a clone next. He handed him Tails. Take Tails home and watch over him for a little. Got it? Clone, Naruto said. Naruto turns to the still dazed Tails. There's someplace I need to go. I'll be back Tails. Tails' brain was still on fire after Sakura's surprising stunt, which made the two Naruto to sweat drop. Well later. Naruto turns and walks away, hands behind his head. He looks back and saw the clone had already left. He looks ahead and runs off, turning into a yellow blur. He ran for a couple of seconds before stopping at his first destination. The Hidden Leaf Cemetery. Naruto never thought he would admit this, but he was nervous. This will be the first time he will ever visit his parents' grave after finding out who they are. He swallowed his spit and enters the cemetery, looking at off the gravestones that were there. He was reading the names of the stones as he tried to find his parents. His eyes widened slightly in delight as he found their names, and just as he suspected, they were next to each other. He walks up to their graves and got on his knees, placing a bunch of yellow flowers and red roses on his dad and mom's graves respectively. Hey there. Mom, Dad. I'm back home. Naruto whispered softly to the gravestones that had his parents' names on them. He sat down in front of them. Sorry it took me a while to come visit. Though at the time, I didn't know who you two were, well except for Dad, since he's the fourth Hokage and all that, and Mom, well I learned about you from these 3 hedgehogs I know. Naruto looks down, a soft smile present on his face. A lot of things have happened to me. Back from when I was just kid to today. I made my very first friend, only to end up losing her one day. I haven't found her yet, but that doesn't mean I'm giving up. I'll find her and bring her here to come meet you. I have a feeling you guys would have loved to meet her. Memories of his childhood flashed through his mind, causing him to take out his lucky charm as he hugged it close to him. When she disappeared that day it felt like my whole world was ripped to shreds. The old man sent some of his ninja out to look for her throughout the land of fire, only to find nothing. I was broken. I wasn't eating, sleeping, paying attention in class, nothing. I was just thinking about Blaze. I wanted my best friend back. And everybody in the village. They just didn't care. And if they would ever talk bad about her or take my lucky charm, memories of him fighting, scratching and biting everyone, be it a citizen, shinobi or even children, flashed through his head. Anyway, let's just say the old man set me straight back then. Naruto chuckled. After that, I just kept training. I trained and trained each and every day. That way I'll be strong enough to leave the village and find Blaze again. Then there was that day. The day he learned the truth about the 9 tails from Mizuki. I was shocked as hell to find out about that. But what took my shock further was when I met them. Sonic, Shadow and Silver. Naruto smiled happily as he recalls meeting them. Those 3 have been inside of me even before I was born. They also told me that they came from another world. He laughed. Yeah, I was shocked too. They told me some things about you guys. Told me how you risked your life to protect me when the 9 tails tried to kill. Dad, I wanted to punch the living shit out of you for making go through all that. He looks down, blushing slightly. But they told me that you believed in me. You believed that I would be the one to control the Nine Tails power and make it my own. You trusted me with this responsibility and I guess I'm happy to know that. Naruto looks down sadly. I wanted to talk to them some more. To learn more about them. But they had to go away. Before they left, they gave me something, said it was a late birthday present. He chuckled at that before he placed his hand on his heart. They left me their legacy. Pretty cool, right? Naruto grins happily. After I kicked Mizuki's butt, Haruka let me graduate. I joined a team with Sakura and her boyfriend Sasuke, and we have Kakashi as our instructor. We did a ton of missions before doing a C-rank mission to Wave. But it got turned into A rank cause the client lied to us, but I didn't care. He was in danger and I couldn't ignore that, so I decided to finish it alone, but Kakashi and the others joined me. We learned that Wave was being taken over by some bastard named Gato, and he hired some goons to kill our client because he was trying to build a bridge. Memories of the Wave incident flashed through his mind. Zabuza and Haku then appeared, making Naruto smile sadly. But you know what? Those guys Zabuza and Haku, they were okay. After Haku sacrificed himself to save Zabuza, Gato and his thugs suddenly came to the bridge, and Zabuza took them all down, even Gato, despite the injuries he sustained because of that. He really was one way past cool demon. After Gato died, the people of Wave came together and drove them away. All in all, it was an awesome mission. Naruto then told his parents the adventures he had when the masked boy separated him from his squad. All in all, those were the greatest adventures I've ever been on in my life. I've made friends, enemies, and I keep getting stronger and stronger. Naruto chuckles. I can already tell my next adventure is going to start soon. He remained silent for a couple seconds as he looked up and stared at the bright orange sun, not paying to someone standing behind him. You know, back on Little Planet when I had the time stones I was going to use them. I was going to travel back to that day so that I could save you both. Ah, I see. Naruto jumped and gave a startled yell. He looks behind him and Hiruzen standing behind him. So that's why you had that look when I mentioned them. Old man. How long were you standing there and how much did you hear? Naruto asked nervously. Long enough and I heard much. Hiruzen took a seat next to Naruto, staring at the gravestones of Minato and Kushina. Now about what you said. Naruto stared at him before looking at his parents' grave. Yeah. When I heard about what the time stones were capable of, I thought to myself, this is it with the time stones, I'll be able to travel to the day I was born. I'll save mom and dad. Hiruzen didn't say anything. He just continued to listen intently. When I gathered them all, I haven't been so happy and excited all my life. After I saved Amy and beat Eggman, I was going to use them to go back. Naruto continued. But I didn't. It's like something in my heart kept me from doing it. Like it was telling me not to use them for something as selfish as that. In my head, I wanted to do it, but my heart kept telling me no. So I listened to my heart. I see. Hiruzen smiles softly. I'm very proud of you for listening to your heart, Naruto. Huh? Naruto blinked in surprise as he turns to Hiruzen. Listen, Naruto, time travel, it's a very dangerous thing. When I was your age, Tobirama-sensei, the second Hokage, told us much about this forbidden ninjutsu art. Of course, the most important is that if one were to change the past, they would also change our future, which is why such a thing is forbidden. If you were to go back and save your parents, you would alter the course of history. But wait, isn't that supposed to be good? I mean, mom and dad will still be alive, Naruto said in confusion and in slight anger. Why would it be bad if his parents were alive? True, your mother and father would be alive if you were successful, which is good, but think about the cons. Hiruzen said seriously. The cons? Naruto asked as Hiruzen nodded. Think about your squad. Your mission to the land of waves. The adventure you had and the friends you've made. All of these events happened because your parents died. If you had gone back and saved your parents and alter history, everything that happened here in our timeline won't happen there in the new timeline. That made Naruto's eyes widen. Do you know of the Uchiha massacre and about Sasuke being the only survivor? Hiruzen asked. Why yes. Well, imagine a world where the Uchiha clan are extinct, meaning that Sasuke also died during that terrifying event. All of this happened while your parents were alive. Being reminded of Sasuke's corpse during his battle with Haku made Naruto tremble slightly. Or worse, Hiruzen said. You and Blaze, you two would have probably never met. Either she may have never been born or she died. That was the final straw for Naruto as he stood up and glared at Hiruzen in pure fury, a vein pulsing out his forehead. No, Naruto yells angrily as he grit his teeth. You're wrong, you don't know that. What the hell was this old man talking about? Him not being on Squad 7. Not going to Wave to save everyone and meet Haku and Zabuza. Not meeting Tails and the others. Sasuke dying along with his clan, him and Blaze not meeting cause she may not have been born or because she died. And of all this might happen because his parents would be alive. Exactly. Hiruzen said calmly. I don't know and you don't know either. Which is exactly why time travel is forbidden and has no place in our world. If we were to change a certain event in our lives, like you going back to prevent your parents' fate, then we wouldn't know about the consequences our actions would cause, despite our intentions being good. But it's also to prevent those like Dr. Eggman from doing serious harm to our world. Naruto grit his teeth. He wanted to deny it. Refused to believe that the old man didn't know what he was talking about. But no matter how much he wanted to, he knew he was right and that made Naruto sit back down, his head down in sadness. He thought about Iruka, Konohamaru, Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, Tails, Amy, Knuckles and Blaze. Naruto sat down, a sad look on his face. We can save people from their terrible fate, give them a chance to start over, but at a cost. That's not fair. Hiruzen nodded his head sadly, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Life is never fair. There's always gonna be a price to pay for one's own happiness. The two remained silent after that as they just looked at the gravestones. There's something I want to ask you. Naruto said, getting the Hokage's attention. Say I did went back and saved them, would he looks at him? Would they have been happy? Hiruzen stared at the expression on Naruto's face. He looked desperate. Desperate to know the answer would be good or not. The old Hokage smiles softly at Naruto before rubbing his head. Naruto, I don't think you understand just how much your parents loves you. Hiruzen said with a hearty laugh. When they found out they were gonna have you, I have never seen Minato nor Kushina so excited in their lives, especially Kushina, since she always wanted to have a big family. They wanted to do so many things with you as they watch you grow up to be an amazing shinobi like them. To hold you in their arms when you're scared or sad, encourage you whenever you fail at something, train you, celebrate your birthday, everything. Hiruzen smiles fondly as he remembers the times when Minato and Kushina were alive. All of that proves that your parents wanted to be in your life just as you wanted them to be in yours. But remember this, it's also a parent's job to protect their children from the dangers of the world. Would they be happy if you travel back in time to save them? Well, I don't know the answer to that. That made Naruto sighed. Of course, but I do know this. Naruto perks up as he looked at the happy smile Hiruzen showed. Your parents would be very happy and extremely proud to know how amazing you turned out to be without them being there for you, even if you traveled back to save them. Naruto's eyes widened. Hearing the honesty and the sincerity of the old man's tone made his heart swell up in joy. He felt the wind hit him in the back of his head while also sensing a presence behind him, making him slowly look back. A silent gasp escaped his lips. His father Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, stood behind him. Next to him stood a woman with long red hair and violet eyes. She wore a high-collared, sleeveless blouse under a long, loose-fitting dress with a wristband on her left wrist and standard shinobi sandals. Naruto noticed that both of them were transparent and wore smiles on their faces as they stared at him. Dad, Naruto whispered so low, the third couldn't hear him. Minato's smile widened, which made Naruto's eyes move to the red-haired woman. Mom Kushina's smile widened as well. They looked at each other with smiles before turning back to their son, only for their smile to vanish when they saw he had stood up and was looking at them with widened eyes that also had tears falling from them. They had sad looks on their faces as they watched the tears fall from his eyes. Kushina suddenly hugs him while Minato hugs them both, shocking Naruto slightly, but then closed his eyes softly. Despite them being transparent, the ultimate ninja could feel their warmth. It felt nice. He suddenly began to have visions of his parents being in his life. From teaching him how to walk as a baby, celebrating his birthdays, coming to his graduation. And most of all of them sitting at the table enjoying a nice dinner as they hugged each other. Naruto, he heard them whisper his name. They then vanished, causing Naruto to open his eyes with more tears falling. Mom, Dad, Naruto sobs as he fell to his knees. Don't go, he felt the old man wrap his arm around him, making him lean to him as he cries. Nearby, Kakashi and Iruka watched the interaction. Both wore sad looks on their faces as they stared at the crying Naruto. Sensei Kushina, Kakashi thought as he looked down. I promised to keep a close watch on him. Naruto, Iruka thought sadly as he looks down. It's been ages since he's seen Naruto cry. And yet despite his hockey, idiotic, egotistical nature, Iruka keeps forgetting one simple fact about Naruto: he still longs to have his parents with him. Nearby, Hinata Hyuga hid behind the entrance of the cemetery and watched as her crush broke down in tears. Seeing him like that broke her heart as she felt tears of her own swelling up in her eyes. Naruto, when she heard Naruto's yell echo throughout the village earlier, she was so happy and relieved that he finally came back home. Like everyone else, she was also shocked when she saw him flying that strange machine which made her fall after him, hidden from his view. Just now, she saw him picking up flowers and wondered where he was going till she saw he entered the cemetery. Hinata so desperately wanted to go over there and comfort Naruto. To hug and let him know that he wasn't alone anymore. But it looks like Lord Third beat her to it. She then left, but not before giving one last longing look to Naruto. Someday I'll stand by you, Naruto. Meanwhile, with Blaze, insert song. The Shining Road English version. Instruments. Blaze was walking through a forest as she headed for the next town. She suddenly stops as she felt something wet slide down her cheek. Huh? She touched her cheek and saw it was a teardrop. She didn't know why, but her heart suddenly felt sad. Her heart haven't felt like this in a while. In fact, the only time her heart would hurt like this is because Naruto the Fire Princess muttered. Whenever Naruto was sad, she would be sad with him but would also cheer him up with a hug. Which also explains why she has the sudden urge to want to hug Naruto. He was calling out to her. The world around us is so magical, but now it's been placed under a spell. Blaze wiped the tear away. Whatever was wrong with Naruto, he needed her. She has to hurry to the Leaf Village. Please wait a little more. I'm almost there. She looks down the road to see a town just ahead of her. She walks the path to the town. Hidden Leaf Village. My love, come with me and together we shall search to find a charm. We'll travel to the land of our dreams where forbidden dreams just may come true. Haven't been here in a while. Naruto spoke in a soft tone. He reached into his pocket and took out his lucky charm. This place hasn't changed one bit. Blaze. Right now, he was at his and Blaze's secret spot. The Hill of Friendship. The hill was covered in grass and had a lone tree sitting up top. There was also a log there which he was sitting on. After he calmed down, he left the cemetery and made one last stop. That stop was his and Blaze's childhood spot. Their precious Hill of Friendship. Naruto looks at the setting sun with a smile. That's another thing about this spot, it had the best view of the sunset. When we're alone tomorrow, we will sneak away and secretly meet up on top of a hill where there are birds everywhere and we can be all alone. I wonder what you're doing now, Blaze. Naruto reached his hand out towards the sun, seeing young Blaze's smiling face appearing on it before she vanished. Are you looking up at the sunset too? Blaze was now in town as she watched many people walk past her. She was sitting on the roof of a building she was staying at. She saw so much smiling faces as she watched families going out together and children chasing each other. She then looks up at the sunset, seeing young Naruto's smiling face, making a soft smile appear as she reached her hand out to him before he vanished. I know someday, I'll hold your hand. While we sit alone in the morning mist and the seal in our way of our shining road will be broken. Are you looking at this sunset as well, Naruto? From our favorite spot? Blaze asked before setting her hand down. It truly is beautiful, isn't it? She slowly closed her eyes. She didn't know why, but she felt her hands suddenly get warm. And it wasn't her powers that was doing it. It was a special kind of warmth, one that's familiar to her. It was almost as if someone was holding the top of her hand in theirs and she immediately knew who it was. She opens her eyes and looks next to her, seeing a glowing transparent young Naruto with his eyes closed and a smile present. He opens them and looked her way, giving her a big happy smile. Naruto, Blaze, Naruto said with his eyes closed. He could feel he was holding her hand. No matter how far away we are, the bond that we share, it lets me know that you're okay. That you're right next to me. He opens his eyes and looked right next to him to see a glowing transparent young Blaze as she looks at him with a smile. Am I right? Naruto asked the transparent young Blaze, causing her to smile wider as she nodded her head. Yes, you are, Naruto heard her say, but in an older voice, which made him smile a toothy grin. He turned back and looks at the sunset. Till the end of time. At the same time on both ends, the transparents disappear and neither of them didn't notice their lucky charms were glowing. Later, Tails, I'm back, Naruto said with a yawn as he entered his apartment. It was now dark outside with the moon rising and shining down on the village. Man, I didn't think I would fall asleep. He trailed his sentence off as he saw Tails was sleeping on the table with many tools and such around him. He also noticed a small bed that was next to his. The bed itself was in the shape of airplane. Naruto smiled softly as he picked Tails and laid him on the blow-up bed. Good night, Tails. And welcome to your new home. He whispered. He instantly changed into his pajamas, turned off the lights and fell asleep. Hours passed as both snored softly. However, red bubbly chakra suddenly came out from Naruto's stomach, which made him groan slightly. The red chakra moved across from Naruto and traveled from his bed to the smaller bed, heading for its target. The chakra touched Tails' hand, making him groan in confusion, as it soon began to travel across his whole body, leaving only his head exposed. The malicious chakra soon began to cover his face, just as Tails' eyes snapped open and he released a gasp. Tails gasped out in shock. He took steady breaths before he calmed down. He then looks up and blinked in confusion. Huh? Where am I? He asked. He looks around and saw he was in a hallway. The hallway itself looks like an old sewerage place. Is this a dream? Why would he be dreaming of being in a sewer of all places? Tails jumped from the deep male voice that echoed throughout the hall he was in. Huh? Who said that, he asked fearfully as he looked around. Tails trembled as the voice spoke again. Come to me. Are you down there? Tails asked and whispered as he stared at the dark hall. No response. Tails was nervous. He had no idea where he was at and a deep scary voice just told him to come meet him. With no other choice, he let out a moan of displeasure as he walks to the hall, holding one of his tila for comfort. After going through some passageways, he found himself in a large open area. What's this? Tails asked curiously as he looks around the open space, walking out to the middle of it before stopping. Is that a cage? In front of him was largest cage he has ever seen before. The bars of the cage are far enough apart for him to walk between them. The cage's doors are secured by a sheet of parchment with a Japanese letter on it. What's this cage for? Tails asks, scratching his head in confusion. He walks up to the cage, looking up at it in awe. Whoa, I wonder what's in here. He looks inside the darkness of the cage. He didn't know why, but something in his gut was telling him to run away and fast. Still, he wanted to know what was in there. So with a new resolve, Tails slowly enters the cage, going past the bars. Hello? Is anyone in here? He bumped into something, making step back. He raised his hands in front of him to try and feel what he bumped into, and what he felt was, is this fur and a mouth? A deep breath of air was suddenly released, which blew Tails' hair back and also made him go stiff, his eyes widen in fear. He could feel and hear his heart beating his chest at an alarming rate. He slowly looks up, trembling all the way with a look of fear on his face. He let out a startled yell as he saw large glowing red eyes, with a slit pupil, staring at him. Well, you found me, boy. Tails couldn't scream. No matter how much he wanted to, he just couldn't scream. He couldn't even feel his legs, thereby he couldn't run away. He just continued to stare at the eyes with scared eyes as it looked at him. How nice to finally meet you face to face, Tails. The being said, shocking Tails that it knew his name. Yes. I can feel it. My chakra, my essence, my very blood flows through you. However, it is only half of it, which means the other must have come from a human female, one that you were born from. The being let out a growl of anger, making Tails tremble fearfully as the being seems to glare at him. Humans. They always find new ways for me to hate them even more than I already do. First, they forcibly sealed me inside of them multiple times. Now, somehow, someway, they stole a piece of me and experimented on it, using it to create you. Tails' eyes widen in confusion. What's this being talking about? You have no idea how special you are, boy. The being said. You are the first of your very own species. A hybrid of something that's impossible to exist, yet here you are right in front of me. However, in a poof of smoke, Tails' human form was replaced by his fox form, shocking him. While the fox boy looked at himself before looking up at the giant being. How did you do that? This form irritates me. The being said, ignoring Tails' question. It reminds me too much of those annoying rats. The being's entire body was then surrounded by a red sinister looking aura. The sight of it made Tails step back as he could see the being's outline, along with a row of razor-sharp teeth. I can also sense it. The power you inherited from me hasn't truly awakened yet. Well, we'll just have to fix both these problems, won't we? The being asked. Tails looked confused by that before he felt something touch his feet. He looks down and saw something red and bubbly, scaring him slightly. The red bubbles lifted Tails upward as the being watched it bring him closer to it. The being then stood in full height, making the transformed fox cub look up at it fearfully. The being chuckled as it watched its chakra consume Tails. Oh yes. I don't know nor do I care about what happened to your human mother. She may as well be dead. But you don't have to worry about that. It showed a grin as it saw Tails' eyes turn red with slit pupils and his teeth turned into fangs, just as the chakra covered him fully and his form begins to alter itself. Because I am here. And you, boy. Tails had his eyes closed tightly as he was in a whole lot of pain, even though he didn't let out a scream or yell. He could feel something happening to his body as he heard bones cracking and his form stretching. He felt his gloves were ripped to shreds as his hands turned to claws and his shoes melted off with his feet turned into claws as well. He also felt himself getting a little taller and his twin tails stretching out. If he were to look at himself in a mirror, he would see black fur around his eyes and small fangs coming out his mouth. He weakly opened his newly colored eyes before they suddenly went white as he got a clear view of what was behind the cage and who was talking to him. It was a giant fox. It has red-orange fur with black fur around its eyes that stretches to its ears, redder eyes with black slits for pupils, and the upper body structure of a human, complete with opposable thumbs on its clawed hands. He also noticed the 9 long swiping tails that it had. What? Tails asked in a whisper as the giant fox brought its hands near him, as though he was shielding him. You are my first legacy. The fox said as it brought its clawed hands together, smashing Tails between them, while also making a bright light appear. Reality. Tails woke up with a startled gasp. He looks around frantically, hoping everything was a dream. He sighed heavily in relief as he saw he was in Naruto's apartment. His eyes widened as he looked at his arms before sighing in relief, seeing he's human. He also noticed he was on his bed before looking next to him to see Naruto sleeping on his bed. He fell back on his bed and stared at the ceiling. What a scary dream. Tails said. He still remembered what the giant fox with 9 tails said to him. He sat up, looking a little worried. It was a dream, right? Just as he was about to fall back to sleep, his eyes suddenly felt itchy. He rubs them for a bit before he opened them back up. But unknown to him, his eyes has turned red with his pupil becoming a slit. He fell back to his bed just as his eyes returned to normal, before closing his eyes letting sleep consume him. Chapter 12. Naruto yawned loudly as he felt the sun hitting his face. He got out of bed and tiredly walked past Tails, who was sleeping on the couch with a few gadgets and tools around him. He took out a bread from his cabinet and jelly out of his fridge, along with a carton of milk. Naruto put the jelly on his bread and took a big bite out of it. He was going to drink the milk but paused for a moment as he recalled what happened the last time he drank milk. Needless to say, he's been in the bathroom all day. He put the milk next to his ear and shook it. He sighed tiredly as he slammed his head on the table. I need to find a new place for us to live. Along with finding a better hiding place for the tornado. Naruto mumbled. He looks up thoughtfully. I wonder if mom and dad's old house is still around. Later on, after getting a nice hot shower and waking Tails up, the two got cleaned and was outside the apartment room. Naruto locked the door and slapped his cheeks before grinning. Alright, ready to start the day, Tails. Tails' head popped out of the big red backpack that Naruto had on. You bet I am. Then let's do it to it, Naruto exclaimed as he ran and jumped over the railing. Sasuke and Sakura are seen at the bridge waiting for Naruto and Kakashi. Sakura had her arms crossed and had an annoyed look on her face, while Sasuke was leaning on the rail with his arms crossed also. They soon heard footsteps coming on the bridge and they turned to it and saw it was Naruto with his brown bag on his back. Morning. Naruto greeted them, but soon stopped and glared at Sasuke, who was glaring back. Sasuke, Naruto. Sakura stood between the two and before she knew it, they turned away from each other while giving off an HMPH sound, causing the pink-haired girl to have a deadpan expression. But grief, not again. They've been at it since Naruto came back. It's like being stuck with a couple of children. She thought. Hurry up, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke noticed the red backpack on Naruto and had an annoyed expression. He walks up behind Naruto and opened his bag, ignoring his protest. I knew it. He reached inside and took Tails out, who immediately pretended to be a doll. Sasuke had a deadpan expression on his face. Why do you still have this stupid toy? Boy, he's not stupid. Naruto immediately snatched Tails back and glared at Sasuke comically. And I already told you, Tails is like a lucky charm. He's been helping me out during my adventures and I will not have you or anyone else disrespect him like that. It's a stuffed animal. Sasuke deadpanned before he scoffed. And you call yourself the world's ultimate ninja? More like an ultimate baby. Boy, Naruto tossed Tails to Sakura, who was surprised for a moment but managed to catch him. Who you callin' an ultimate baby? There they go again. Sakura deadpanned. I swear these two are unbelievable. Right, Tails. She smiled at the little toy in her arms as she giggled and hugged him closer to her chest. Tails blinked multiple times before he sweat drops at Naruto and Sasuke arguing. Talk about deja vu, he thought to himself as he recalled how Naruto and Knuckles always fought. An hour has passed and Squad 7 were still waiting on Kakashi. Naruto and Sasuke had stopped arguing a while ago, both having annoyed expressions as they continued to wait on their sensei. Sakura had a tired expression as she sat on the bridge. Tails was back inside Naruto's bag and he was sleeping. Hey guys, good morning. Kakashi said, appearing in a swirl of leaves. Sorry I'm late, I got lost on the path to life. But Sakura screamed, which made Tails wake up in surprise as he gave a shout. Everyone turns to look at Naruto with confused expressions, who quickly covered his mouth. What? She caught me off guard, Naruto chuckled sheepishly, making Sasuke and Sakura raise eyebrows at him. I see. Kakashi smiled. He already knew that Tails was inside the bag and was the one who screamed. Anyway, come on sensei, let's get going with the missions already, and I want these to be a challenge, Naruto exclaimed as he did a few punching motions. I need to get in top shape just in case Baldy McNosehair plans on showing his face again or send any of his badniks down here. God damn, I'm all fired up. Kakashi sweat dropped as he saw a fiery aura around Naruto. Okay. Cool it, hotshot. The aura vanished. Naruto, would you quit being annoying? Sakura asked, an annoyed expression on her face. Nope, Naruto said as he pointed at Sakura's nose, much to her annoyance. I've been gone for weeks and I already feel like you guys have been going on fun missions without me. And after my fight with Eggman, I'm ready to take on any challenge, so come on Kakashi, let's get started. Alright. Kakashi pat Naruto's head. But remember Naruto, you just came back from your vacation the other day. After what happened on our supposed C-rank mission along with you disappearing, Lord Third thought it would be best to go back to doing D-rank missions. Crack. Naruto had turned into a statue, with cracks all over his body and a disbelief expression on his face. He got into a crouch position and was rubbing the bridge with his finger. How lame. I got excited over nothing. The team stared at Naruto with sweat drops running down their heads. Kakashi coughed and got everyone's attention. Right. Let's begin with today's missions. Later. Thank God, this day is over and done with, Naruto exclaimed as he walked alone by wooden fences. I hope this is the last time we do D-rank missions. Earlier, they had to pull bushes outside of someone's house, with Naruto rushing in and pulling it all out, including the grass, and he ended up getting chased around by the owner of the house. Then they had to walk people's dogs with Naruto getting the bigger one, while the others had smaller ones, and he used his Spanish pesetas to hold it as it tried to go through a landmine field. And finally, they had to get fish for some lazy farmer, with Naruto running around the lake really fast, forming a water tornado and making it rain around the area, and fish fall on everyone's head with Naruto looking proud at his work, while Sakura and Sasuke looked annoyed by the action. Kakashi himself wasn't even around when it happened, but he did happen to see the falling fish. After that, Kakashi called it a day, silently saying that they needed more teamwork and that Naruto needed to learn to be patient and to slow it down. Hey Tails. You alright? Naruto asked as Tails' head popped out from the bag. Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry about that, Sakura surprised me. He said sheepishly. Nah. It's cool. Sakura got a big mouth on her. Naruto joked as Tails laughed a little. He was gonna say something else before he sensed someone was starting to follow him. Tails, get back inside. Hurry. Oh right, Tails ducked his head back inside. Naruto quickly turns around and what he saw made him sweat drop in disbelief as a deadpan expression appeared on his face. Are you kidding me? That made Tails take a peek and he blinked in confusion. There following the two of them was a box drawn to look like rocks. It had 2 peek holes. Naruto. There's rocks with holes following us. Tails whispered as he didn't want whoever it was hiding in that box to hear him. I got this. Naruto whispered back before looking at the rocks. Konohamaru, that's the lamest disguise I've ever saw in my life. You saw through my disguise again, just what I'd expect from my greatest rival, Konohamaru exclaimed as the box started to glow yellow. Poof poof poof. Purple, green, and yellow smokes are seen in the air. Naruto looked down, a half-lidded expressions on his face, and saw that the box disappeared out of thin air, and in its replacement were Konohamaru and his 2 friends, Yuden and Mogi. The 3 kids were coughing out of the smoke that was now in their mouths. I think we used a little too much gunpowder, you guys. Konohamaru coughed. Naruto continued to stare at them blankly, but he did use his hand to wipe the smoke out of his face. What are you 3 doing? That caught the children's attention as they stared at Naruto. Well, I'm Mogi, the sassiest kunoichi in preschool, check me out, Mogi introduced herself doing a pose. Meow. I love algebra, call me Yuden. Yuden introduced himself doing a pose. And I'm the #1 ninja of the village, Konohamaru. Konohamaru introduced himself doing a pose. And when we're all together, we're the Konohamaru Ninja Squad, the trio exclaimed. Tails looked up from within the bag and had an awe expression on his face as he stared at the older children in front of him. So cool, he thought. Being a ninja sounds like it's a lot of fun. Cute. Naruto commented. Well, it looks like these 3 are gonna be a great genin team in the future. He then noticed the kids wearing the goggles he used to wear a while back. What are you guys wearing? Those goggles. Well duh, Konohamaru exclaimed, showing Naruto the goggles. You wore these when we first met, so we're copying you. Naruto put his arms behind his head. So what's up? Don't tell me you forgot, boss, Konohamaru said in shock. You promised that we would play ninja today, come on. Naruto blinked as he looked up and thought. Oh yeah. I did promise you that, didn't I? Playing ninja? Tails thought. He never heard of people playing ninja, it must be a fun game, especially if you're playing with a real awesome ninja like Naruto. Ugh, a ninja playing ninja, that is so twisted. A depressed voice said. Naruto and the kids turned to the voice and saw it was Sakura looking down in the dumps. What's wrong with you, Sakura? Naruto asked before a smirk appeared on his face. No, wait, let me guess. Either you tried to ask Sasuke out and he rejected you, or he already left the moment I did. Shut up. Sakura growled, making the smirk grow bigger as Naruto wrapped his arm around her. Hey. No need to be upset, I'm sure the reason he keeps rejecting you is because he probably has a secret girlfriend that no one knows about. Naruto shrugged. Sakura froze as she heard that. Secret, her eyes widened as tears gathered in her eyes. GG girlfriend. The kids watched as Sakura cried in despair and denial, while Naruto chuckled in amusement. Even they couldn't see it, Tails popped out and stared at Sakura with a sweat drop before he quickly ducked down as the kids turned their attention to Naruto. Hey boss. Do you know this girl? Mogi asked. Yeah. She's one of my teammates. Naruto shrugged. Oh, I get it. Konohamaru smirked coyly as he elbowed Naruto's leg, staring up at him. You're a smooth operator, boss. What are you going on about? Naruto asked in complete confusion. What was this kid talking about now? Is she or? Konohamaru held his pinky out. Girlfriend? Hell no. Were you not paying attention to what I said? Naruto asked, staring at him with a half-lidded expression. Yeah, I guess so. I mean look at the size of her forehead. Konohamaru said. The temperature dropped to below 0 degrees. Everyone slowly turned their attention to Sakura and saw that her hair were shadowing her eyes, but she had a fire-like aura around her. The kids looked scared and Tails didn't even want to come out of the book bag to look at Sakura. Naruto however just sighed in exasperation. Damn it Konohamaru. Naruto whispered as Sakura began to crack her knuckles. Run away the four ran away with Sakura chasing after them, an evil comical grin on her face. Tails peeked outside and gave a yell in fright as he saw Sakura chasing after them, along with that evil look on her face. Scary Tails ducked down in the bag. Sakura looked like a nice girl too, he had no idea she was so scary. Hey, everyone stopped running as Konohamaru bumped into someone and he fell on the ground. They looked at the person whom he bumped into when they saw two teens, whom they never saw in their village. One of the teens, whom Konohamaru bumped into, is a boy. He wore a black baggy full bodysuit with a red and yellow circle on the front. He also wears a black hood which covered his head completely and had cat-like ears and his forehead protector on his forehead. He also had a triangular face paint design. The second teen is a girl. She has teal eyes and sandy blonde hair, which is gathered into 4 consecutive pigtails. Her outfit consists of a single light purple-colored off-the-shoulders garment that extended to halfway down her thighs, with a scarlet sash tied around her waist. In addition to incorporating fishnet worn over her shoulders and legs, specifically on her right calf and her left thigh, she also wore her black forehead protector around her neck. Naruto and Sakura looked at their forehead protectors and saw the symbol for sand on them. Sakura had a look of confusion while Naruto's eyes narrowed. You better watch where you're going little brat, the older boy told him as he grabbed Konohamaru by his shirt. Let me go you bastard, Konohamaru shouted. Kankuro, we don't have time for this. Put the kid down before he get in trouble. The girl told him. Just a sec, Tamari. I want to teach this brat a lesson. Kankuro grinned before he blinked as the kid vanished in his hand. Hey, where the hell did he? Ahem. Kankuro looked and saw the kid was being held by Naruto as he stared at him with a disappointed look on his face. He looked at his hand and back at Naruto. How did he do that without me noticing? Dude, didn't your parents ever teach you to not pick on little kids? Naruto asked as he dropped Konohamaru on the ground, earning a hey from him, which he ignored. He sighed dramatically. They must really be ashamed to know that their son is a big bully. What was that? Kankuro growled. Did I stutter? Naruto narrowed his eyes. See, I hate bullies. And you know what I do to bullies. He cracked his knuckles. I beat the living the hell out of them, is that so? Kankuro asked mockingly as he pulled forth a bandaged apparatus from behind his back. Well, you're the kind of pesky snot I hate the most, all bark and no bite. Naruto took his backpack off and sat it by the fence wall, taking a stance as his eyes narrowed dangerously, along with a smirk on his face. Wanna test that little theory? Let's. Kankuro smirked. Uh-oh, Tails whispered as he watched with anticipation, silently happy that Naruto took the backpack off so he can see him in action. Naruto Sakura called out, only to get ignored. Yeah, get him boss, Konohamaru cheered while Yuden and Mogi hid behind him. Wait, Kankuro, you're not gonna use the crow, are you? Tamari asked in alarm, feeling that her brother was about to go too far. The run just pissed me off. I'm gonna make him arg. Kankuro gave a yell as he felt a rock hit his hand hard, making him release whatever it was that he had. The sand ninja quickly rubbed his hand to ease the pain. Naruto whistled in amazement at the accuracy. He turns to the direction it came from. Nice shot, Sasuke. Sasuke? Sakura asked. All eyes went to Sasuke, who sat on a tree branch, tossing a rock in his hand. Sasuke, it's you, Sakura said happily. Talk about good looking. Tamari thought as she stared up at him. You're a long way from home and you're way out of your league. Sasuke crushed the rock into dust. Get lost. Welp. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, turning to Kankuro. You heard the man. Kankuro's face turned red from anger and embarrassment. He just got shown up twice by genin that were younger than him, that's it he is. That's enough, Kankuro. A voice at a few feet from Sasuke, sending a chill down the Uchiha's spine along with everyone else. When everyone looked at the voice they saw a boy with dark circles around his eyes, auburn hair and a kanji on his forehead standing upside down on a tree branch. He also carried a large gourd on his back. He wears a black bodysuit with an open neck, t-shirt-like sleeves and almost full-length leggings. With this, he wears a white cloth over his right shoulder and the left side of his hips. He has a wide leather band from his left shoulder to his right hip with which he carries his sand gourd and around which he wraps his forehead protector. Who the hell is that guy? Naruto asked himself. Oh, hey Gaara. Kankuro greeted him nervously. Losing yourself in a fight, how pathetic. You're a disgrace to our village. The Redeed continued. Why do you think we came here in the first place? But, Gaara, they started it. Kankuro stuttered, he and his sister's eyes showing obvious fear, something which Naruto noticed as his eyes narrowed at the Redeed. "Shut up or I'll kill you." The Redeed ordered, surprising everyone that he could treat his own teammates like that. "To sneak up on me like that's Kakashi level stealth." Sasuke thought, staring suspicious at the auburn teen. "I didn't even sense him. That guy is definitely dangerous." Naruto thought seriously. The sand genin disappeared in a swirl of sand and reappeared in front of his teammates. "My apologies for the trouble he caused." He turns to leave. "Let's go." "Hey, wait a second," Sakura called out, making them stop and turn to her. "I saw your headbands and noticed you had the sand symbol, meaning you're from the village hidden by sand, right?" "Yeah. What of it?" Temari asked. "Well, what exactly are shinobi from another village doing here?" Sakura asked. Temari sent her a condescending look on her face. "Don't you know anything?" she asked back as she took out a pass. "We're here for the Chunin exams." "Chunin exams?" Naruto crossed his arms as he looks at them. "Never heard of it, you know." "Oh, I know, alright." Temari smirked. "I know you guys are so slow." Naruto twitched his eyebrow in annoyance. "Hey, he's been gone for days, it's not his fault that he doesn't know what's going on around here. The Chunin exams is a test to test the ability of genin." Temari replied. "If a genin performs very well in the exams, then they'll be promoted to Chunin." "Really? If you three are here, then that means we'll see foreign shinobi from other villages here." Naruto said before an excited smile appeared on his face. "Hey, that sounds like fun. If that's all we're done here." Gaara said emotionlessly. "Wait, you with the gourd." Sasuke told him, getting his attention. "What's your name?" "Gaara of the desert." Gaara introduced himself. "I am also interested in your name." "Sasuke Uchiha." Naruto grins and points his thumb at himself. "And I'm Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage and the ultimate ninja, remember it." Gaara turns to Naruto. "I couldn't care any less," was the last thing he said before he turned on his heel and walked away with his team. "Well, screw you too, buddy." Naruto thought with a half-lidded expression. "We're gonna have to watch out for that guy," Sasuke said, narrowing his eyes. Naruto nodded, a serious look on his face. "Yeah. Something feels off about him. I think we should stay away from them. They seem really dangerous," Sakura said fearfully. A smirk crossed Sasuke's lips. "Yeah, right, I think I wanna see just what they're capable of." "These Chunin exam sounds fun." Naruto fist bumped in excitement. "About time we got some challenge now, I wanna join in on the fun." "Oh brother." Sakura grimaced. Something told her these upcoming exams were going to be a bumpy ride. Tails said silently. He has been silent as the whole time as he listened in on the conversation. That boy, that Gaara, made the furs on his body stand on end and he wanted to stay away from him as possible. There was something wrong about him. If they were more scary people like him in these exams, that means that this Chunin exam is gonna be dangerous. And Naruto definitely looks excited about it, meaning that he might ask Kakashi-sensei to see if he could get them to join. He gulped nervously as he shook in fear. "Oh boy," he thought to himself. Hokage's office. A meeting was being held in the Hokage's office. Every leading jonin was called in to discuss a rather important event that would be taking place in the village after the next few days. Here is inside at his desk, crystal bowl placed in the center of it. Every jonin in the village stood in front of the fire shadow. "As you can tell, I have summoned you all here for a very important purpose. I assume you all know what this is about." "So soon? I thought we'd have a little more time," Kakashi said, more to himself than anyone else. He had no idea it would be time already, especially since Naruto just came back. Asuma pulled the cigarette from his mouth before he spoke. "I take it all the other lands have been notified as well. I've seen some of their genin have been roaming the village. And? When do we start?" Kurenai asked. Hiruzen blew a trail of smoke from his mouth. "Take heed, exactly 7 days from today, on the first day of July, the genin will be gathered and tested. Only the very best will be selected as Chunin." Every genin nodded as a response. "Now, it is time we chose our candidates for the Chunin examination. Will the 3 responsible for the rookie genin please step forward?" Asuma, Kurenai and Kakashi all stepped forward at the same time. "What do you say? Are there any in your squads that you recommend, despite their inexperience?" As you know, any genin that has carried out 8 or more missions is technically eligible for these examinations. Beyond that, only you can decide when they are ready. Of course, most genin require a longer training period, at least twice that many. The man's eyes trailed to Kakashi to start. "What do you say?" "I lead Squad 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno and Naruto Uzumaki. I, Kakashi Haddock, recommend these 3 for the Chunin selection examinations." Iruka's eyes widened in shock. How could Kakashi recommend his team with that kind of inexperience like that? Especially with Naruto just coming back home from his adventures. He hoped that Kurenai and Asuma weren't planning the same thing. "I lead Squad 8, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburam and Hinata Hyuga. I, Kurenai Yuhi, recommend all 3. I lead Squad 10, Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi and Shikamaru Nara. I, Asuma Saratobi, recommend my genin as well. Iruka had heard enough. Now wait a minute, he stepped forward, getting the Jounin's attention. Lord Hokage, with all due respect, the 9 names listed were all my students for years. I know their skills better than anyone. They need more experience before they are tested. If they try now they are doomed to fail. I became a Chunin at the age of 6. Kakashi said matter-of-factly. I was actually 7 years younger than Naruto is now. Naruto is nothing like you, Iruka barked. He stepped forward. Are you trying to destroy him? No, but it seems that you already forgot about Naruto's little vacation, where he had to travel to 3 unknown islands and a planet to stop a mad scientist from taking over our world by trying to use power sources we never heard of before by himself. Kakashi stated. And let's not forget about this masked boy that sent Naruto away in the first place and is still out there somewhere doing who knows what. Iruka's eyes widened as he looked down. Of course he hasn't forgotten about that, but still this wasn't a mad scientist he was talking about here, this was the Chunin exam one where older and more experienced genin participate in order to become Chunin. Not only that, but some of them also die in these exams. That alone is proof enough that Naruto is ready to handle any challenge that comes his way, especially when it has something to do with people like Dr. Nega, who wants to either rule the world or destroy it for their own selfish reasons. Kakashi continued. Besides, Naruto himself told me earlier that he's ready to do more challenging and harder missions, so he can be ready in case Nega ever shows his face again. Kakashi's lone eye narrows. Including the masked boy. Maybe wiping out on the exams will teach Naruto a lesson. A little pain is good after all. What did you say? Iruka said in disbelief. It's not like I meant anything fatal, of course. But seriously, Iruka, relax. I know how you feel, this is very personal for you, and it upsets you, but alright Kakashi, back off. You've said enough. Kurenai said. On the contrary, Kurenai. I think Iruka needs to hear this. He needs to realize they're not his students anymore. They're mine. Kurenai sighed in defeat. Kakashi had a point. Iruka obviously knew that as he was brought speechless, the only thing him being able to do was grit his teeth in anger. Here's inside. You have both made your point. Accordingly, I have decided that the best thing to do is hold a preliminary test. The preliminary test? Said Iruka. Next day, Squad 7 was waiting impatiently on a small bridge built upon a stream. Sasuke leaned against the orange railing, while Naruto was lying down, a bored and annoyed expression on his face. Sakura paced back and forth, with Tails in her arms, only growing angrier as time went by. Ah, Sakura screeched, unaware of Tails' ear twitching a little in pain. Why is he always setting times and we have to wait hours for it? Yup. Naruto agreed. What about my feelings? I didn't even have time to blow dry my hair this morning, Sakura shot at Naruto. And I didn't even have time to eat my snacks, Naruto shot back. Sasuke rolled his eyes at them. It's this early in the morning and they're already driving me nuts. He groaned in his head. Tails blinked as he looked at everyone and he couldn't help but sweat drop. I wonder why Kakashi-sensei is always late. Footsteps brought everyone's attention to the end of the bridge. Hi guys, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Sorry I'm late. I got lost on the road to life. Liar, Naruto and Sakura roared, making the Jounin wiggle his ear in discomfort. I know this is a bit sudden, but I recommended the 3 of you for the Chunin exams. He passed forward 3 slips of paper. Here are the application forms. Naruto quickly hugged Kakashi and spun around, much to his dismay. Alright Kakashi-sensei, you rock. He let him go and stared at the application with stars in his eyes. Kakashi quickly shook his head and turned to his students. Whoever wants to take the exams, sign the application and come to room 301 at the academy 5 days from now. The time is at 3 p.m. Okay later guys, I got training to do. Naruto quickly grabbed Tails and ran off, making a cloud of dirt appear. Well, someone is awfully excited. Kakashi's sweat dropped along with Sasuke and Sakura. Meanwhile, Tenzaku Town, Blaze is in a restaurant, drinking warm tea. She just made it to Tenzaku Town and had taken temporarily residence here. This town was much different from Selene Town, as it was much more lively and filled with adults. But the reason why it was filled with adults is because of the many gambling opportunities it has. She looks outside and saw many people cheering out as they were playing a game of dice, making her shake head. A town that's filled with gambling. If Tsunade was here, she would no doubt lose whatever money she had on her person. Blaze said to herself as she took a sip from her tea. She looks to side before she tensed up as she saw adult women walking around, some having big chests, while others had chests that could rival Tsunade's. She growled from that, even more so as she saw them bounce with each step they took. The Fire Princess closed her eyes in annoyance when she heard some comments from men. She sat her tea down, stood up and walked away from the restaurant. Just for 2 nights. Blaze muttered. Just for 2 nights and I'll be gone from this crazy town. Hopefully nothing strange happens. She stopped walking when she heard perverse giggling. She looks up in confusion and saw a man staring at something. The man was tall and well-built with fair skin. He had a wart on the left side of his nose and waist-length spiky white hair that he ties back into a ponytail, with two shoulder-length bangs framing his face. There were red lines under his eyes which extended further down his face. He wore a green short shirt kimono and matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that is visible at his wrists and ankles. He also wore hand guards, a black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, and a red haori with two yellow circles on each side. He also seems to be carrying a book and pen. Blaze watched the man continue to giggle with his face all red, showing he was drunk. She looks where he was looking and a flat looking appeared on her face. He was staring at the hot springs house. The women sighed. She walks up to the man, arms crossed. Do you find something amusing? Oh ho 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 yes, the man said happily, not paying attention to whom he was talking to. I heard the most prettiest and beautiful woman that's even prettier than my teammate is here in this town. Word is she's got a really smockin' hot body and I heard that she's here, inside this hot spring house. Blaze twitched her eyebrow. As an added bonus, rumors have been going around saying that this woman doesn't like men, or better yet, she isn't interested in them, and she's supposed to be a queen, which tells me that this beautiful queen goes for the other team, which makes her perfect for my research. Oh? A large vein then appears on Blaze's face as her eyebrow twitched dangerously. Wisps of flames danced across her finger. And what is this research for? For my next novel, of course, the one series in the world of adults, the Makeout series, the man exclaimed before he blinks in confusion. Wait, who am I talking to? He turns to Blaze and saw her hair shadowed her eyes. Who the heck are you, kid? Blaze looks up at the man, a blank look on her face, as fire danced in her hands. The man sweated nervously at seeing it. Hidden Leaf Village. Why it burns, a very loud and painful scream echoed from some place very far away, making Naruto, Tails and just about to stop what they were doing. What was that? Naruto and Tails asked, turning to each other in confusion. They weren't outside, so they didn't see the orange light coming from a distance. A few days passed and now today was the day of the Chunin exams, and Squad 7 met in front of the academy doors. The team walked down the hallway, Naruto in the back to make sure Tails was okay in his backpack, Sasuke up front, hands in his pocket. Sakura didn't have much of anything to say, still wondering why she was sticking around when she would just hold her teammates back. The three went up a set of stairs to enter a hall that was cluttered with people. Everyone appeared to be gathered around a room with the sign 301 above the door, with two Chunin barring the way. Naruto looked at the sign in confusion before he realized something. Hold on. The ultimate ninja whispered to his team. Didn't we just went up one floor? Sasuke nodded. We did. These guys are using a genjutsu and everyone in this room walked right into it. Naruto nodded. While he did suck at genjutsu, he can easily tell which was real and which wasn't, even from the smallest detail. And since this was the most basic one, he can tell that they were on the second floor. We still need to go through that door, don't we? Sakura asked. Yeah. Let's break the charade. Sasuke said as they walked forward. They soon heard a punching sound and someone falling down. When they got close to the commotion, they saw who it was that got punched. It was a boy, a year older than them, with a bowl-shaped haircut. They took notice of the large eyebrows that he got and the green spandex he was wearing. They saw he had a forehead protector with a leaf symbol wrapped around his waist like a belt. Next to him was a girl, also a year older than them. She has brown hair, tied into two small buns, and brown eyes. She wore a pink Japanese shirt and green pants. Please, just let us through. She pleaded to the Leaf Genin, who were guarding the door. Oh please, don't make us laugh. We're being nice by comparison. The exams is going to make this look like child's play. The first Chunin, with his eyes closed, said. Some of you won't survive the exam, others will be wrecked for life. The second Chunin smirked. And some of you may go crazy. For Chunin it's always life and death. Dudes, will you please shut up and let us through? Naruto groaned in annoyance, getting everyone's attention as he and his teammates appeared on the scene. And while you're at it, drop the genjutsu, we can see through your illusion anyway. Sasuke said, getting shocked looks from the rest of the genin, while the ones guarding the door glared at the two of them. Well, so you noticed the genjutsu, huh? Yup. Naruto wrapped his arm around Sakura's, getting an annoyed look from her. It was so amazing that Sakura here spotted it the moment we came upstairs. Huh? Sakura asked, looking dead confused. What was he talking about? You have the best, sharpest eyes and analyzing skills in our squad. Sasuke smirked a little as he turns to her. You must have seen this coming a mile away. I must have. Sakura muttered, but then got the idea and smirked. Oh yeah. Of course, sure, I spotted it right away. Everyone looked at the sign and saw it change into room 201, shocking them there. Now. Naruto released Sakura and looked at Chunin. Are you gonna move or do we have to make you? HMPH the first guard began to strike at Sasuke and vice versa. However, green spandex wearing boy appeared and blocked both of their attacks. Whoa, how did he do that? Sakura asked herself. I thought he was just some weakling getting pushed around, but he's as fast as Naruto and Sasuke. That's some chakra he got, how did he do that? Sasuke asked looking at the boy. Naruto looked at the boy then to the two guards and saw that they disappeared. He sighed and turned to the green boy in amazement. So this guy was holding out the entire time, huh? He was making it look he seemed weak when he was hiding his true strength all along. In other words, him and everybody else might be holding back as well. Naruto grins even more. These exams are getting more and more fun by the second. Hey, what happened to the plan? I thought you were the one who said we should keep a low profile and don't let anyone see our skill level. Squad 7 turned to the voice and saw a boy with long brown hair. He has wide eyes and had his forehead protector on a black cloth wrapped on his head. He wore a white shirt and black shorts. I know, but the bushy-browed teen looked at Sakura with a blush on his face. Never mind, forget it, it's over. The girl sighed, shaking her head. Naruto and Sasuke along with Tails, who took a peek, watched as the bowl-cut teen walked to Sakura with the blush still present on his face. He stopped a few feet away from her. My name is Rock Lee. You're Sakura, right? Yes. Sakura replied in confusion. Will you please be my girlfriend? Lee asked, giving her a thumbs and a wink. I vow to protect you with my life. Naruto fell forward in comical shock before he sat cross-legged as he held his breath in to stop himself from laughing. Inside the bag, Tails too was holding his mouth to keep from laughing out loud. No thanks. Sakura deadpanned, causing Lee to have a shocked look. But why? Because, you're weird. Naruto instantly stopped laughing and gave the deadpan look at Sakura. Dude, that is cold. Hey, you. Over here. The wide-eyed teen called out, looking at Sasuke. What's your name? Sasuke smirked at this. Looks like he was getting attention at the exams. You know it's impolite to ask someone for a name without introducing yourself. You're a rookie, aren't you? How old are you? Sorry, won't answer. Sasuke said, earning a glare from the teen. What was that? Cute. The girl thought, staring at Sasuke as he and the rest of Squad 7 left. Later, okay, as creepy as whatever that was earlier, I still can't believe Sasuke got beat by a guy like that. Naruto laughed. He was talking about the bushy brow boy that ran into downstairs when he asked Sasuke for a fight. They fought and Sasuke lost. It was only till after the battle they saw his sensei, who had the same eyebrows he did, and they both cried and hugged each other with a sunset behind the two. That would forever haunt their mind, and they hoped and prayed that they would never see something like again. Would you shut up already? Sasuke growled. Yo. The team looked up in surprise and saw Kakashi was there standing in front of the entrance. Kakashi-sensei. Why are you here? Naruto asked curiously. Oh, I just came by and wanted to say something to you. Kakashi said, smiling to them. I'm proud of that all three of you have come so far. That caused the squad to smile. Well, that's because we have one lazy cool-ass sensei like you. Naruto smirked, making Kakashi smiled at him. Right. Naruto. Sasuke. Sakura. Good luck out there and kick some butt. But that said and done, the genin nodded to their sensei and watched him disappear in a swirl of leaves. They look up at the room number and it read 301. Aw, yeah, let's do it to it, Naruto exclaimed as he opened the door and entered the room. When they did, they stopped walking. Naruto whistled, Sasuke narrowed his eyes, and Sakura had a scared expression. Gee, I guess we're not alone. Sakura said. That's a lot of genin. Naruto commented. I think some of them might be older than us. They were all looking at the rest of the genin from different villages and they were sending death glares at them. Tails, despite being in the backpack, could feel the glares, making him tremble in fear. What's this feeling? Tails asked himself as he shivered and took a peek out. Sasuke, where have you been? A familiar voice asked. Naruto, Sakura and a curious Tails turned around and saw Sasuke get hugged from the back by Ino. They took notice of the comical annoyed look on his face. Boy, you have no idea how much I was hoping you would show up. Ino said. I miss those brooding good looks of yours. Sakura had a small vein on her head as she looked at how close Ino was to her Sasuke. Hey, back off, porker, Sasuke's mine. Wow, they're treating him like a toy. Naruto and Tails' sweat dropped. Hey Naruto, who's that? Tails whispered. That's Ino Yamanaka. Naruto whispered back lowly. And let me tell ya, she's really annoying, and not just because of the Sasuke thing. This forehead, they let you in? Ino mocked. Still got those frown lines on your big bored brow. DRR, shut up, leave my forehead out of this, Sakura yelled. Tails couldn't help but blink in surprise at the insults that the two threw at each other. Golly, they must really like Sasuke, huh? You have no idea. Naruto deadpanned. Man, you guys are here also. I knew this was going to be drag, but I didn't know it was going to be this lame. Naruto rolled his eyes and turned around seeing Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi, who was eating the potato chips. Nice to see you too, Sunshine and Mr. Eater. Well, what do you know? A voice asked. The rookies looked and saw Squad 8 walking towards them, with Kiba and Yuzuka taking the lead. So, looks like the whole gang is back together. Kiba smirked. Oh, hi Naruto. Hinata Hyuga greeted her crush with a smile on her face. Hey Hinata. What's up? Naruto greeted back before he looked at Shino Aburam. How's it going, Shino? Hinata felt her face heat and she pushed her fingers together. Shino looked at Naruto and nodded his head in acknowledgement. So you guys are here too? Man, everyone is here for this stupid thing. Shikamaru said. Yup, here we are, the 9 rookies. Haha, this is gonna be fun, Kiba said in excitement. Well, at least there's gonna be some of us that makes the cut, right Sasuke? Sasuke smirked while Ino had a comical annoyed expression. I'd be careful about that overconfidence of yours. That doesn't end well for you. Hey, just wait, we're gonna blow you guys away, Kiba smirked. If anyone is gonna blow anyone away, it's gonna be me. Naruto pointed at himself. I've gotten way past stronger the last time you saw me, and that's thanks to my little trip. We all heard about that, Naruto. Hinata told him, making Naruto blink. About what? About that little vacation of yours to those mysterious islands and fighting off against a crazy scientist. Shikamaru sighed. Everyone wouldn't stop talking about it and it put them on edge, especially about this guy having an army of machines that are powered by animals. Badniks, Shikamaru. They are called badniks. Naruto said as the Nara shrugged uncaringly. And everybody needs to chill out about Nega. He won't be causing trouble for a while, and if he shows his face, I'll be ready to take him out, he grinned confidently. So what's this guy like? Choji asked, still eating his bag of chips. He's bothersome and annoying. Naruto replied. Whenever he tries to cook up some scheme, I'm always there to stop him. It's like it's my job or something. DCH. Going on all these grand adventures by yourself and fighting to save the world like some hero. Kiba growled as Naruto grins hockeyly at him. If I was in your shoes, that egg guy would be Akamaru's U-toy. Right, buddy. Akamaru barked in response before he sniffed the air. He barked confusedly before he barked at Kiba. What's that, boy? You say smell a fox. And it's close. Naruto had cracks all over his body as he turned to stone. Shit, he completely forgotten about Kiba and Akamaru's strong sense of smell. If he and the others finds out about Tails, damn a distraction. He needs a distraction. Hey, you guys should keep it down. A voice said. Everyone turned to the voice and saw Leaf Genin, who's several years older than them. He has grey hair tied into a pony and had on glasses, which covered his black eyes. Yes, thank you God, Naruto thought happily as he inwardly cried crocodile tears. You guys are really causing a scene around here. The man continued. There are many anxious genin around, and I'm sure few of them wouldn't mind throwing away the competition. Is that so? Naruto asked uncaring, knowing that none of these guys won't take him out. And who the heck are you? Ino asked rudely. I'm Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto introduced himself. And you guys might want to look around. The rookies looked around and saw everyone was staring at them. The older genin had dead serious expressions on their faces and weren't in the best mood. You made quite the impression. Yeah, get that a lot. Naruto shrugged as Kabuto gave a chuckle. You know, he spoke up, getting the rookies' attention. Since you guys are rookies and you don't know how things work around here. You guys really do remind me of myself. Kabuto, was that your name? Sakura asked. Yes. This isn't the first time you've taken the exam? No, it's my 7th. Kabuto said, getting confused looks and raised eyebrows from everyone. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. Then you must stink. Well, they're held twice a year. Kabuto continued. Though this would be my 4th year. So, does that mean you're an expert? Sakura asked. Yeah, I guess. Kabuto smiled. In other words, you can give us some inside tips. Kiba said. Yeah, some expertise never passed. Shikamaru added. Kabuto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Well, 7 times the charm, that's what they say, huh? So I guess all those rumors about the exams being tough are true. Shikamaru deadpanned. Oh man, I knew this was going to be a drag. Naruto instantly got bored and just walked away, ignoring what was going on, especially about Kabuto having ninja info cards, which caught his interest a little bit, but he ignored it. He'd rather see in action what someone is truly capable of instead of reading info about them. Instead of getting info on certain people, he'd rather see them in action. He took his backpack off and looked inside, seeing Tails looking up at him. You okay in there, Tails? He whispered so low that he didn't want people to know. Yeah, I'm fine. Tails replied. Alright, just let me know if you need anything. Okay. Naruto put the backpack on and turns to the others, seeing that they are gathered around to look at the info cards, making him roll his eyes. He was going to join them, but stopped as he felt someone's eyes on him. He turns his head, looking for the person who's watching him. He soon found that person and saw it was a girl who looks a year older than him. She has orange eyes and wore a conical straw hat. Her black bangs are visible beneath her hat and is hung over her face. She wears a purple guy-like outfit trimmed in gold and belted at the waist. She also wears heavy gloves and boots with metal reinforcements. The girl's cold narrowed eyes were locked into Naruto's own narrowed eyes as they continued to stare each other down while also ignoring everything else. The exams is going to get really intense this year. Naruto heard Kabuto speak, getting his attention for the moment. He turns back to the girl, only to see that she vanished, making him blink as he looked around for her. He could feel that girl is strong, very strong, though not as strong as that Gaara. A slow, excited grin begins to form on his face. Hey, Naruto yelled as he turned to the genins, getting everyone's attention. Listen up, cause I'm not going to repeat myself, he pointed his thumb to himself. Remember this face and this name, I'm the world's ultimate ninja, Naruto Uzumaki. He used his Spanish pesetas and brought Sasuke and Sakura next to either side of him, wrapping his arms around their shoulders. The ultimate team are here and we are gonna send you punks back home with your tails between your legs. Sasuke, despite being annoyed about Naruto using his Spanish pesetas on him, smirked at his statement while Sakura looked at Naruto as though he was an idiot who needed to shut up. HMPH. Looks like he's fired up now. Sasuke thought. Wow, he sure have a lot of guts to say something like that. Kabuto thought. The rookies were stunned at Naruto's words, and some of them thought that he lost his mind or something. The other genins, however, were not so happy, and a few of them were itching to get a fight with Naruto in order to teach him a lesson about keeping his mouth shut, especially about him calling himself the world's ultimate ninja. In one group, the Sand siblings were looking at Naruto. Temari had a smirk on her face, Gaara had an emotionless expression, and Kankuro scoffed. Ultimate ninja? Yeah, right. Kid's got guts for saying that. Temari added. In another group were the genin of Squad 10, Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tenten. They took notice that the atmosphere around got dark after Naruto spoke up. Tenten looked at the group with a smirk on her face. That guy is something else. She said as Niji nodded. He's got spirit. He was looking at them as if he was studying them, especially the so-called ultimate ninja and his ultimate team. Ashley grinned. They have fire and passion. Then there was the last group which consisted of the sound genin. Hey, did you guys hear what the glasses wearing one said about our village? Zaku asked, glaring at Kabuto. He called out us a mystery. Yeah, I heard also. Dosu replied. I think it's time we taught him a lesson. Kin spoke up. The same straw hat girl that was eyeing Naruto heard what he said and narrowed her eyes at him. Naruto Uzumaki. Impossible. Surely he couldn't be of the same famous Uzumaki clan. As far as she knows, the Uzumaki clan are extinct. Killed off when their village was destroyed by some of the countries. Plus they were supposed to have red hair, yet he has blonde hair with red streaks in them. She continued to stare at Naruto. She definitely will remember that name and face as she squashed that hockey fool. Back to the rookies, Naruto was laughing in excitement as he did some stretches along with some punching and kicking movements. What was that? I don't think I heard you right. Kiba said with a smirk on his face. Sheesh, Naruto, have you lost your mind or something? Shikamaru asked in annoyance. You want everyone else in this room to hate our guts. Screw these guys. Unlike you lot, I ain't scared of these chumps. Besides, I'm pretty sure they hated us from the beginning. Naruto stated as he did some more stretches. He turns to his former classmates and shrugged. But hey, if you guys can't handle the heat then get out of the kitchen, ain't nobody stopping you from leaving. He smirks. Just let the ultimate team handle this exam. Before any of the rookies could counter that statement, one of the sound genin jumped to the air and threw two kunai at Kabuto, who quickly dodged it. However, another one, wrapped in bandages, came in front of him and swung his right arm. They're from sound, Kabuto thought as he looked at their forehead protectors and quickly dodged the attack. He saw that his glasses were shattered. I see. The rookies, except Naruto, were shocked speechless by the sudden attack on their comrade. Kabuto Sakura screamed as she ran to his aid. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Kabuto smiled slightly as he picked up his shattered glasses. What the hell was that? Sasuke asked himself. He dodged the attack, but what broke his glasses? Unknowingly, Naruto asked himself the same thing as he narrowed his eyes at the genin's bandaged hand. The way that guy attacked Kabuto and managed to only damage his glasses could only mean that he used some form of chakra to do it. Hey, why don't you put this in your info cards? The one wrapped in bandages said as his team came up to him side by side. We, of the Sound Village, will become Chunins. He went to try punch him this time, but found his fist caught by Naruto's hand as he stared at him with a half-lidded expression. The Sound team and the rest of the genin, aside from Sasuke and Sakura, were shocked that Naruto was in front of the bandaged boy when he was just by his team's side. Save it for later on. Naruto said as he put more pressure into the genin's hand, making him grit his teeth in pain as he felt his bones crack. Poof, that's enough. Everyone turned to the voice and saw a man. He wore a trench coat, a bandana on his head with a leaf symbol on it, and he had two scars on his face. Behind him were some of Chunins. "You sound Genins," the man shouted, glaring at them and unleashing his killing intent. "Fighting is prohibited here. If you do, then you will be disqualified and get sent back to your home." Naruto removed his hand from Dosuon as he and his team fell back. HMPH. He crosses his arms and turns to the man. "It's time to begin." The man grinned. "I am Ibiki Marino, your first proctor. And from this moment, your worst enemy." There were silent gasps of shock after hearing what Ibiki said. They all just looked at him, getting their attention, and was also getting ready to pass this. "It is time we proceed with the first exam." Ibiki spoke up. "Hand over your paperwork. In return you will each be given a number." He took out a paper and it had the number 1 on it. "This number determines where you'll sit. We'll start the written test once you're all seated." "Oh, shit." Naruto thought to himself as he sweat fearfully. Written test's the one thing he sucks at the most. Everyone is now seated in their assigned seats as Naruto was sitting next to Hinata. He had a cool expression on his face, but inwardly he was screaming like a maniac. Crap, why the hell is the first part a written exam, he asked himself as Tails' eyes is seen from inside his backpack as he was looking around. "Gosh, I hope Naruto passes." Tails thought as he ate some candy. He recalled that Naruto had told him that he always sucked when it comes to written tests and that he hated to study. It looks like he might have some trouble. Naruto. Both looked to the right and saw Hinata sitting there with a small smile on her face. "Oh Hinata. You sitting next to me?" Naruto asked as Tails instantly ducked back inside. Hinata blushed at the title, making her smile even more. "I just want to say good luck and everything." Naruto nodded and smiled at that. "Thanks. And same to you." The sound of tapping got the two out of their little conversation. "Everyone eyes front." Ibiki ordered. "There are a few rules you need to be aware of. And I won't answer any questions. So you better pay attention." "No questions? What kind of rule is that?" Sakura asked silently. "Alright, rule 1 is this. The written part of the exam is conducted on a point reduction system." Ibiki explained. "You will begin the test with a perfect score of 10 points. 1 point will be deducted for every answer you get wrong. So if you miss 3 then you get 7. Rule 2. Teams will pass or fail based on total score of all 3 members." That caused many of the genin to have many reactions. Naruto and Sasuke narrowed their eyes at him while Sakura banged her head on the table and looked at Ibiki. "But wait a second, you're saying we all get scored as a team?" she asked. "Silence." Ibiki ordered coldly. "I have my reasons. So shut up and listen. Rule 3. The sentinels you see around the room are there to watch you carefully for any signs of cheating." He smirks darkly. "And for every incident they see, they will subtract 2 points from the culprit score." He saw the shocked looks on the genin's faces, making him smirk. "Be warned, their eyes are extremely sharp and if they catch you 5 times you'll be dismissed before the tests are over." Some of the genin turns to the sentinels. "Anyone fool enough to be caught cheating by the sentinels doesn't deserve to be called Chunin." Ibiki continued. "I got my eye on you guys." A Chunin smirked, causing those to gasp. "If you want to be considered shinobi, then show us what exceptional shinobi you can be." Ibiki finished. Okay, relax." Sakura thought as her expression was calm and serious. "I know I'll do alright and Sasuke should be fine. But what about Naruto? He's always been bad when it comes to tests." "One more thing." Ibiki spoke up. "If any candidate should get a 0 and fail the test, then the entire team fails." That made some of the genin have shocked and disbelief expressions. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief and Sakura had a shocked expression. Naruto turned back to stone and crumbled into dust, except his backpack. Naruto, Hinata thought worriedly for her crush. "The final question won't be given out 15 minutes before the end of the testing period," Ibiki said. "You'll have 1 hour total. Begin." Sounds of pages getting flipped are heard and everyone got to work. Meanwhile, it's quiet without the rookies around. Kakashi said to his fellow jounin, Asuma and Kurenai. "I almost miss them. Especially Tails. He's pretty fun to mess with." "Oh, don't worry. Chances are they'll be back sooner than you think," Asuma said. "Why's that?" Kakashi asked curiously. "I heard that their first examiner this year is Ibiki." Asuma replied, causing the silver-haired jounin to jump in surprise. "Breed. Sticking them with that sadist is off the bat." "Huh? What sadist?" Kurenai asked, only to hear Asuma chuckle. "I forgot you're a new jounin, Kurenai. Otherwise you wouldn't have to ask that." The bearded jounin said. "So I'm ignorant, who is he?" Kurenai asked once more. "He's what you might call a specialist." Kakashi answered. "Oh yeah?" Kurenai said. "In what?" Asuma took a puff of his smoke and grinned. "Interrogation and torture." Kurenai gasped in surprise. "Of course, you won't be using physical torture during the test. It's not his style." Asuma continued. "He works on people's minds, not their bodies. He's famous for it. Everyone knows about the head of the Anbu interrogation torture of the Hidden Leaf Village. Ibiki Marino." Naruto was chewing on the pencil tip as he glared at the paper in front of him. So far after looking over the first few questions, all of this was just basic physics and algebraic word problems. He looks around already knowing Sakura and Sasuke were doing okay, especially Sakura since she was crazy smart. Damn it, if he screws this up, then him and his team are done and he couldn't answer these questions. The reason why? These were Chunin level questions. They never studied that crap back in the academy. They were still training. Looks like he's going to have to cheat. Unfortunately, just as Naruto was about to look at some guy's paper, Tails' nose started to twitch. Even though it was whisper, a stiff Naruto and those around him heard it as they looked towards the ultimate ninja in confusion, who looked like he was a deer that was seen. Are you serious? Now of all times. Naruto thought as he sweated nervously when Tails started to get louder. He stood up, getting everyone's attention. Yo proctor guy or whatever your name is, I have to go to the bathroom like now. I'll be back, thanks later. Before the proctor could say anything, Naruto instantly ran out the room in a burst of speed, making the hairs on those around them to be blown back, surprising those who don't know about his gift, slamming the door. Nearly everybody looked on in confusion, wondering what that was about while some just went back to their test. Ibiki sighed and shook his head in annoyance. He turns to the sentinels. Somebody go out there and keep an eye on that kid. I got it. One of them stood up and walked out of the room. What was that about? Sasuke and Sakura thought at the same time. Inside the bathroom, Naruto sighed in relief. Tails was out and about in his human form the moment Naruto came in. Tails sniffed a couple of times before he turns to Naruto. Sorry about that, Naruto. Nah, it's cool, Tails, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Naruto said, leaning on the wall. But man, that was close. Are those tests really that hard? Tails asked curiously. Dude, we never even had tests like that back in the academy, Naruto exclaimed as he started to pace around back and forth. I know Sakura can definitely ace this thing, since she's the smartest one in our class. But I'm not even sure about me and Sasuke. If it's that bad, then why don't you cheat? Tails asked. Did you not hear what that guy said? Naruto deadpanned. If we get caught 5 times then it's over. And these guys are specialists. He put his hand under his chin. To be honest, a small part of me was thinking of letting you check it out, but I threw the idea in the toilet. Tails nodded. Yeah, cause if you put your test in the bag, then it's obvious that everyone will know what's up. Plus, I don't know much about ninja, other than they move in the shadows. Naruto nodded as well. I'll be frank with you, Tails. I think that there's something up about this test. I can smell it. But I need time to think about it some more. After all, this test is really getting to me, and my head isn't in the game because of it. You really think so? Tails asked curiously. Trust me, I know so. Naruto. Tails' nose started to twitch again. A chew smoke appeared around him and he transformed back into a fox. He looked sheepish. Before we head back, I really need to go to the bathroom. Same here. Naruto said. They both went to a toilet and sighed blissfully. They soon washed their hands, or gloves in Tails' case, and he jumped back into the bag. Alright, let's go. Naruto sighed again as he enters the room, with one of the sentinels next to him. Finished doing your business? Ibiki asked. Yup, I'm good now. Naruto simply said as he returned to his seat. I see. Ibiki smirked. Mind if I ask why you didn't leave your bag here? You wouldn't happen to be hiding something in there, are you? Nope. Naruto said, popping the pea. Wherever I go, my stuff goes with me. Oh really? Well then, you wouldn't mind if I check it, will you? Ibiki asked. Naruto shrugged. He handed the sentinel next to him his bag. He walks up to Ibiki and handed him the bag. The proctor looked inside before he raised a brow. He looks at Naruto, who only smiled at him before looking back inside the bag. HMPH. Ibiki threw the bag at Naruto, who caught it. Sit down and do the test. Naruto sat down, sitting the bag down next to him. However, the moment he sat down, a kunai flew past his head and onto a desk behind him. He blinks very slowly before looking at Ibiki and noted that he was looking at the person behind him. 48 You're out, take your team with you, the proctor's loud voice boomed, startling some in the room as the genin team left in shame. Naruto touched his hair and looks down, seeing that some traces of his hair got cut off and was on his shoulder, making his eyes widen. DSST, Naruto. Hinata whispered to him, getting his attention. He looks down, seeing her paper underneath her elbow, towards him. You can copy mine if you'd like, I already finished. Naruto blinks at her in surprise. He honestly didn't expect Hinata of all people to let him cheat. He was about to say something, but he turns his head to one of the sentinels and saw one of them writing on his board. The sentinel looked up at the whiskered genin with a smirk, making Naruto narrow his eyes at him. Thanks but no thanks. Naruto turns to her, smiling at her. I don't want you to get disqualified because of me, and I don't want that to happen to you. I'll be fine, don't worry. He winks to her before he turns to look down at his test, not seeing Hinata's red face. He really does care, Hinata thought as she smiled lovingly at Naruto's honorable action. Now back to the test. It's definitely no doubt that questions were Chunin level and not Genin. Now the question is, why have they been given questions that weren't Genin level when they themselves are Genin? It's almost as if these guys wanted them to. Naruto's eyes slowly widened in shock and realization. So that's it, they wanted them to cheat using however means as long as they don't get caught. Damn. Should have seen it sooner. Naruto grins to himself. He already guessed that Sasuke and the others also figured out and were no doubt cheating right now. Hey, why not join in on the fun? But then again, the last question does seem important than all the other 9 questions. And if he gets it right then they can all pass with flying colors. Still he will have to take the chance and answer the other questions. Well, looks like it's time for him to use. Time stop. Naruto whispered as everything stopped around him. Okay, only 10 seconds, gotta go fast. He dashed around the room, looking at everyone's papers, seeing some of the same yet different answers, before he felt time slowly start to come back to normal. He smirks as he sat back down in his seat just as time returned to normal. Naruto looks down at the paper and chuckled to himself as he starts to write something down. Ibiki smirked as he looked around the room, noticing the Uchiha brat Sharingan, the male Hyugas Byakugan and several other genin cheating. Looks like these kids figured out the true purpose of this exam, especially the Nine-Tails kid, seeing that grin he has on his face. Ibiki soon grinned as well. Time for the show to begin. Everybody pencils down, Ibiki yelled as everyone stopped writing and sat their pencils down. It is time for the 10th and final question. That caught everyone's attention. However, before we continue there are more rules you must be aware of. Naruto ignored what the guy was saying and looked inside his backpack. He winks to Tails as he winks back and gave him a thumbs up. He turns back to Ibiki just as he began to speak about these rules. Very well then, rule 1. Each of you is free to choose not to be given the final question. Ibiki started, causing a few to look surprised by this. Whoa, so what's the catch? Tamari asked. Let's say we decide not to take it, what happens then? If you choose not to take the 10th question, regardless your answers to the others, you'll get a 0. Ibiki replied. In other words, you fail, and that means of course, your team fails also. All of the genin gasped as they started to whisper amongst themselves. Not so fast. You didn't let me finish. Ibiki said as the whole room went quiet. If you do accept the question, but answer it incorrectly, you will not only fail, you will be forbidden from taking the Chunin exam ever again. Naruto's eyes widened while everyone else remained in silent shock. Hey, that's bull, man, Kiba shouted as he stood up. That's just stupid. What kind of bogus rule is that? There's lots of people here who's taken the test before. Akamaru barked in agreement. Ibiki chuckled darkly. I guess you were just unlucky then. I wasn't making the rules before, but I am now. Of course if you don't want to take it then you don't have to. If you're not feeling confident then by all means skip it. You can come back and try again next year. Naruto had a serious look on his face as he crossed his arms and looked down, his hair shadowing his eyes. Now then, if you're ready. Ibiki spoke. The 10th and final question. Raise your hands for those who don't want to take it, your number will be recorded and you'll be free to go. A few of the genins raised their hands up and began to walk out, with the sentinels recording their numbers down. A couple of minutes later, more hands were raised as more genin. Sakura was conflicted. She didn't want to risk getting the question wrong herself and be forever below her team, but she didn't want to quit and be labeled a coward by Sasuke either. Then her thoughts went to Naruto. There wasn't a chance in hell that he'd answer this question right, and if he was permanently demoted, it would keep him from his dream and trying to find his friend. And if he was kept from both his dream and friend, that would destroy him. The Pincat couldn't let the red-streaked blonde shatter his hopes and dream like just because he was too stubborn to call it quits and try again. She was about to raise her hand, but Sasuke and Hinata's eyes widened in shock as Naruto rose his hand up. His hair still shadowing his eyes. No, Hinata thought with a sad look in her eyes. Music. His World E3 version Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. Naruto soon grit his teeth and his raised hand turned into a fist as he stood and slammed it down into the desk, making large hole appear, which caught everyone's attention, glaring at Ibiki with an angry determined expression. Don't you dare look down or underestimate me. I'm not quitting, and I'm not running away. Go ahead and act tough all the hell you want. I fought things that not a single one of you clowns saw or heard of your whole entire lives. If you seriously think I give a rat's ass if I remain a gen in my entire life, then you better think again. I made a promise to someone very important to me a long time ago to keep chasing my dream, and there's no way I'll ever break it. I'll tear down every obstacle in my path to reach my I'm gonna surpass the 4th Hokage someday, and when I do I will become the next Hokage. Naruto glared at Ibiki with such determination and fire in his eyes as he spoke those words. Sasuke stared at Naruto in surprise before he closed his eyes and nodded, a smirk present on his face. This guy, he really is clueless. But he's got guts, I'll give him that. Way to go. You dumb fool. Sakura smiled. Hinata smiled happily at Naruto. In his backpack, Tails was awestruck at Naruto's speech, and he immediately gained new fire in his eyes as well. Yeah, that's right, and I'll always be there to help Naruto, Tails thought to himself as a determined grin was on his face. Ibiki blinked in shock at the hyperactive boy's determination. He took a look at everyone else's face. This decision is one that can change your life. If for any reason you would rather quit, now is your last chance. Bring it on. I never go back on my word. Naruto said in a dead serious tone as he smirks. That's the way of the ninja. The looks on the rest of the Genin's faces showed that his speech was inspirational enough to get them to stay, which impressed Ibiki. Not a single one of them was wavering. He turns to the sentinels and they nodded at him. He nods back and turns to the Genin. Well then, I admire your determination, if nothing else. For those of you remaining, there's only one thing left to do. The tension skyrocketed as Ibiki paused as if getting ready for the question. He grinned heartedly. Congratulations. You've passed the first exam. Music scratches. Silence filled the room as everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Naruto's eyes turned comical as he stared at Ibiki, as though he had grown a second head. He picked his ear and turns to Hinata, a comical confused expression on his face. What did he just say? He said we passed. Hinata answered. What do you mean? What about the 10th question? Sakura asked. Ibiki looked sheepish. There is no 10th question, well, so to speak, the 10th question was just a test of your determination. We needed to know how willing you were to stay. Hold on a second, Temari yelled. So the other 9 questions you gave us was just a waste of time, is that it? Not at all, the first 9 were meant to see just how well you could gather information. As I explained before, this test is based on all the success of all of your teammates. This puts pressure on each team member to want to do their best. Ibiki smirked. Oh well, that explains everything. Temari said. I'm sure you realize by now the questions on this test were more than most Genin could answer, and most of you realized you needed to cheat. There were chunin in the crowd for that specific purpose. Of course, those that cheated poorly failed. As Ibuki talked, he slowly took his bandana off and revealed to everyone the scars that was on his head. This is because on the battlefield, information can mean life and death. Dude, Naruto whispered as he creeped out, expression which was mirrored by some of the other Genin. Man, what a mess. Sasuke whispered. Look at all those scars. Of course, you must always consider the source of your information. Ibiki continued, putting his bandana back on. Intelligence gathered from the enemy is not accurate. Always bear this in mind, disinformation can be worse than no information. It can lead the death of comrades or loss of a village. So is that why you put us in the position where we had to gather intelligence for the 9 questions? Naruto asked. To cheat in order to survive. And the ones who weren't good at it were kicked out. Exactly. Ibiki nodded. Okay, but I'm still not getting about what the 10th question thing is all about. Temari said. It was a way to test whether or not you are willing to risk everything. Ibuki replied. To see if you are willing to risk yourself and your teammates in order to carry out the mission. Congratulations on passing the first test, I wish you all the best of. Crash. Ibiki was interrupted by a mass of black crashing through the window and into the front of the classroom. The shadow expanded, setting all of the present shinobi on edge. The hell, Naruto asked in surprise as he grabbed Hinata and put her behind him, making her blush and gasp, and took a stance. The banner opened, getting pinned to the ceiling with kunai. The banner read Second Exam Proctor Anko Mitarashi, sit down, shut up and pay attention. In front of the banner stood a provocatively dressed woman wearing a fishnet bodysuit with a brown trench coat layered on top. Her hair was tied back in a loose ponytail. I'll be your next proctor, Anko Mitarashi. Anko introduced herself. You ready for the next test? Good, let's go, follow me, she cheered. There was complete silence as everyone stared at her, though Naruto had a comical flat stare at her. Anko, you're early. Ibiki said, causing the woman to blush in embarrassment. Anko got a good look at the amount of genin still in the classroom and pouted. What the hell, Ibiki? There's like 80 genin here. You getting soft on me? Ibiki shook his head. No, there's just a stronger batch of candidates this year. The FFT doesn't look like it. Anko grinned. But it's not like it matters anyways, cause by the time I'm done with them, more than half will be eliminated. A sense of dread blanketed the remaining genin, except for some. Alright, listen up you maggots, she barked, just as rude and abrasive as Ibiki. You may have had it easy, but things are going to be a little different starting first thing in the morning. I'll let your squad leaders know where to meet me. Dismissed. Later, when the class was finally cleared and empty, Ibiki went around to each student's desk to collect their test. When he got to Naruto's, he looked at it and smiled. None of the questions weren't answered, and there was only a single word on it. Gotcha. And there's a chibi version of his head, giving the famous Sonic grin and wink. I just passed a genin that didn't answer a single question, he chuckled. Naruto Uzumaki, that's a funny one, alright. Along with that little fox that's in his backpack. Deep in the center of the earth, a dark portal opened up on a floating platform and a figure stepped out. The figure revealed himself to be the masked boy. He walked near the edge of the platform he was on and looked up. There floating in front of him was a massive sphere made out of purple and black energy with smoke surrounding it. There was more energy coming out everywhere and it was all gathering up to the sphere. The masked boy continued to stare at the sphere. He steps off the platform, but instead of falling, he was still walking, as though there was an invisible platform there. He looks up, seeing a platform that was close to the sphere. He teleports there and stood in front of it. He held his hand out in front of the sphere, just as a black metal box appeared in it. The purple and black energy smoke starts to come towards it. Making sure he gathered enough energy, he stops as he observed the energy inside the box. Behind the mask, an evil sinister grin appears on his face. Perfect. The black portal appeared behind the boy and he turns to leave. After all, it was time to make that ultimate loser suffer. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.